転生
What if Naruto was the lover of Hope Mikaelson movie 2? A New Legacy. Secrets revealed by Hamida Gurdon. Previously on A New Legacy. Hope, please come back. My beast roared as I felt myself being dragged into my mindscape. I opened my eyes to the voice. It was Kurama in his human form. I see you've unlocked it, Kit. I stared confusedly as he pointed down to the water beneath me. I looked down and saw my eyes purple with rings around it. I whispered in wonder, the Rinnegan. Love breeds sacrifice, which in turn breeds hatred. Then you can know pain. That was something I heard Nagato, Pain, said before I defeated him. He told me love breeds sacrifice, and I never agreed more, but I don't hate hope. I could never hate hope. If I did, I would become a hypocrite since I done the exact same thing to save the elemental nations. It's been about a month since Hope jumped into Malivore and no one except me was able to remember. Thought I stopped the monsters and called me a hero. I would scoff inwardly and ignore their praises. I told Alaric it wasn't me, though he couldn't remember Hope. He did realize I was telling the truth by using the blessing he got from the Elder Dragons. It was called the Truth-Seeing Eye. It had no real special ability other than being able to detect lies, and he knew I was telling the truth when I told him someone else jumped in Malivore to stop it from rising. Flashback to 1 month ago. When I opened my eyes and stared at the reflection, I realized I unlocked a dojutsu that only a few had. I looked to my father figure in awe, yet my chest clenched painfully since he wasn't really here, merely a chakra imprint. How? I asked, touching my eyes in wonder. You experienced a traumatic event, one that shook you to your core and caused immense stress on your chakra system. He paused as he knelt down before me. It unlocked these eyes. There was a hint of sadness I could pick up in his voice, and all at once the crushing feeling returned. Felt like there was a piece of concrete weighing on my heart. Hope, I said barely above a whisper. A tear ran down my cheek. I didn't bother to wipe it away. These eyes were unlocked because I lost the love of my life, the woman I saw my future with, the woman who sacrificed her life to save everyone else's. It was too high of a price to pay for these eyes. I don't want them. I shook my head. I don't want them. If I had to lose her, Dad. Take it back. My voice got louder. I felt myself being pulled into a warm chest, an embrace I haven't felt in months. I sobbed shamelessly into his chest as held him. I can't take it back, but I can teach you how to use it. He said sadly. My tears stopped eventually. I knew he was right, but I couldn't help but hate these eyes. It was stupid, I knew that, but the heart, it a fickle organ. I hated what it represented, and somehow Kurama knew that was going through my mind. Don't view your gift as a curse, just like you didn't view me as a curse. Cherish it and think of it as a gift from the woman you love, he said wisely. I nodded my head and cleaned my face from my tears and recognized he didn't put it in past tense or say that it was a final gift. It's never over, Naruto. As long as you believe there's a way, there will be. I chuckled through my tears. Since when did he become such an optimist? Hey, since when are you such an optimist? He smacked my head as he got up and huffed. That's your fault, Kit. Now come on, we have training to do, he said, and I nodded. For the next few hours in my mindscape he taught me how to use the Rinnegan, and when it was over he gave me one last hug before his chakra faded. Never give up, Naruto, he said, holding out his fist. I gave him my own foxy grin and bumped my fist to his. I never will believe it. Flashback over. I entered Alaric's office. We were still investigating the Triad, trying to find out whether there were any other warehouses in other locations. Rick, I said as I sat down into the comfy leather chair opposite the desk. Naruto, you good? He asked. I saw the concern in his eyes, and I'm not going to lie, I feel the emptiness when I don't wake up to see Hope sleeping next to me on a weekend, or join me for Friday night movies. Then adding on to the fact that no one in this goddamn school knows who she is angers me even more. My jaw clenched before I sighed heavily, rubbing the bridge of my nose tiredly. I'm fine, I answered tiredly. Anything new on our friends the Triad? I watched his face change in an instant to disgust. He disliked them as much as I did. They came into the school with guns, threatening the lives of children regardless of them being supernatural or not. It was a disgusting thing to do. No, nothing new other than the warehouse in Georgia. He paused and looked at me. Will you be going? I nodded. Yeah, I will. It's summer vacation soon, and I know you want to track leads about the curse on the twins, I said, standing up to pour myself a drink. Have you heard from the Mikaelsons? I asked him with my back turned. I didn't need to see his face to know he grimaced at the name, even though no one remembered Hope. They sure did remember the Mikaelson name. I didn't know. I know you're telling the truth about this Hope girl, but even so, they won't be able to remember her if she jumped into Malivore. I finished my drink and put roughly down on the table. So much for always and forever, I muttered underneath my breath. Rick, you don't need to keep reminding me that no one remembers her. Frustration seeping into my voice, I saw him lift his hands in defense. I'm sorry. I cut him off with a wave of my hand. No, I am. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be getting angry at you. I breathed out a breath and closed my eyes, trying to calm down. It's hard being the only one that can remember, and sometimes I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse, I said before staring at the man before. He stood to his feet and clapped my shoulder affectionately. I don't think it's a curse, Naruto. I smiled a polite smile. Not a real one. I haven't smiled a real smile since she left. I nodded to the man. I'll go pack for my trip, I said, walking away from his office. I walked through the hallways with my hands in my pockets, deep in thought. I looked up and realized I was in front of her door. I put my hand against the door and remembered when I dropped her off after our first date. Flashback. You can't say that you can't promise me always and forever, she said as tears pooled in her eyes. You're right, I can't. I agreed and watched a tear slip from the girl's eyes. She turned her face, but I moved it back to me. That's your family's motto, but I can promise you an eternity of tomorrows, I said before I leaned in and kissed her lips softly. I pulled away and kept my forehead to hers. So will you be my girlfriend, Hope? I asked softly. She laughed. Yes, I will. Flashback over. I came out of my thoughts and whispered, I miss you, princess. I walked away from the room and went to my own. When I came back from that warehouse, I asked Alaric to make sure no one uses Hope's room and that it stays as didn't ask many questions, because he could see the look in my when I requested it. I laid down on my bed and looked to the dresser. Everything in my room was moved around by Hope. She had her underwear in my drawers. Framed pictures that had her picture in them were all facing down. I didn't need another reminder that she wasn't here. All I did nowadays were train, eat, shower and track down leads, trying to find a way to access this fucking pit, but my efforts has been useless so far. There's no use lamenting over it either, at least I know she's not dead. How I knew that was because when Kurama taught me how to use these eyes, the first thing I did was to summon the king of hell to see whether her soul was there, but no dice. I was upset but relieved at the same time, because that meant she was still alive somewhere, floating in a void of nothingness. I started packing my clothes for the trip, making sure I had all my sealing scrolls stocked with weapons and my new katana too. I picked up my hoodie. It still smelled like Hope. I put it to my nose and inhaled deeply, remembering how she denied returning the hoodie. Flashback. I sat on the bed waiting for Hope to get ready for our movie night. We usually would stay in and watch a movie, but she wanted to go into town. Hope, you finished yet? Give me a second. One, I said cheekily. I heard her huff and opened the bathroom door. Idiot. I shrugged and went to grab my hoodie to put it on before it was roughly pulled out of my grip. What did I say? I looked confused. That this is, she pointed to the garment in her hands, now the property of Hope Andrea Mikaelson. And how do you figure that, Miss Mikaelson? I raised my eyebrow in question. She shrugged and smirked. Girlfriend rights and all that, she waved off nonchalantly. You lucky I like you, Mikaelson. I mocked anger. She patted my cheek condescendingly. Many do. That smirk never leaving her face as she exited the room. I stood in shock, realizing she just compared me to the golem. Hey, I'm offended. I heard her amused laughter down the hallway as I locked my door and ran after her. Flashback over. I finished my packing and gathered the duffel bag, walking out the door and locked it. I walked silently through the hallways. I was stuck in my mind thinking about whether I would get new leads in Georgia, since Landon was no help other than him being seen as a hero too, since people thought he helped shut down the pit. God, I wish I left him at that warehouse sometimes. I heard a familiar voice that shook me from my inner monologue about planning the Hobbit's murder. Leaving without saying goodbye, are we? Questioned Lizzie. I chuckled at the girl and turned around, giving the girl a small smile. I wouldn't dream of it, I said sarcastically, rolling my eyes, and she narrowed her eyes at the sarcasm, playfully bumping my shoulder. Just because the girls here see you as a hero doesn't mean you get to be an ass. I patted her head as she scolded me. Not a hero, Elizabeth. I've told you this before, but I was going to say goodbye, I said, looking to Josie, who was walking our way as well. How long will you be gone then? Asked Josie. I pulled them into a quick hug. Not sure, hopefully I'll be back before the new school year starts. I let them go and fixed my duffel bag over my shoulder. I didn't tell them about Hope, but I'm pretty sure they noticed my mood change over the last month. I hadn't spent much time with them either, but I blamed it on investigating the triad. Be careful and safe, okay, and make sure to check in once in a while, said the brunette sternly. Yes, mother, I said before walking out the door to my car. It was an sleek black muscle car called a Mustang. I saw the same version in Fast and the Furious and loved it the moment I laid eyes on it. I got a talking to about managing my money efficiently from Hope, but it was worth it though. I made myself comfortable in the leather seats and threw my duffel bag in the back up the engine, smiling a bit at the sound of it. I checked the visor, a picture of Hope, and I fell out. It was after the movies and I insisted that we needed to document the moment, so we did. I put it back in the visor with a sigh and drove out of the gates. The school faded in the rear view mirror the further I drove. Georgia, here I come. Hope Pav. I've never given too much thought about how I would feel if I died, but now those are about the only thoughts I have floating around my head, while I'm drifting in a pool of nothingness. Life has never been kind to me, but I was blessed with a family that loved me against all odds, a father that was my knight and protected me from all the bad things like he said he was years ago when he said that I would have nothing that scares me but even the strongest which has fears. Dad. Flashback to a 7-year-old Hope. My dad knelt down before me after we took a walk through the woods. You, my love, are the daughter of Klaus Mikaelson. You're going to be the greatest which the world has ever seen. And nothing will scare you. Flashback over. I miss Naruto. Thinking about him brought an unbearable pain to my chest. He didn't cry much, in fact he only cried twice. The first time I saw him cry was when he killed the siren that wore my face. The second would be when I betrayed him by allowing him to never fulfill his promise of an eternity of screams calling out my name in such sorrow. Despair and sadness still echoes in my mind. So yes, I never give much thought to how I would die. Would it hurt? Would there be a long line of people waiting in line to get revenge on the daughter Niklaus Mikaelson, the original hybrid? Or would it be swift, quick and painless? Yeah, it's none of those. It's like drowning in a pit of absolute nothingness. Instead of water filling up my lungs, I have darkness. Instead of sinking into the depths of the deepest ocean, I have a void of emptiness that seems similar to how hollow my heart is becoming. And when you try to call for help, no one hears you. No one answers you because they've simply forgotten that you ever existed. And to be honest, I think I prefer having a long line of enemies before me as they wait their turn to kill their enemies only air, as opposed to slowly descending into madness. Am I drowning? I questioned to the empty void, eyes closed, and I thought back to Naruto's face, his smile, the way his orange-reddish eyes would glint in mischief, not to mention that perverted smile he'd have on his face whenever he stared at my breasts. Gosh, I miss him. I thought I don't know how long I've been in here, but it sure feels like I'm drowning, and his face is the only face that brings me some reprieve from drowning. I've been walking for a very long time. I wonder where Landon's brother is. I know I brought him here with me, because I'm sure he would have just created more trouble outside. Come to think of it, why haven't I run into any monsters? I muttered to myself as I looked around. I heard footsteps echo with a voice I really didn't need to hear accompany it. They're all locked away, he said with that irritating smile on his face. My eyes narrowed. What do you want? I asked, taking a step back from him. Is that any way to speak to the guy you dragged into nothingness? My eyes narrowed further and I crossed my arms over my chest and tilted my head at the question. Did I do that? I questioned, feigning forgetfulness. You did. His facial expression didn't change much now. Either this guy is incapable of it, or maybe he wants to get to me and help the process of me descending slowly into madness. Seems like something I would do, I said, and turned and walked away from him. Before I could take a step, I heard him say something I wished at this moment I wasn't able to. Malivore is not defeated, Hope Mikaelson. My fists clenched tightly. No, he's messing with me. He can't be right. I know I jumped in here to save my friends, the love of my life and the school, and left them behind, letting them all forget about me. I couldn't possibly have let Naruto forgotten me and now achieved my goal. It wasn't possible. I shut my eyes, willing my tears not to fall, and took a calming breath. You're lying, I said softly without turning around to face him. Am I? Now why would I do that? His tone was light and airy, like he didn't have a care in the world. Why would you tell me this in the first place? Since you worked so hard to make him rise. I have my reasons. I sighed and unclenched my fists, turning on my heel, facing the pale curly-haired bastard. Well, you've got my attention. Talk. Well, I'd like us to strike a deal, he said, smiling with an evil glint in his eye. God, it's like dealing with an even more annoying Landon, except this one has a I'm better than you kind of air around him. Naruto Pav. It's been about 2 months since Hope jumped into Malivore, and I've been driving all over the country to find these triad bases, from the information I got from the guys in Georgia who so generously provided them. I found another warehouse in Houston, a place called Pasadena. I sincerely hoped it wasn't a hick town. The drive was a couple of hours. I created a shadow clone while I caught up on some rest. The information these people had given me so far was nothing important, kept repeating they didn't know who gave the orders, though it was someone from their head office in on Earth. Had this organization gone undetected so long? I have no idea. I understand their mission in removing dangerous creatures who would threaten the humans as a whole race, like dinosaurs, dragons, or fucking hydras, but now they want to wipe out all forms of supernatural life in the name of God. I outright laughed in that guy's face as he gave me a lecture of an ideal world where humans are the only apex predators and the supernatural are abominations, mistakes of nature that needed to be eradicated. They sure had a warped view of the world if they thought human beings were the apex predator. I'm pretty sure some animals in the jungle would have a major problem with that, but I digress. So yeah, no new information other than them viewing supernaturals as abominations. I called Rick to update him about my findings. The man nearly got a heart attack when he realized it wasn't just the school who would have been in trouble, but every supernatural creature in the world. I saw the signs that I was now entering Pasadena. I drove to where the warehouse was. I pulled up on a gravel road, and decided to go on foot from here. I suited up wearing a black tight turtleneck, black pants, and a pair of boots. I half covered my face with a mask and changed my hair color to black so I wouldn't be recognizable to these people if caught on camera. I ran through the branches of the trees, applying chakra to my feet to keep me from falling. I had 2 pouches attached to my thigh, one with kunai, the other with shuriken, courtesy of the foxes. I'm still not convinced Ren doesn't steal these tools from the forest of death. I crouched as watched the warehouse. It seemed like an average warehouse from outside, abandoned, but the fence around the warehouse looked. Amount of guards they had was suspicious. Yeah, it sure looks like there's nothing important in there, I scoffed. It was about 4 in the afternoon. I decided to go in at the cover of night to infiltrate the warehouse. A couple of hours passed as I waited. The guard shift changed, probably the night shift taking over. I made a couple of clones with orders to incapacitate them, quickly and silently. I watched as 6 guards dropped to the ground quickly and their guns destroyed. Alright, your turn, Uzumaki. Seriously, should stop referring to myself in the third person, I thought. I jumped over the fence quickly and muttered under my breath, "My Segakur no Jutsu." As I blended with my surroundings, I walked down the passageways. It looked empty on the top floor, keeping the appearance of an abandoned warehouse. I was about to exit when I saw a guy coming from a trapdoor downstairs. As he exited, I got behind him, put my hand over his mouth to cover his screams, and held in a neck lock that rendered him unconscious. I picked his body up and avoided the cameras as I dragged him in a dark room and took his security tag. I took a good look at his face and hanged into him. Instead of the black hair, I changed my hair color too. I now had a brown hair, green cargo pants, boots with vest. I took his handgun from his and put it in the waistband of my cargo pants. I looked at the security badge, Joe Looney, it read. You've got to be kidding me, Joe Looney. Ha, funny, I thought. Well, I guess I'm Joe Looney now. I continued my mission and went down the trapdoor where I saw the man exit. As I walked down, I saw a room full of monitors showing different images, some of the school, Mystic Falls, and other places I wasn't too familiar with. I squinted my eyes when I saw images of Alaric and information on his daughters Gisette and Elizabeth Saltzman. I clenched my fist in anger but continued to survey the room. There was a couple of chairs, but they were empty. It was about 9 p.m., so the rest probably went home. I looked to my left. There was a glass door office that had a dark-skinned woman in with curly black hair sitting in a chair typing away on her. Hadn't noticed me yet, and I made my way to the office, knocking on the door. Come in, was heard from the other side of the office. Again, Joe, I already gave you your orders, she said, irritated, probably because he just left from the office. I scratched my head impishly, trying to keep the facade of Joe. I really didn't know how this guy acted, but from the look on the woman's face it seemed like a usual occurrence. I said your orders are to take out Alaric Saltzman and his daughters. I kept my calm. My face betrayed no obvious expression other than a firm line my lips was set into. As she spoke, I looked to the desk and saw the surname. Same surname as Milton. My mind was working overtime. If she was in charge of this whole operation, she would kill her son too, in the name of Triad or whatever. I must have been too quiet while she was speaking as she stopped typing and looked up to me. I gave her eye smile. Is there a problem, Joe? She asked impatiently. I have many things to do and I don't have time to babysit you. She snapped. Well, I've got only one problem, I said, using my finger for emphasis. Well, spit it out. I let my hinge drop and my real appearance come out. Well, the problem is I really don't want to kill my bro and 2 little sisters. I said before she could make a move. I grabbed both hands and took out some ninja wire and wrapped it around her body, so every time she moved the ninja wire would cut into her skin. I wouldn't move if I were you. This wire is carbon fiber. Do you know what happens when it's wrapped so tightly around? I don't know a human body. I paused as I spun her chair around to face me. My eyes flashed my altered version of the Rinnegan. Instead of it being purple, it was a magenta color, now the rings still black as I stared her dark brown eyes. Don't know, she said, trying to remain still. A cruel smirk curled up on my lips. Torturing wasn't something I enjoyed, but there were times when being or playing the bad guy to get answers to save lives was absolutely necessary. I learned that from Itachi Uchiha after I found the real reason he massacred his clan, not for power but for the lives of the villagers. Well, the wire will get irritated, I said, moving away, pulling up my own chair and sat before her. Then slowly dig into your clothing. I placed my cheek against my closed fist and crossed my legs, my eyes never leaving the woman. Then once it gets through the fabric of your clothing, it goes through the supple flesh of your body. She tried to keep a straight face, but I could see the fear in her eyes. Even more so, I could smell it rolling off her in droves. I smiled, showing my now sharp canines. Then, Mrs. Grizzly, you'll bleed out, dying a slow, agonizing death, but for me you'll be getting what's coming to you since you feel it necessary to assassinate children. And all supernaturals. I paused, decided to take a leap of faith. She shared many features with MG, but the scent was different, but that might be because he's a vampire and essentially dead. And that includes your son Milton Grizzly, I said, finishing my explanation. I watched the range of emotions that flickered across her face. Regret, fear, disgust and anger being the biggest, but she felt disgust when I mentioned Milton. Clearly she didn't approve of his new circumstances. Who are you? She asked, narrowing her eyes at me, trying to keep a tough demeanor. Who I am is of no consequence to you, and you're not the one asking the questions. Here I am, I said with a bored expression. So how about we start, and if you give me the answers I want, I won't go after your husband. I paused. Are your still living non-vampire daughter? I threatened. Of course I wouldn't, but she didn't need to know that. Thank God Alaric deemed it necessary for me to know every student's name and family, otherwise I wouldn't be able to even threaten this woman with that, because she definitely looks like the type that wouldn't say anything unless her loved ones were at risk, and it was clear she no longer saw MG as a son. You're bluffing, she said through gritted teeth, and hissed from the pain she felt when she moved and the ninja wire dig in her clothing. I might be. I grinned a foxy grin and shrugged at her rebuttal. But would you like to take that chance? My right brow raised at the stubborn woman. I watched her face set into resignation. What? She stammered over her words and clenched her fist. What would you like to know? I leaned forward and put my elbows on my knees with my fingers interlocked. My face changed from a grin to a serious look in seconds. Everything. Hope Pav. I stared at Ryan, narrowing my eyes. I didn't trust him. I couldn't trust him because if he had his way, Malivore would rise and people's lives would be at risk. I sighed inwardly, though the only choice I had was to hear him out. Deal? I questioned. What would this deal entail? I questioned slowly. I watched his facial expression carefully. He had one hell of a poker face. I couldn't decipher his intentions. I listened closely to his heartbeat to find anything irregular as I waited for him to speak. Well, Hope. He paused, putting his hands behind his back, straightening up his back as he took a step closer. I watched him carefully, my mouth drawn in a straight line with the eyebrow raised, gesturing for him to continue. I'll tell you how to get out of here. He stopped again. Now it was getting quite irritating with the dramatic buildup. If he didn't have similar features to Landon, I would have thought he shared genetics with Lizzie. I'm assuming there's a condition somewhere in there, considering the way you're pausing for dramatic effect, I said, rolling eyes at the pale man. I see what Landon saw in you, he said, a chuckle. I didn't give him a response, though I'm sure he wasn't waiting for one either, as he continued. Yes, there is a condition, Hope, and that is that you have to take me with you once I tell you how to leave. And what would stop me from getting out of here by myself, and leaving you behind? Well, let's just say you won't like what I have in mind if you choose to betray me. Besides, I thought Mikaelsons kept their word. I sighed inwardly. Yes, our word was our bond, though my father found loopholes to that particular rule all the time. And let's suppose I agree to your deal and leave Malivore. Why would you tell me all this? I don't think it's simply because you can't spend forever in here. After all, Malivore is your father. No. Seemed like I struck a nerve. I saw his face twitch in dislike when I mentioned his poker face isn't that great. Well, Hope, let's say I had my reasons for letting my father rise, and reasons I will not be disclosing with you, but I will say that my father isn't really winning any awards for his caring nature, he said simply, his face returning to his previous mask. I really wish I had Naruto's sensor right about now. But wait, how did you know that Malivore wasn't destroyed when I jumped in? It's been very quiet since I got here too. I asked, confused because I knew Malivore was created by a vampire, witch and werewolf, so me being all three would definitely destroyed unless. My thoughts trailed off when I looked to gasped Ryan. He smirked when he seemed I had figured out the reason Malivore wasn't defeated. Seems you just answered your own question, Hope. Mind sharing with the class? I rubbed the bridge of my nose. How could I have overlooked that crucial detail? Just because I had vampire blood running through my veins did not mean I was a vampire. I'm not a full tribrid yet. I finished sullenly. Ryan gave me a slow clap. But what if I kill myself and go through the transition now? I questioned loudly, not to anyone in particular but myself. That won't work. Remember how all the creatures that were trapped in Malivore didn't actually die? He answered my thought. Fuck. Fuck indeed. So the only way out of here is by me telling you how, and then you and I will part ways. I hadn't even realized that I voiced that last thought out loud. I turned my back to Ryan and muttered, I have to think about it. Don't take too long, Hope. Sooner you decide, the sooner you can back to the real world, he said in an obnoxiously superior tone. Not like anyone remembers me, so I'm in no rush, I said as I walked away from Ryan. It was true, I was in no rush, but I wouldn't go to them either. I would have to complete my transition in the real world and then jump right back. Way I can spare anyone from going through it again. Naruto Pav. I sat opposite MG's mother, waiting on her to start what she knew about Malivore and its origins. Malivore was created by a witch, werewolf and vampire. I cut her off with a wave on my hand. Yes, I know all about how it was created, I said in a nonchalant tone, but inwardly I felt a pang to my chest because that was exactly why Hope jumped into Malivore in the first place. I watched the anger on the woman's face when I cut her off. That made me feel a bit better. I see. Well, I'm sure that you also know that the vampire that helped create Malivore wasn't an ordinary vampire either. I raised my eyebrow. Of course I did not know that, but I didn't give the satisfaction, so I kept my expression blank as she continued. It was an original vampire that helped the creation of Malivore. I merely nodded and questioned her. I see. And who was the original vampire that helped create the monster you're now trying to raise to remove all supernatural creatures from the face of the planet? I took a shuriken out of my pouch and began playing with it between my fingers. Was it Elijah, or Nicholas, or even Rebecca? I watched her facial expression as I listed off the names of the originals. Malivore was created 500 years ago, so that cancels out Finn Mikaelsons, since Hope told me Klaus kept him daggered in a box for 900 years for being such a Debbie Downer. Not in those exact words, but hey, the guy seemed boring. I don't think it would have been Klaus either. He was trying to break his curse, and of course Elijah following him. I smiled and tilted my head. I think I've got it. It was Cole Mikaelson, the Wild One. He was very much into learning new tricks, so I'm sure that's the reason he helped create this creature, if nothing than for his own amusement. I watched the woman nod slightly and I motioned with my hand to let her continue. Yes, my family has been with Triad since the beginning. We used Malivore as a means to remove dangerous creatures from the world that would eradicate the human race if given the. Since then the supernatural community has become too big, so it's time we clean house, she said proudly, it even trying to mask it. I know she did it trying to rile me up, but instead I just watched and listened when she spewed her shit. No new information from you either, so tell me, Mrs. Grizzly, why do I need to keep you alive? I asked seriously because I planned to burn this entire warehouse to the ground. The answers she gave me wasn't important. Yes, I did get the name of the vampire who had a hand in creating Malivore, but that was all. The way I see it, you have nothing to offer. And because you're basically committing genocide by killing off different races of supernatural beings, I would be doing the world a favor if I removed you from said world. Quote. I paused, flicking my wrist, and let the shuriken fly past her face just close enough to leave a scratch. The shuriken sunk into the wall behind her. A thin trail of blood marred her cheek. I watched her flinch at the sensation. Don't you agree? A smile that promised pain appeared on my face. I told you everything I know, please spare me, or at least my family, she begged, the tears now pooled in her eyes. I felt her emotions, she wasn't faking it either. Then tell me something new. My tone was now hard. I was tired of playing games with this woman. I'm sure if I wanted more answers, I'd have to find Cole Mikaelson, and I didn't know where he was, so the first place I would check when I left would be New Orleans, since Hope's aunt still lives there. What do you want to know? I told you everything about how it was created and its uses and the plan Triad has, she said, moving, as she did the wire cut deeper into her skin, her blood staining her blazer and white shirt. I know the pit outside of Mystic Falls is now closed, I said, standing from my seat and sat down on the desk, closer to the bleeding woman. So tell me, will another one be formed, and if so, where would I find this pit? And keep in mind that I will know when you're lying, Mrs. Grizzly, so I suggest you be honest, and it might just save your remaining living family. I don't know. We watched the pit for years, but there was no activity, but suddenly it activated itself and started spewing monsters. I nodded. Anything else? I asked. She shook her head. I walked behind her and slid my kunai into her brainstem, giving her a quick and painless death. I whispered, I'll leave your family alive, you have my word. I watched her go limp and offered a small prayer. Dear Kami, have mercy on my soul and hers, I said quietly, and proceeded to destroy the computers with a lightning jutsu. Reikiri, I whispered and put my hand near the electrical output and fried the computers. I flipped through signs. Guka Mekyaku no Jutsu. I felt the chakra mold and build up as I blew the fire from my mouth. I watched as the fire took root and spread in the basement. I used a shunshin out of the warehouse, my clones dispelled a few minutes ago, ensuring their targets were out of range. I sat in the tree and watched the fire spread through the warehouse, the old rotten wood falling apart, the fire raged higher. I watched carefully to see whether it would spread to the forest before it got out of control. I made a call to the fire department reporting a fire at the address before getting back to my car and leaving the site. It was getting later, maybe a motel would be the best choice and start fresh in the morning. I searched for motels close to my location and found a place called the Red Maple. It was rundown, looked very suspicious, but I suppose it would do for the night. I pulled up to the near empty parking lot, grabbed my duffel bag slinging it over my shoulder, and entered the front office. I looked at the man standing behind the counter. There were dark circles under his eyes. Man, this must be a 24 hours job. Hey, I'd like a room for the night, I said to the man. He narrowed his eyes, taking in my attire. I was still wearing the black clothing from earlier. Sure, that'd be $50, he said in an accent. I nodded and gave him the cash. I'll slip in an extra 50 if you make sure nothing happens to my baby out there. I pointed with my thumb to the car. His eyes widened slightly and nodded. Sure man, no problem. I gave him the money and he gave me my room key. Room 25, have a nice stay, sir. I smiled a bit and took the key, heading off to the room number he gave me. The room was nothing much, just a single bed with a door attached which led to a small bathroom with a shower, toilet and sink in. It's cramped. I sighed and threw my duffel bag onto the small bed and went to start the shower. I took my phone out of my pocket and called Alaric. It was 12 p.m. I'm not too sure whether there was a time difference, but I thought it would be better if I update him on the new information, also tell him about MG's mother. I felt sorry for the boy, but his mother clearly didn't care much for him. It alarmed me how a parent could turn their back so easily on their own flesh and blood. Rick, I said into the phone as I sat on the bed. Hey Naruto, it's pretty late, everything all right? He asked. I could hear the sleep in his voice. Yeah, sorry, didn't mean to wake you. I just finished with the warehouse in Houston. I paused and rubbed my eyes. I got some more information about the creation of Malivore, and I got lucky. The vampire who helped create it is still alive and kicking. I heard the man breath in a sharp breath. Who is it? Do we know how to find him? He asked quickly. I made my way back to the bathroom and checked the temperature of the water with my hand. We do. It's Cole Mikaelson. I don't know how to find him, but I do know where I can get that information from. I could practically feel how heavily he sighed as I told him. New Orleans, he said shortly. Yeah, New Orleans, but that's not all. I've got bad news. It involves one of our resident Avengers. I paused. And it might upset you, but I did what I had to do to keep the kids safe, Rick, I said quietly. I felt guilt for killing MG's mother, but in the larger scale of things it was necessary. I know you'll do what's necessary, but I worry sometimes you haven't been in the best of places since, he trailed off. Rick, please. I scoffed. I wouldn't do it out of revenge. I know better than that, but these people, Rick, they want to change the balance of the world we currently live in. You and I know that the supernatural would not have been created if it was not necessary. Witches are born naturally, wolves carry their gene through the descendants, and perhaps vampires was created, but it was done by witches, so there's a balance, Alaric, and the balance is being threatened by an organization that thinks they're the right hand of God. I finished heatedly, leaning my head against the tiled wall of the small bathroom. I heard him sigh and breath. I know that, but like I said, I worry about you, bro. That's what bros do, right? I chuckled at his reply. Yeah, you're right, sorry. So yeah, the woman who was in charge of this whole operation in Houston was a Veronica Grizzly, I said softly. MG's mother. Why would she want to kill her own son? He asked angrily. I nodded along. I don't know, but I do know that she would, and she wouldn't even blink while doing thought of him as. And once I got the answers we needed, I did what was necessary. I see. Will you tell him the truth when you get back? I mulled the possibility in my head, but it was better for the truth than a lie, and besides, she put a hit on Alaric and his daughters for extermination. Yeah, I will. I'm going to get a shower and some sleep. Be careful, Rick. They had images of you, the girls, and every other student that attends Salvatore. Let Caroline know, all right? Yeah, thanks for the heads up. I appreciate. Get some rest, and I'll call you if I have any new news from my end. I said my goodbyes and chucked my phone on the bed and went to shower. The heat of the water felt great on my body. As the water ran over my face, I thought about my 6-hour drive ahead tomorrow and groaned. I'm sure the Mikaelsons will be charming. Hope Pav. Hours passed, maybe. Considering I've lost all sense of time in this goddamn place, I thought about Ryan. Seemed appealing, but I couldn't trust him. What if in the process we unleash more monsters or Malivore gets released? So I didn't trust him, but on the other hand, even if I stay here, the sacrifice I made was meaningless because I'm not doing anything to stop Malivore either. Maybe I'm afraid to face reality because if I go back to the real world and see the faces I want to see but them not recognizing me would make my meaningless sacrifice reality. Nothing's ever truly meaningless, Hope. My mind said back to me, and yeah, maybe I'm getting a tiny bit stir crazy in here too. I heard the clicking of shoes come toward me. I didn't have to look to know it was Ryan. Have you thought about my proposition, Hope? My mind was still going through the different scenarios, how bad it would be if I agreed to his deal before I answered him. I am. I paused. I'm going thinking about it real hard. You can trust me on that. I said. I sank down to the floor. And what do you say? Will you trust little ol' me to get you out of here, or will you wallow for forever in here? I rubbed the bridge of my nose. His tone made it even harder to trust him. Tell me what you'll do when you get out. Will you continue to try and raise your father so that it can wreak havoc in the real world? I asked, taking a shot. He seemed to pause, but the smile never leaving his face. Like this situation was so damn not a morbid person. I understand humor, but there was no humor in this situation. Now maybe I will or maybe I won't, depends really. My eyes narrowed at that comment. On what? I calmed myself and stood up to my feet. Do you really want to see the world destroyed or whatever chaos Malivore will bring? I saw some emotion flicker in his eyes, but as soon as I saw it, it disappeared. He sighed before turning around. I will tell you this, Hope Mikaelson, I never wanted to raise my father willingly, he said before walking away, leaving me once again with my thoughts and to think about that last comment of his. I can't trust you, I said underneath my breath. I watched his back disappear into the darkness. Trusting Ryan is dangerous, and I won't and can't trust him, but we both benefit from the deal. If what he said was true, that him raising his father was never his own choice, then maybe, just maybe, I have a chance to get out of here and finish what I started. Those are a lot of maybes. Oh, shut up, I know it is. Flashback. We were sitting on the dock, watching the sun set. I kept thinking about what he told me about leadership and trust. You're thinking too loud, Hope, he said without looking away from the view. What's wrong? I sighed and set my head on his shoulder. Our hands were intertwined. What do you do if you can't trust anyone around you? I'm not talking about my friends, but what if you're in a situation like that? I heard him breath in and out again before he spoke while making small patterns on the back of my hand. That's easy. Trust yourself. He paused. Trust in your abilities, your strength, your intelligence. So yes, when you're surrounded by someone you can't trust, the obvious choice is to trust in yourself. He finished, pecking my head. Is that what you were thinking so hard about? I guess, but you make it sound so easy. I heard him chuckle. No, it wasn't easy for me, but growing up like I did made me trust myself and Kurama. There was a moment of silence before he broke it. Besides, don't think too hard. Your brain might just burst. He laughed and flicked my forehead softly. Flashback over. He made it sound so easy, but I needed to trust myself. To be honest, I'm not even sure where to find Ryan. He walks off and disappears, so I guess I'll have to wait here for him and let him know I've made my choice. It would be nice to see you one last time, even if you don't remember me. Naruto Pav. It was 9 p.m. when I left the motel and started to drive to New Orleans. I arrived at 3 p.m. the afternoon. I didn't know where to find Freya, but I guess I would have to go to the French Quarter first. Besides, I was hungry and needed to get something to eat. I parked my car at the side of the street and walked through the seemed lively. From what Hope told me, New Orleans was where most supernatural species made their homes. My phone rang. I looked at the ID. Elizabeth. She was probably going to give me a earful, since I haven't contacted them in weeks but spoke mostly to Alaric. Hey Eli. I said into the phone as I passed some restaurants. I blinked and saw a restaurant looked like a burger place. The little bell rang as I on the other hand was still ranting and I kept the phone away from my ear as she continued. Okay, are you done now? Yes, I am, and now that I'm relieved that you're alive, I have something important to tell you. My eyebrows furrowed in confusion. If there was anything more important, Rick would have called me. What's wrong? Did something happen? I asked as I took a seat in an empty booth. Yes, it's terrible. Joe, my twin sister. She paused dramatically. All sorts of shit was going through my mind, and I didn't need Lizzie to be such a drama queen. Tell me she's okay. What happened? I asked, clenching my jaw and getting ready to leave. Just as I sat, be honest, I thought she might have gotten sick or something worse, but the next words that came out of Lizzie's mouth, I nearly cracked my phone. She fell in love with the Hobbit and are now dating. I couldn't help the unbelievable laugh that came out of my mouth. I mean, the guy was a flake and I didn't think Joe needed that kind of guy in her life, but I also wasn't going to tell her who not to date. I will sure give her hell when school starts back up though. The waitress came over to me and asked my order. I held up a finger indicating I'd need a minute. She nodded and left. Why are you laughing? This isn't a joke, I'm serious. Like swear on my favorite Louis Vuitton bag, serious. She screamed into the phone. I rolled my eyes. Wow, then you must be serious. But Eli, as weird as I think Joe falling in love with the Hobbit is, I paused, gathering my thoughts. I can't make her break up with him. Then why did I call you? You're useless, she huffed childishly. And here I thought you missed your big bro, feigning offense to her rebuttal. Yeah, don't get butt hurt. Of course I did. And I loathe to admit you're correct in saying we can't stop the Hobbit from getting his grubby paws on my twin. She breathed out. She'd hate it. She will, but I've got to go. I'll speak to you later, Eli. Yeah, go be a spy on your secret, not so secret missions, she dismissed. Not a spy, I prefer ninja, I replied in amusement. Whatever you say, Jackie Chan. I knew who that was because since I told them about my past, she insisted I watch Jackie Chan movies. I don't know whether that's an insult or a compliment, I replied honestly. It could be both. She paused and laughed into the phone. But be safe and talk later. I have to go bleach my eyes from the view Josie so generously provided me with. I didn't even ask because I didn't want to know. I said my goodbyes and ended the call. The waitress was waiting patiently. I smiled in thanks. Sorry about that, little sisters can be dramatic, I said. I'll have a burger, fries and a chocolate shake, thanks, I said. She wrote down the order and disappeared. I waited 15 minutes before my order was delivered. I was hungry and dug immediately into the meal. After a few more minutes she came back. I didn't know where to find Freya, but I needed to ask around. Can I get you anything else, handsome? She flirted. I gave her a polite smile and shook my head before getting an idea. Yeah, I'm looking for a Freya Mikaelson. Any idea where I can find her? I asked, taking a shot. I watched her eyes flash in recognition. You might want to try a bar called Rozo's. She owns it and spends most of her time there. I smiled and looked to her name tag. It read Molly. I paid for my meal and gave her a $50 tip. Thanks, Molly, I appreciate it. She gave me a flirtatious smile as I put on my jacket and exited the booth. Anytime, handsome, she waved. I smiled and left. Rozo's, I thought as I exited. The sun was getting lower, but even so the heat didn't subside. As I continued walking through the streets, I felt people following me. I didn't know whether they were vampires or what there were. There were too many people on the sidewalk. I turned off into an empty alleyway and stood with my back against the wall waiting for my two stalkers to show up. My eyes were closed. I picked up the scent of my two stalkers. I smelled the air. Werewolves. Mind telling me why I have two wolves following me? They seemed stronger than the wolves at school. They probably train much more than our wolves. Arms stayed crossed over my chest as I waited for them to answer. Who are you? And what do you want with the Mikaelson witch? I opened my one eye and glanced at the one who spoke. He looked buff. His muscles were big and even more so because his hands were clenched at his sides, his irritation showing clearly. The wolf next to him had a much calmer demeanor, didn't show much on his face, but he looked ready for a fight. I sighed softly and smiled. Well, I mean, if you need magic done, you go to a witch, no? I said, pushing myself from the wall and put my hands in my pockets as I waited for them to process my words. The calmer wolf decided to speak. He narrowed his eyes as he sized me up. I wasn't built big, but I wasn't scrawny either. Yes, and we want to know why an outsider wants to see her. I shrugged and walked away. Like I said, I need a spell done and apparently she's the best, so if we're done here, I'd like to be on my way. I tried to step away, but the dirty blonde-haired angry wolf stood in my way. Yeah, I don't think you're going anywhere. I narrowed my eyes and looked between the two of them. I smiled smugly. Is that so? They didn't answer, instead, their eyes flashed gold and attacked me. I evaded their punches easily. The dirty-haired blonde swung a right hook and I caught it on my hand and held it. The other dark-haired one attacked from the back as he got closer. I thrusted a kick reinforced with chakra to his midsection that let him sail against the wall. He coughed and groaned, spitting out some blood. My attention returned to the dirty blonde-haired guy, his right hand firmly in my grip as I clenched down and broke his hand. I watched him crumble to the ground holding his now broken hand. I fixed my jacket and nodded toward them. Well, as I was saying, I'll be on my way. It was nice meeting you. I mock saluted and exited the alley. I continued my walk and saw a bar called Rozo's. The sign said closed. I put my hand on the handle and pushed hard. Breaking the bar was dark. The only light sources was the dimmed lights and the window which the sun shined was a tall blonde behind the bar. She looked in her early 30s, still beautiful though. Mikaelson jeans though, gotta love it, I thought with a small chuckle. We're closed, she said, her mouth set in a firm line as she watched me closely. I smiled and scratched my head. Well, your handle is broken, so being the good Samaritan I am, I decided to let the owner know. I paused and put the handle on the table next to me. Here's that broken handle. I took a step closer to the bar, while she watched me under a close eye, but I wasn't bothered. Now I believe under those circumstances a reward is usually given, right? I said easily. She seemed to ignore my previous statement and put the glass down she was cleaning. Who are you and what do you want? I ignored her tone and continued to survey the bar and sensed for other employees there wasn't any as I took a sit at the bar. Name's Naruto Uzumaki, I said, holding my hand out for a handshake. She didn't take the offered hand, instead stared at me suspiciously. I shrugged and took my hand away, interlocking my fingers underneath my chin. Now about that reward, I believe I earned it, especially after I had to deal with two of your guard dogs. Her hand clenched. Did you kill them? She asked shortly. I laughed and shook my head. No, but I'm a busy guy, so I want you to tell me where I could find coal. She scoffed. I don't know a coal. She lied easily. My expression remained the same. Oh, silly me, let me clarify. I'd like you to tell me where I could find your brother Freya Mikaelson, I said with a small smile. Naruto Pav. As the words were uttered, she muttered some kind of spell. I tried to move and sighed. You won't be able to move, she said, holding her hand. Of course, a paralysis spell. Hope often used this when we sparred. I grunted but ultimately decided to stay still, and let her have the upper hand. I'm sure she wanted to know why all of a sudden I was looking for her brother, since they probably had many enemies. I see that, yes, I answered and relaxed my body. You don't seem worried. She raised an eyebrow in question. I'm not especially worried. I could get out of this spell, I admit. I paused, flexing a bit. She put more power into the spell. It's much stronger than I'm used to, but this gives you some ease, so I'll stay in here. I attempted to shrug, but it didn't come off as such. Why are you looking for coal? Did he hurt someone you care for and now you're looking for revenge? I chuckled softly and shook my head at the question. No, however, he does have information I need. I don't care what he did in his life, it's not my business, I said honestly. And what information would that be? I don't think you would know what I need to know, so if you could please direct me to where I could find him, that would be just super, I said with some humor. Clearly she didn't find it amusing and strengthened the hold. I heard the door open and turned my head and saw a blonde walk in. She was about 5, 6 feet and blonde hair hung over her shoulders. She had a feisty look about her, but she was very attractive. Sister, what do we have here? She pointed toward me. I flared my chakra and broke the spell, fixing my jacket. Rebecca Mikaelson, I presume. I looked to her and she raised an eyebrow and nodded. The Mikaelsons sure had some luck in the gene pool, I said quietly. I walked around the bar and looked at the pictures on the wall. I took one off. It was a younger Hope. She was probably 15 in the picture. Her blue eyes shone brightly as she smiled with her mother. How did you get out of that spell? Asked Freya, confused. I answered without looking away from the picture. I felt Rebecca come closer as well as Freya. They were cautious but didn't attack. I told you I could get out of it easily, but I let you keep it up because I'm not looking for trouble. I just want to know where your brother is, so that I can ask him my questions and get back to the Salvatore school, I said when I finally put the picture back on the wall and turned to the two blonde women who now watched me. Their suspicion turned to curiosity. You're from the school Alaric and Caroline started. What are you? I don't sense any magic, and you're definitely not a vampire, she trailed off. I'm something completely different, and I'll leave it at that, so can you help me or not? Rebecca answered, now crossing her arms over her chest. Answer this first. She paused and pointed to the picture I was looking at. Do you know who she is? I turned back and smiled at the picture and nodded my head. I do, and that's why I need to speak to your brother. Rebecca looked to her sister and nodded. All right, if you have a car you can follow us back to our home, but if you try anything I don't care. If you're a student at Salvatore I'll stick your head on a pike. Rebecca threatened, seriously flashing her vampire face. If I wasn't completely in love with my darling I might have flirted with her a bit and said something completely perverted, but I held my tongue and nodded my head. Yeah sure, no worries. I waved off and walked toward the door. I looked down to the handleless door and turned back. You really need to get this door looked at, I said with a smirk before going to my car. Hope Pav. I aimlessly wondered the dark void waiting for Ryan to show up. I really hoped I was making the right choice. From the look on your face I'd say you've made up your mind, he said from in front of me, scaring the living shit out of me in the process. What the hell? I said with my eyes wide, watching the curly-haired man smirk. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, Hope. I would have believed him if it wasn't for that damn smirk on his face. I scoffed, regaining my composure. Sure you didn't, I muttered and decided to this over with. So how do we get out of here? I asked plainly. Well, since you're giving my father, let's say, indigestion. He questioned before continuing. He wants you out, and there's a specific place that I know of where the monsters spawn from. I see, so you want us to be there, and when he gets ready to spit out a monster it'll be us instead. He nodded. Well, that sounds easy. Too easy, what's the catch? He chuckled. Smart girl, the catch is that there's no set time for this spawning or monsters to take place. I highly doubt my bastard father keeps a diary. He said the last bit sarcastically. I sighed inwardly, I knew it wouldn't be too easy. Why hasn't Malivore risen yet? I asked because if I didn't kill him and all 3 keys were used, he should have risen and well wreaked havoc, but it didn't seem like there was any activity whatsoever. Now that is a story for another time. Besides, if you think hard enough I'm sure you'll arrive at the answer, Hope, he said. Now follow me. I nodded and walked behind him, pondering his words. Malivore needed 3 keys to rise, but he didn't have a body to use since he was just a golem. Think, Hope. What could be necessary for him to unleash all those monsters that he collected over the centuries that he roamed freely? Ryan and Landon are his sons, but it seemed Ryan didn't want to collect the keys in the first place. The first key activated after Landon entered the school, and he said there was a voice that wanted him to steal it. The same thing happened with the common link is Landon. My eyes widened and I stopped dead in my tracks. He created his own sons so he would have a vessel. I breathed out unbelievably. The lengths he went to, and here I thought he was lonely and wanted a family, but that wasn't it. I saw Ryan stop as well. He didn't turn around, but the tension in his shoulders were enough to know that I hit the nail on the head. I'm right, aren't I? He created you to have a vessel, but since he already had Landon, why impregnate Sayla? I asked to him and continued to walk, and I followed. There was some silence before I heard him speak. I didn't have what was necessary for my father to inhabit my body. I wasn't enough. He trailed off, trying to act indifferently, but there was something else in his tone. Sadness, regret, or even maybe anger. I didn't know what it was, but it was clear he resented his father. So then he told me to find a woman that would be good enough to birth a new vessel. He chuckled without humor. That's where Sayla comes in. She wanted to be of use to the Triad, and so I chose her as an incubator. I saw his fist clench. I was disgusted by how easily he did what his father wanted. Then came Landon. Once he got what he wanted, he pushed her back into the world, until the time for Landon to be of proper age so that he could use his body as a vessel. He finished off. I shook my head sadly as I listened to him speak. I'm not sure whether he meant to tell me all that, but it was abundantly clear to me there was no love lost between his father and himself. I see, that's why you kidnapped Landon from the school, not only to find the last artifact but also because he was necessary, but when I jumped in I messed up your plans. I half-stated, half-asked. You did, but thanks to you I no longer have to deal with my father's control. He stopped, turning to face me. His voice no longer echoes in my mind to do his bidding, so yes, maybe I'm thankful to you for that, he said before putting his mask back up and motioned with his hand. We're here. I still don't trust you, I said honestly. He laughed, but it held real amusement. I never expected you to, but like I said, I'll go my own way and try and live my own life while you deal with all this mess. He shrugged as he so easily absconded responsibility. I scoffed. Real responsible of you, I said sarcastically. I know, I'm the poster child for responsibility. He played along. Now we wait. I asked even though I knew the answer already. Yup, he said, popping the pea like a kid. I sat and wondered how long I would have to wait for Malivore to spit me back up. The objective I had didn't change. I needed to complete my transition and find a pit and do the same thing over again. Naruto Pav. I followed the Mikaelsons SUV in my car. They pulled off to a property in the middle of the French Quarter. It was clear it was more residential, but when I got out of the car, the house looked big. I passed a pole with a poster and Hope's face on it. I stared at the woman in front of me. There was something weird. It's clear they were looking for Hope, but they didn't know who she was. I walked behind Rebecca and Freya and came to some gates, the Mikaelson crest adorning it, the same one Hope wore as a place looked old but well preserved. Welcome to the abattoir, said Rebecca. I looked around the compound. It was big, olden, but it suited the Mikaelsons and the stories Hope used to tell me about her family. I honestly felt like I knew them, but I didn't expect to meet them like this. I picked up 3 other signatures in the home. One was small like a baby and the other 2 was strong. I could feel the power roll off them. The one had a similar signature to Rebecca. Before I could continue my thoughts, I heard a British accent ring off the walls of the entrance. I looked to the balcony where the voice came from. There stood a man with dark brown hair and dark brown eyes, probably about 6'1". He looked into between 18 to 19. Do you trust me, that little sister, that you couldn't leave me with my nephew for even an hour? He asked with a smirk. I watched him and Rebecca banter back and forth before his attention turned to me. And it appears you've picked up a stray, he said curiously, his eyes sizing me up. I wouldn't call myself a stray per se, I said, shrugging off his comment. More like a curious fox. I grinned, giving my own fox grin with a glint in my eye. I watched Cole as his facial expression changed. You know what they say, curiosity killed the cat, he quipped from his position on the stairs. Perhaps, but a cat didn't have the cunningness of a fox to avoid such a predictable death, I retorted easily. I see. And what business does a curious fox have in the home of the original family? He said, using his vampire speed to try and intimidate me, but my eyes followed his movement. He way faster than the other vampires, but with the receiving the Rinnegan combined with my innate abilities, I was able to do it. He was now close to my face. I stared back at him, unflinching with a bored expression. Malivore, I said. I saw the flash of recognition in his face. His hand reached out to put me in a chokehold. I dodged it and kicked him across the room. Hope was right about you. Always the act first, ask questions later kind of guy, I said with a grin and flashed my canines and waited for him to come at me, but Rebecca stopped him with a hand to his chest. Why do you look like you've seen a ghost, brother? She asked, half confused and half, then turned her attention to me. And why do you know that name? He didn't answer. Instead he stared me down, but I raised my eyebrow. Because Hope Andrea Mikaelson is my girlfriend, and for some reason I'm the only one of this god-forsaken planet that remembers her. My jaw clenched as I said it and stared straight at Rebecca. Alright, let's just all calm down, Cole. Put away your fangs and stop trying to attack one of Alaric's students. She looked to me. And do you mind explaining who this girl is? Because we found pictures and letters with that name, but no one in our family remembers who she is. I sighed. First of all, I'm not a student, more of a self-defense instructor at the school, I said to Freya, and watched Cole, still watching me suspiciously. Second of all, I need a drink. You've got any whiskey or bourbon? I looked to the vampires and witch in the room. Aren't you underage? I shrugged. Old enough to kill, old enough to drink is my motto, so any whiskey. Rebecca chuckled while Cole smiled a bit at what I said, but Freya shook her head and took a seat on the couch. Here you go, so why don't you tell us what you know? She said, handing me the drink. I drank some of it and nodded. I'll show you some of my memories of her, I said, sitting on the sofa facing the Mikaelsons. I just need you to make direct eye contact with me. Why? Asked Cole suspiciously. I sighed. I don't expect you to trust. You Mikaelsons have the same trust issues. To answer your question, Cole, it would let me project my memories so that you can see that the person you were looking for exists. I said. The rest nodded. Go ahead, and don't think I forgot about that dig at our family, huffed Cole as they made eye contact with me. Real quick, I realized Naruto had this kind of ability when he shared his chakra, but it's obviously a bit different in my story, so yeah, anyway, back to the story. Third Pav. Naruto flipped through the signs for the jutsu quickly and murmured, Memory Kyoyu no Jutsu, he said before his eyes changed to the magenta Rinnegan he possessed and started playing the memories he had of Hope. Pleasure to meet you, but I still haven't got the lovely lady's name. He smiled charmingly at Hope. Hope for her part was surprised but decided to introduce herself. I'm Hope Andrea Mikaelson, she said, smiled and shook her hand and brought it up to his mouth and placed a soft kiss on the back of it. A beautiful name for a beautiful woman, I suppose. He smiled before letting go. He watched the girl's cheeks tint a lovely pink. Asterisk. Different memory. Naruto stepped over to the girl who was trying desperately not to let her tears spill. His heart ached for the emotions he saw swirling in her. Blue pulled her against his chest and held her as she sobbed. I'm sorry, does it make me a monster for wanting to kill him because he betrayed my trust? She asked brokenly. Naruto sighed and spoke next to her ear. You're not a monster, Hope. A monster is something that no longer feels anything after they've taken a life. A monster feels nothing but hatred. He moved her face, cupping her cheeks, staring into her eyes. You, Hope Andrea Mikaelson, are not a monster. You were hurt, betrayed in the worst way by someone you cared about. It hurts. But Alaric is right, hatred and vengeance is not the way to vent. That is the worst kind of punishment for those who cut you so deeply. Forgive and move on and be better. He smiled, using his thumbs to wipe away her tears. I don't know your father, but I'm sure Alaric has his own version of who he thought he was, but I know that you do too. Others tend to only see the bad and never the good, so don't give in to the hatred, alright? Different memory. My father was the original hybrid Klaus Mikaelson, my mother the werewolf Alpha Haley Marshall. She began to tell him her story from what she could remember as a child, from what her aunts told her happened when she was a baby. She told him about how her father sent her away from New Orleans, her kingdom, while he made sure her home was safe enough for her to return. She told him about how when she was 7 she met her family and her father for the first time since she was a baby. I was 7 and an ancient magic was in me. I lived with it for a couple of months until it made me hear whispers. It was awful. She said her voice had broken slightly as she was telling him about her past. It hurt. She never really discussed it with him or anyone really, and now the dam was bursting. He raised his head and reversed their positions as he leaned against the headboard, holding the girl between his legs and allowed her to cry into his chest. You don't have to continue if it's too difficult, princess, he said softly. It saddened him that she went through hell since before she was born. People trying to kill her just like him, but the difference was she had a family that would go to the ends of the world to protect her. No, I want to just keep holding me, please, she half pleaded. Always, princess, always, he said softly. For a moment everything was quiet and the only sounds that was heard in the room was their heartbeats, and broke the silence and started talking. It got too much. My 7-year-old body couldn't handle an ancient spirit and everything else at the same time. My family made a sacrifice. My Aunt Freya Mikaelson wasn't as the strongest witch after my grandmother Esther and Grand Aunt Dahlia. She used a spell that took the hollow out of me and split it amongst my father, my Uncle Cole, Uncle Elijah and Aunt Rebecca. The sacrifice was that we couldn't be in the same place, never mind the same state, so each of them traveled to different parts of the world, while still promising always and forever. She paused and took a breath. Quote. Different memory. Naruto sparred with Hope on the deck near the lake. Stop overextending. Use your anger and aggression, don't let it use you, Hope, he said as he dodged the furious punches. I know. He got her into a chokehold. She stomped her foot onto his and knocked the back of her head against his nose, used a roundhouse kick nailing him into his midsection, and watched him sail into a tree. He got up and wiped the blood from his nose and watched the girl raise an eyebrow. You mean like that? She wore the Mikaelson smirk. He chuckled. Exactly like that. He ran towards her, again. Different memory. Who are you? And how did you get past the others? I raised my eyebrow as I held 2 kunai in my hands and tilted my head to the question. How do you think? I asked sarcastically. The man looked angry. He raised his gun and aimed to shoot me, but I appeared behind him, sliding the kunai through the flesh in his neck. I was angry because he threatened my mate and my voice held a demonic quality as I spoke. I'll see you in hell, you fucker, I said, removing the kunai as he dropped to the ground, losing blood by the liter. His eyes dropped as his chest heaved one last breath. I sighed and put his body in the scroll before turning to Hope and the twins. You were shot, said Hope. I grimaced but didn't let it show on my face. My face was blank. I'm fine. I waved off her concern. She looked to me, but I turned my gaze to Josie and ripped the gate off the cell. Hope, give her your blood, I said before I felt a pain near my chest. The bleeding started up again. Fuck, I breathed heavily, leaning up against the wall trying to expel the poison. Hope cut her hand and let Josie drink her blood. After a few seconds Josie's bleeding stopped and Hope came near me. Come on, you two, baby, you're not healing. I shook my head as I opened my eyes. Stop being stubborn, those bullets are made from mud of Malivore. Come on please, she pleaded with tears in her eyes. I'll be fine, your blood won't work, Hope, I said honestly. She looked confused. Your blood or vampire blood causes havoc in my system, so relax, I won't die. I cracked a smile. I heard footsteps and shoved her behind me, but I saw Alaric's face and he looked relieved. Different memory. I didn't expect you to be awake so quickly. I tried to move, but I felt my arms chained. My gaze traveled up to see it was chained into the wall. What is this, Hope? I said, pulling on the chains, but the pain in chest made it more difficult. I didn't want you to stop me, she said, looking down at the ground. Stop what, Hope? I was getting I'm even more frustrated by her vague answers. I'm going to stop Malivore by jumping in there, she said, finally looking in my eyes. My mouth dropped open. No. No, you are not doing that. Please, we can find another way. There is no other way. Malivore was created by a witch, vampire and wolf, she said, chuckling dryly. I am the loophole, Naruto, don't you see? I shook my head, refusing to let her do something so stupid. I always wondered whether I was a miracle or a mistake, she said, trying to convince me, or maybe herself. I didn't know, but what I did know was that she was never a mistake. That's simple. You are always a miracle, never a mistake, Hope, I said sincerely, pulling on the chains. Laughed and came to me, kissing me. I love you so much, baby, but I have to do this, she said, walking away. I tried pulling more. I felt it giving way. Hope, if you do this, I'll hate you, I said, trying to convince myself. My eyes were filling with tears as I watched her smile sadly. You could never, but you won't remember me anyway. No one will. She walked to the guy who just woke up and casted some kind of spell. I watched her stepping closer to the edge of the pit. Hope, I screamed as jumped into the pit. My tears were streaming down my face as I felt my eyes burning even more, but I didn't care about any of that. I needed to get to her before she jumped. I gathered all my strength, breaking the chains. I ripped the wall and heard it crumble. I ran over to the pit, but it sealed up. My fists were raw as I pounded the ground, screaming her name. At that time I didn't even realize that I could still remember her, that she wasn't erased from my memory. Hope, please come back. Naruto Pav. Memory Kyoyu Kai. I said. I finished my drink and put the glass down on the table. The expressions and emotions in the room was difficult to take in. There was confusion, sadness, regret, and own eyes were glassy as I calmed myself down. Cole's expression was hard while the two blondes had tears in their eyes. So the reason none of you remember your niece is because she jumped into Malivore to stop it from rising, I said, staring down at the glass in my hand and back up to the Mikaelsons, and the reason I was looking for Cole is because he was the vampire that helped create it in the first place. Third Pav. Bloody hell, Cole, when did you have time to do this? Asked Rebecca angrily. She waited for her brother to answer. He stared at her, rolling his eyes before he stood up and poured himself a drink. You mean between father chasing us for sport and Niklaus having a fetish for sticking me into coffins? He asked sarcastically. I made some time, he said without any real venom. He finished his drink. Oh please, you know why you were stuck into a coffin? Because you kept drawing attention to us when you knew our vampire hunting father was on our trail and you loved leaving dead bodies in your wake, she answered with as much snark as she could. Freya sat between her siblings as she realized the gravity of the situation. They forgot the hybrid's daughter. She was erased like she never looked to the young blonde boy's expression. His expression was dark and his jaw clenched as her two youngest brother and sister went and rubbed the bridge of her nose and exhaled. Enough, Cole. Rebecca, you both are more than 1,000 years. Act like it, she said, strongly staring between the two. Cole narrowed his eyes at Rebecca and nodded his head shortly. Despite his snark, he knew the situation was serious, and unlike the rest of them, he knew why Malivore was created in the first place. Naruto, you said Malivore was created and my youngest brother helped. That means there were others, yes? Yeah, a witch and a werewolf. I'm assuming both of them are dead, and Cole was the only lead I could find when I raided and interrogated the organization that supposedly watched over Malivore for centuries since its creation. He paused before tapping his glass in question whether he could pour himself another. Freya understood and nodded at the unasked question. He poured himself a drink and kept speaking. The Triad, like they are named, set out to eradicate threats that could possibly endanger the human race. However, recently they've decided that the supernatural community became too big and wanted to raise Malivore once more to annihilate said population. He paused, taking his seat once more and sipping on his drink. Starting with the Salvatore school, the memory you saw where Hope was in a transitioning cellar, that was the day they decided to get more hands-on and infiltrated the school. It goes without saying that certain events lead to Alaric and myself being away from campus. However, once I returned, I killed them all. I finished strongly. Cole watched the blonde as he spoke. He listened to what he said about the triad. He himself knew they probably decided to take things into their own. By the time Malivore was done, Klaus had found him and stuck him into a coffin for another 100 or so. Decided to ask his own questions. He needed to know who this guy was and what he was. What are you? He asked from his seat. He watched the boy's expression remain blank. Naruto merely sighed and decided to be honest. I'm not from this dimension originally, he answered shortly. As to what I am, I'm a fox demon, and no, I'm not kidding, he said seriously. Wait, another dimension? Asked Rebecca, confused. She didn't think about there being different worlds. I see, perhaps that's the reason you remember Hope, said Freya, realizing why she couldn't pick up any magic but felt a different kind of energy from the young blonde. This place you're from, is it called the Elemental Nations perhaps? Asked Cole, leaning forward from his position on the couch. Naruto's gaze snapped up to meet his, narrowed his eyes. How do you know that name? He asked quickly. The man I spoke to was from there, and I'll tell you this: the reason Malivore was created wasn't to deal with fairies and unicorns. He thought of the kind of thing they locked away. It was dangerous. If let Malivore rose and that thing came out of its cage, it would spell disaster for both the humans and supernatural. What do you mean? And what does that have to do with my home world? Naruto's glass nearly cracked under the pressure of his hand tightening around the object. Cole sighed, and his mind wandered back to centuries ago when he first met the red-haired man. Perhaps a coincidence or even fate. Not that he was one to believe in such trivial things, but even so he had to admit it seemed like fate. I was traipsing around the world when I ran into him. He was on a ship trying to find something. For some reason I didn't want to drain him. We got to talking and I figured he wasn't from here. He said his home was the Elemental Nations, but he had a job to do. Being the curious man I was, I asked what it was. He then told me his name, Kazuma Uzumaki. He paused when he heard a glass drop to the floor. He followed the object to the person who dropped it. The blonde now stared at Cole, wide eyes. You said Uzumaki? He asked to clarify. Yes. Are you going to interrupt me again? He asked, somewhat irritated. No, but Uzumaki is my surname, and in my world, being or having that surname means that it was possibly someone from my clan. He reasoned. Perhaps. He did give me a scroll thing to hold onto, but no matter how I tried I could never open that damn thing. Rebecca and Freya sighed inwardly. Brother, continue please, said Freya, and she listened to the story. Ah yes, so he told me of his homeland. I was intrigued. They didn't use magic, instead they were born with something called chakra and would allow them to do certain techniques. Anyway, we became friends and he told me why he was here. He was in search of a strong witch, vampire and werewolf, since he found out about the supernatural creatures in this world, to lock something away. Something that if given the chance to roam free would ruin the balance of nature and destroy life. He paused and fought a shiver when he remembered what Kazuma told him of the demon and how he continued to get strong. So then I offered to help, and besides I've always been interested in helping witches create amazing spells. Sadly, once I was done and the creature was transferred into Malivore, Kazuma died and asked that I ensure said creature is never released. I couldn't really make good on my words since Klaus had found me 2 weeks later and put a dagger in me, he finished off. You don't know what this thing is or what it does? Cole shook his head. Like I said, he gave me scroll but died before he could explain what the scroll says, he shrugged. Rebecca and Freya was digesting the information, but Naruto's mind was working fast as he listened to the original retell his story and encounter with his possible clansmen. Do you still have it, Cole? The scroll, that is. Cole looked to the blonde and nodded. Sure, it's in a crypt I keep in the cemetery with all the magical artifacts I've gathered over the centuries. Why? If I'm right, which I really hope I am, perhaps I need to channel chakra into the scroll. Besides, the Uzumaki from my world was known for the fueijutsu sealing arts, he explained for the benefit of the rest. Cole realized he was right. Since they were from the same world, he might have a better chance of opening it. Sure, I'll get it, he said and vamped sped away to the cemetery. Naruto was deep in thought. He heard his name being called before he looked to Rebecca calling him. I'm sorry, what? He asked. I'm saying, how can you be a fox demon? You don't look very demony. She asked unsurely. He chuckled, because that's the exact thing Hope told him. Sorry, Hope said the same thing. I'll show you my Hanyu form. He said and removed his jacket. He willed his Hanyu form to come out. Instead of 6 feet, he was now 6 feet 2. His eyes were magenta, the Rinnegan present, the 9 tails protruded from his tailbone and swung around loosely. His hair remained the same, but there was fox ears on top of his head. Freya, you're seeing this right? I'm not going mad? She asked her sister. Yeah, I am, Becca. It's amazing. I thought other dimensions existed, though I never thought this would be possible. she said, fascinated by the chuckle, and reverted back to himself. So yeah, when I say I'm a fox, I'm definitely serious, he said with amusement, as much as he could given the current situation. Wait, how did you get here? Asked Rebecca. I died. I was fighting a war. One did what was necessary to save my people, and I died while taking the shithead with me. He smiled a bit. After that I was given a chance to embrace my heritage, so to speak, and then Cammy sent me here and said that an evil was coming and whether I'd like to participate or enjoy heaven. He shrugged and picked up the broken glass on the floor. You chose to come here. Are you positively insane? You must be. Why not enjoy the afterlife? Simple. I am an idiot, but since I made my choice I've never regretted it, and then meeting Hope was really just an amazing bonus. He smiled and took his seat. I don't even know what to say, chuckled Rebecca unbelievably while Freya shook her head in disbelief. Whoosh. Naruto looked up at Cole, throwing him a scroll. It was old, but it looked like it had a preservation seal on. Examined the rest of the seal. What's going on here? Cole asked his two sisters. Rebecca laughed softly. Nothing, brother, just questioning our young friend's sanity, she said vaguely. Cole looked confused but shrugged it off and turned his attention to Naruto. It's a blood seal, he murmured to no one in particular. Blood seal. So all I had to do was put some blood on it? He questioned unbelievably. Naruto nodded and gave him the scroll to try it. Cole cut his finger and smeared it onto the seal, but nothing happened. I think you're wrong, mate, it's not working, he said, handing back the scroll. Naruto decided to take a chance. Maybe. He bit his own thumb and dragged it across the seal. He heard a clicking sound as the seal opened. I suppose it's really as your clansman then, he said as he looked at the knotted without looking at read the scroll. It was in kanji. To whoever is reading this, I'm sure by now you've realized that only a member of the main Uzumaki clan can on this scroll. This scroll has all the remaining treasures and forbidden jutsus from the Uzumaki clan. Our clan and Uzushiogakure was destroyed in the Third Ninja War. Our home was the prison to a foul demon that roamed the elemental nations before. Only the clan heads were aware of this beast, as it was dangerous and was sealed away. Since the war occurred, my father thought that the seals would degrade over time, thus the demon would be set a last-ditch effort, and with my sister Kushina already in Konoha, he sealed the demon in me and teleported me by using a forbidden jutsu to this world. I have been lucky enough to find people with the power to create a new prison for the demon. However, once I completed the transfer, my body will die and life force drained. This beast cannot be held by a human being nor a supernatural creature. The only reason I could hold out so long was because I am an Uzumaki and we are blessed with amazing vitality. So if you're reading this, it means that the demon might be unleashed. I apologize for putting this burden on you, and I hope you succeed in making sure the world does not fall prey to its influence. Sincerely, Uzukage Kazuma Uzumaki. Naruto inhaled a deep breath and exhaled sadly. This was my mother's brother, but from the time this happened and the third war in my home world doesn't make sense unless there's a distortion between our two dimensions. He spoke out loud. Perhaps you're right, I mean, considering that he teleported here somehow, shrugged Cole. Yeah, they used a forbidden jutsu to bring him here, but I don't think they were intending it to be this place exactly, but like he said in the letter, he got lucky. He paused, rolling up the letter and resealing it. Mind if I keep this? My clan's techniques are in here and they aren't any use to you guys since you don't use chakra. Cole waved off. It's your uncle anyways, but at least now I know why he died since it was so sudden. Thanks, Itmaya. He was cut off by the ringer on his phone. Sorry, he said to the Mikaelsons before he answered the phone. Rick, what's up? Hey, I just wanted to know how your search was going and whether you found what you needed. Yeah, and I might be headed back soon. Any new monsters I need to know about? I asked. I wouldn't say monster, but I think you might want to get a look for yourself, he said vaguely. Alright, I'll be back in a couple of hours. He ended the call with Alaric and turned back to the Mikaelsons. Thank you for everything, Cole, Rebecca and Freya, I appreciate it, but I've got to get back to Mystic Falls. What about our niece? Asked Rebecca as she stood up. I'm not sure, but Freya, isn't there a spell you could use to remember her? Or something? He asked, looking between the three originals. Freya nodded. I suppose Davina and I can work on it, but I want you to keep in touch if you find out anything new, especially since this seems way bigger than just your school. He nodded. You're right, I might call in some help, but before that I need to get some more information on this creature. I said seriously. They shared the contact information. Later, Cole, try not to get daggered by your sisters, he said and walked out of the home, while Cole cursed at him. Bloody fox. He shook his head and went up to his room, leaving Rebecca and Freya in the room alone. What do you think he meant by help? Asked Rebecca. I don't know, but I'm sure it's someone strong and would be more help in this situation. This affects the entire world, Becca. She replied seriously as she walked up the stairs to her room to try and write up a spell that could make them remember Niklaus's daughter. I'm sure you'd dagger us all for even forgetting her in the first place, wouldn't you? Niklaus thought Freya to herself. Naruto Pav. I drove about 10 hours straight. Well, my clone did, and I got some rest in the passenger seat. I'm convinced they're getting minds of their own considering the death glares I get where I create them to do a menial task. When I arrived back in Mystic Falls, it was about 8 a.m. the following morning. I pulled up to the school wondering what would be so urgent that Alaric needed me back so quickly. There was only a week left of summer vacation and the students were coming back from their vacation. Some parents dropped their kids off. I spied a few cars and saw Caleb exit with MG. Which reminded me I should talk to MG about how I killed his mother. I could imagine how that conversation was going to go. I couldn't very well go up to him and say, "Hey MG, listen, I killed your mom, but she was a raging bitch, she deserved it." I scoffed at my thoughts, sure that was going to go over real well with the vampire, I thought with sarcasm. I parked my car in the garage and grabbed my duffel bag, slung it over my shoulder and greeted some of the students with a wave of my. Surprised me that some parents sent the kids back after the break. Well, maybe that's because they didn't tell their parents of the monsters attacking the school. I gave MG and Caleb a small salute. MG, I'd like to talk to you once I check in with Dr. S. Meet me at the deck in an hour. I said to the boy. He looked confused but nodded. Sure thing, Cap. I chuckled at the name and continued my journey to Alaric's office. I heard two voices. One sounded like Josie and the other latter of the two sounded frustrated. I knocked and stuck my head through the door as Rick motioned me to come in. We'll talk about this later, Josie, please don't look more into it. It's dangerous, all right, he said pleadingly. The girl gave him a short nod. I promise, Dad, she said. I felt her emotions. She was lying. I looked at her as she passed. She gave me a smile and a hug. Whatever you're planning, don't do it, Gisette. I whispered near her ear. I saw her eyes widen before she nodded quickly and left the office. I heard the door close and looked to Rick. He was rubbing his temples. You look more stressed than usual. What happened? I asked as I sat on the sofa as I heard the man heave a sigh filled with looked to me tiredly. Another pit opened, he said shortly. My eyes widened. Where? My tone changed immediately, and I felt the tension in my shoulders as I forced myself to relax. In an old tomb, crypt where nearly a century ago vampires were imprisoned in. He paused when he saw the confusion on my face. The tomb was used by the town's council when vampires had become a bit of a problem, so the council employed a Bennett witch to set a boundary spell around it so that the vampires inside would be desiccated and never bother the townsfolk again. But over everything that happened a couple of years ago, the vampires were set loose and a lot of shit happened. I watched him now in story mode as he explained about the Petrova doppelganger being imprisoned there. So Katerina tricked Stefan Salvatore, and well, let's just say many things happened back then, but anyway, the tomb was empty and now there's a pit in the middle of it, he finished. I understood the story, and Mystic Falls sure had a messed up history with vampires and witches, and it seemed like this Elena was in the middle of everything. Okay, thanks for the history lesson, Rick. I gave the man a small smile. But how did we discover this new pit? I'm sure not many students or people could walk in a place that has a barrier spell around it. I watched his head hit the table with a soft thud as he murmured, "Who found it and undid the spell?" What was that? I asked. The man sighed and repeated his sentence. I said, "Lizzie, my daughter found it, but she swears there wasn't any spell around it." My eyes furrowed. What would Lizzie being that far away from the school? She usually just goes to the square or the mall. Apparently she got turned around and lost when she was on a walk to get away from the disgusting image of watching her sister and Hobbit kiss. Her words, not mine, he said, repressing a shudder at probably thinking about his daughter in a compromising position with the Hobbit. I couldn't help the laugh that came from my mouth when I saw Rick's face contort into an disgusting expression. I'm sorry, Rick. I apologized before I sighed and leaned my head on the back of the sofa. But how are these things formed? Is it just a natural occurrence? Or is there a trigger? I questioned with my eyes closed. I'm not sure, but I do want some witches to try and put a barrier spell around the crypt. Whatever or however it's created, we need to make sure it stays contained, he said seriously. I nodded and decided to share the information I found when I was in New Orleans. I explained everything to Rick about what Cole told me and what I read in the letter, but I told him I wasn't able to unseal the scroll yet since he called and said I needed to get back here. So Malivore was never supposed to create it for the monsters we faced so far. I shook my head. No, it seems like whatever is in Malivore needs to stay there, but if Malivore is freed, whatever this demon is might be released with him. I inhaled a breath and looked at Alaric, and then Malivore will be the least of our problems, Alaric. It's just one thing after the other, but hopefully we stop Malivore before he has the opportunity to be raised, he said somewhat optimistically. It's great to be optimistic, Rick, I've got no problem with that, but we need to plan for the worst case scenario. By the look on Rick's face, he agreed with me. That's great, but we have no idea how these pits are forming, what the trigger is, and why there hasn't been any monsters yet. I nodded at the man and understood the frustration in his voice. We didn't have many. New Malivore needed the 3 keys to rise and land and activated them, but the Hope took a dive into the pit and closed it. Now there was another one. Was it a natural occurrence, and why in those specific spots? Is there anything we can use to find out whether this thing is a natural occurrence or whether it contains magical properties? I asked, rubbing my chin. Snapped his fingers and stood to his feet and ran over to the books he had and looked through them. I watched the man curiously for a couple of minutes before I decided to ask what he was looking for. Bro, not that I don't appreciate the exuberance you're showcasing right now, I said. The man scoffed but ignored it and continued, but mind telling me what you're looking for? Yeah, I read something when I did my thesis in university about something called the Lazarus Pit. It would form naturally and have healing properties. They formed all over the world, or so it was said. He recited from memory. I nodded along, though I didn't understand what that had to do with our current situation. Okay, and for those of us that didn't find pits interesting, what does that have to do with our situation? Absolutely nothing, he said excitedly. I narrowed my eyes and sighed. Rick, if it has nothing to do with our pit, why are you telling me this? Because if it isn't formed naturally or from nature itself, someone must be creating it, or at least have the ability to create it, so it's magic. I breathed out. He nodded and handed me the book where it explained Lazarus Pit's properties and how it's formed. But who? He asked, now sitting on the desk. The only thing I can think of is the necromancer. I paused and gained his attention. Listen to me here. He's the only monster we haven't killed or sent back to Malivore because Hope let him get away. So what if he created another pit? That means black magic, and there are only 2 witches I know of who would be able to find the magical properties of said spell. He groaned. I have to call Bonnie Bennett. All right, you do that and I will go speak to MG about his mother, I said as I got up from the sofa. And when or if she agrees to do this, let me know and I'll accompany you to the new pit. I told the man before opening the door. Good luck with that, it's going to be a tough conversation. I nodded and sighed inwardly, muttering beneath my breath, don't I know it? The lake. I stood on the deck watching the sun rise higher into the sky. The water of the lake was blue and green mixed together. The water was still barely any ripples. It seemed was one of the places where Hope and I spent most of our time. We talked, laughed and sparred here, and now I was going to deliver some very bad news to a student who didn't deserve it, but standing here provided me with some peace. I felt someone watching me, but when I turned I didn't see anything. Shrugging off the feeling, I heard and smelled MG approaching me. He stood at my side. There was a bit of silence before he broke it and spoke. Naruto, what's up? I don't think you just called me here to enjoy the view. He asked. I sighed, turned to face him and nodded. My face remained blank. I wouldn't show any emotion when I delivered the news because I'm sure he would hate me regardless. You're right, Milton Grizzly. His eyes widened slightly. First name and last, yikes, this sounds serious. He chuckled but stopped when he didn't see my expression change. I looked him dead in the eye as I spoke. Milton, a couple of days ago I had to do something for the safety of the school. As you know, the Triad, the organization that infiltrated and attacked the school before summer, was the organization in charge of Malivore. We didn't know much about them, so when everything was done with I went to their bases that we knew of and interrogated their people. I paused, letting the information sink in. I watched the boy nod. This led me to a place in Houston, Pasadena. They had a warehouse facility and the person who ordered the attack on the school was there. Okay, I get their bad news and all, Capitan, but why are you explaining this to me? Wouldn't it be better with the whole super squad present? He asked, confused, his eyebrows furrowed. Because when I got there, the person who ordered the attack was your mother, Veronica Grizzly. Before he could interrupt, I continued. She and the Triad were trying to raise Malivore to rid Earth of supernatural creatures. But that mean? I cut him off. I saw his expression change. His eyes were filling up with tears and his fist clenched at his sides. That's right, Milton. Even though you were her son, she wanted to get rid of all of the supernatural creatures. I interrogated her, and once the information was given to me under duress, I ended her life. I finished. I heard the boy take on a sharp breath. His face changed slowly. The black veins spread underneath his brown skin. her eyes dilated and became completely black. You killed my mom, he said loudly and angrily. I gave him a short nod with an answer in an indifferent tone. Yes, I did. My hands were clasped behind my back as I watched the vampire battle with himself. I felt a punch to my face, applying chakra to my feet, and held my ground as he launched his violent assault. You killed her and you act like it was nothing. A growl sounded from his chest. I said nothing and took his punches. He screamed at me, fight back. I didn't, my mouth filled with blood. I could feel my jaw fracture underneath the weight of his punches. He hit my midsection. I coughed a bit and spat. The blood from my punches started to weaken. I sighed inwardly. My wounds were already healing, but there would still be a bruise of 2 for a couple of hours. I grabbed both his hands and held them in my grip. His head fell forward against my chest. Why don't you fight back? He asked through the tears streaming from his face. Don't you regret it? I felt him slump in my arms. I had taught him to accept his vampire side, embrace it. That way he could keep his control instead of becoming a ripper. Because you deserve to hit me, MG. I'm sorry, but I don't regret what I did. It was for your safety, the twins and the entire school, so if I had to do it again I would. His cries got softer and I hugged the vampire. The only thing I do regret is the pain it brings you, and for that I'm truly sorry, I said, now looking in his eyes. He wiped his face from the tears. We sat in silence for a while. What was she going to do? Since Malivore was closed, he asked hesitantly. She had information about all the students, and the first to be eliminated was Alaric and the twins, I said honestly as I looked over the lake. How did it happen? Did. He looked away. I waited patiently for him to finish. Did she suffer? No, I did it quick. She barely felt any pain. The boy's shoulders dropped and nodded. I'm sorry about your face. I waved him off. Don't worry about it. Did you feel like this when your parents died? I want to be angry and hate her for what she nearly did, but I mean, she was my mom and I don't know how to feel. He explained. I understood what he was feeling. After all, Kurama technically killed my parents, yet I never hated him. Instead, I loved him and still do. My parents died when I was a baby. I grew up as an orphan, so I didn't know what a parent's love felt like till I was 6 and a fox took me in. I paused, remembering Kurama and how he treated me. But MG, your mother was a bar person. But she thought what she was doing was right in her own mind. However, the way she easily discarded you like you were nothing is not what a parent does. They should love you unconditionally despite your faults or flaws. I felt myself being watched again. I turned to the direction where I felt the stare coming from, but again there was nothing. MG tapped my shoulder and I turned my attention back to him and continued. Sorry, I've been feeling weird all day, I said quickly. But as I was saying, even the supposedly great evil Mikaelson sacrificed himself for his daughter, so your mom had no excuse for what she tried to do to you, I finished off. Klaus didn't have a child, he said confusedly. I chuckled. That's not the point I'm trying to make, MG, I chided him. He scratched his head. No, I get what you're saying, but I think I need a couple of days as I process everything. I nodded and agreed. Of course. And thank you for being honest with me. Others would have hidden it. I smiled and held out a fist to bump his. You're a friend, MG, and I want to be honest just like I would like you to be honest with me, I said honestly with a shrug. He bumped my fist and smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. He said he was going back to the school to get some rest, and I said my goodbyes to him. I sat a bit at the lake, a bit more, before Alaric sent me a message. Well, I guess it's back to work, I said softly. I tried to ignore the feeling of being watched, but if it was a monster, my guard was up and ready to retaliate if necessary. Third person POV. Later, the group consisting of Bonnie, Alaric and Naruto were walking to the crypt where Lizzie found another pit. Rick, I didn't expect us to be doing this ever again, said the Bennett witch. Naruto wasn't particularly paying attention to the conversation, he was watching their surroundings closely. They were surrounded by trees, so it would be easy for an enemy to attack them. Me neither, Bonnie. Me neither. Naruto chuckled at the mon's tone. I'm offended, Rick, though you enjoyed our little adventures, joked Naruto before the man pushed his shoulder and scoffed. Yeah, like dragons and dryads were so much fun, he said, voice thick with sarcasm. Bonnie laughed at the two men. It reminded her of Alaric and Damon, but without the menacing qualities the older Salvatore had. I'm going to make a couple of clones to fan out. I've been feeling like I've been being watched the entire day, said Naruto to Alaric, and he nodded. Good idea, he told the blonde. He didn't feel what the blonde felt, but he attributed that to his heightened senses and trusted Naruto to make sure they were safe. After about 10 minutes they arrived near the crypt, where the new pit was formed. Naruto took out his two kunai and stood ready as Alaric entered first, followed by Bonnie while he took the rear. The crypt was dark, the only sunlight that shone through was from the cracks in the cavern. Looks cozy, quipped Naruto. The others chuckled dryly. You say that now, but just imagine there were 100 very hungry vampires looking at you like lunch, said Bonnie. Well, that would make it a tiny bit less cozy, he said with a small smile. Bonnie gave the blonde a look and shook her head with a smile on her face. Well, this is definitely not cozy, said Alaric, gathering the attention of the witch, and blonde stared down at a pit of black mud. It looked similar to tar. He fought a shiver of stood next to him and looked down at the pit in the ground. It was definitely not there a couple of years ago. Wow, I don't even need to test it to tell you that the magic that was used here was very dark magic, she said slowly. She knelt to the ground and whispered a spell underneath her breath. Naruto looked around the crypt, and around the pit he smelled blood but mixed with something. Eyes flashed to the magenta Rinnegan, as he looked for any trail of the blood he smelled. I'm getting a scent of fresh blood mixed with something else here, Rick, he told the man as he continued to look, and he saw little blood splatters on the floor. You're right, Naruto. The magic that was used was sacrificial magic. My guess was to open this pit, she said as she stood up and looked to the two men. But whoever did this sacrificial ritual had enough power to do this without detection, she said honestly. What happened to the body? Asked Naruto as he listened to Bonnie's dark-skinned witch shrugged in answer. Not sure, but either they killed whoever they used or threw him in Malivore from what Rick's told me about it, Naruto nodded. But this wasn't a normal human sacrifice, right? No way. The magic they needed to perform this spell was a lot, and if this amount was used I would have picked it up, meaning they used a barrier or cloaking spell to not let people know what they were doing. She folded her arms across her chest. She didn't know of any witches in Mystic Falls that had such power without channeling from the ancestors or from a supernatural creature. Do you think it could still be the necromancer, Naruto? Asked Alaric. Naruto looked pensive. I don't know much about magic, but he couldn't die by normal means and barely felt when we tortured him. Secondly, he can summon the dead, meaning he can channel whatever supernatural from the other side. And thirdly, he could still be controlled by Malivore. Rick, he stated the reasons he believed that this pit was created by him. He knew it was a leap, but they had no other leads, and even though he's been quiet and not raising the dead to attack the school. I know, but this seems too easy. Why leave this place here for us to find? There's no spell stopping anyone from entering. What's the end game? Maybe he knows we don't know how to close the pit, Rick, and the one that closed outside of town was done by someone else, he said, trying to avoid bringing hope up. The man saw his expression and nodded. Bonnie, can you cast a barrier spell? She nodded and muttered the Latin words underneath her breath. She wasn't able to make the spell stronger without channeling the full moon, but it should hold and she would know when the barrier was broken. It's not as strong, but it'll let me know if the barrier is broken, but none of you can enter, all right? Both men nodded. Naruto snapped his gaze to where he felt the presence again. Stay here, I'll be right back, he said and disappeared in a shunshin. Naruto pav. I shushin to where my clone dispelled. I looked around and tried to sense a signature. Who are you? I said loudly, looking around. There was no answer. I listened carefully and heard the ground shift underneath the foot of whoever or whatever it was that had been watching me. Trust me, if you don't show yourself now, I'll pull your spine through your mouth and make you wear it as a necklace, I said, full of venom. I didn't know why this creature was following me, but it was clear they were after something. I heard the noise again. I shunshined quickly to where I heard the noise and grabbed the creature and pushed them up. They were using some illusion because I couldn't see who it was or what it was. Reveal yourself. I let my demonic voice come out. My eyes changed and my canines got sharper. I waited for whoever to drop their illusion or cloaking spell. My brain stuttered for a moment. My breath caught in my chest as I laid my eyes on those light blue eyes I loved so much. My mind paused as I waited for my thoughts to catch up. I breathed out her name unbelievably. Hope. Naruto pav. No. I shook my head as I stared at the auburn-haired girl before me. It couldn't possibly be jumped into that pit, and I haven't been able to find a way to bring her back. My mind flooded with every possible scenario, whether it was a monster disguised as Hope to let my guard down, whether this was just an illusion, or whether I was simply going batshit crazy. The first one made sense. Since the new pit showed up, we were wondering whether a new monster spawned from it, so it had to be, but why take this form and watch me was the question. My hold slackened as I stared into the light blue eyes of my lover. Tears were building up and clouding her eyes as she whispered. You remember how? She chalked back a sob. My eyes narrowed. My features remained the same. I wouldn't fall prey to whatever in God's name was happening here. You don't get to ask questions. I said sternly, trying to regain my composure. Who or what are you and why have you taken that form? I watched carefully for any signs of deceit as I waited for the person to speak. It's me, Hope Naru. I'm not some monster, she said sadly. I could hear the sadness in her tone. It couldn't be faked, and I felt her emotions. They were similar to a whirlpool. I focused on reading her energy pool and I recognized the signature. It was Hope. My Puppeteer slid down my cheek. I pulled the shorter girl into a tight hug, her small body pressed face against my chest, and I put my face in her neck, inhaling her scent. The scent she smelled like the forest after a light drizzle. I can't believe it. I missed you, princess, I breathed out as I held her. The tension I had in my shoulders had but all disappeared as I held her. I was never letting her go ever again. I would make sure to kill this Malivore or seal him up so that she never had to choose to keep those she loved safe. We stood in the forest surrounded by trees in silence. We didn't talk and I simply enjoyed how easily her body fit mine. I missed her more than I. Silence for the first time since she left was welcoming and no longer felt empty. I pulled away, cupping her cheeks between my palms. I leaned down, my lips touched hers. Our lips fell into the uneasy rhythm like she hadn't disappeared for nearly 3 months. I trailed her bottom lip with my tongue, begging for permission. She opened her mouth up willingly as our tongues battled for dominance. I won the duel. I pushed her up against the tree. We were so lost in each other I didn't hear the footsteps approach us. I heard an awkward cough and a small laugh interrupt my makeout session with my lost princess. I wanted to be angry and curse at whoever it. Lips left Hope's reluctantly and turned to face the offender. Rick looked at me carefully. Hope next to me was trying to fix her clothes while fighting off a blush. Well, I didn't expect to see this. He left the question hanging. I looked to Hope and back to Rick before smirking a bit. You know, I saw a damsel and offered my services. I shrugged off with a smile till I felt a fist to my shoulder. I'm not a damsel, she said irritatedly, playfully rolling my eyes at the comment. I turned back to Alaric with a serious expression now adorning my features. Alaric, meet Hope Andrea Mikaelson, I said to the two. Bonnie tried to hide an involuntary flinch at the last name. I marked that against the fact the Mikaelsons and her didn't have a very flowery relationship. You mean the Hope that jumped into Malivore? The Hope only you could remember? He asked, making sure I gave him a short nod, while Hope looked down with the same expression I saw when she jumped into that pit. I would address it later, but for now I focused on answering Alaric. The very one. Wait, how? He was just as curious as I was and I couldn't blame him. I saw some suspicion in his eyes as well. That's exactly what I want to know, I said, now looking at Hope with a brow raised. I'll explain everything, but do you mind if I get a shower first? I've been in that pit a long time and need to wash this goo off me. I smiled and nodded and teased her a bit. I pinched my nose. I didn't want to say anything. I felt a slap against my chest, with a flustered tribrid on the other end. I'm kidding. I held my hands up, but I would like to continue this conversation at another venue. I looked to Alaric and Bonnie. That's my cue. Well, it's been nice seeing you, Rick, even under the circumstances. Let me know if you need more help with this. Rick nodded and thanked the dark-skinned witch. Thanks, Bonnie, I appreciate it and I'll take you up on that offer, but hopefully we won't need it. I sighed inwardly. Even though he wanted to be optimistic, he had a hard time convincing himself. Well, I enjoyed your company, Bonnie, and like Rick said, we'll take you up on that offer, I said with a smile. She nodded and went on her way to her car. Well, now since that's done, let's get going, I said to the rest. Rick nodded and Hope gave me a smile. I took her hand in mine and started walking to where we left the SUV. I was sitting in my room. Hope was in the shower. I looked around. It still was the same as I left it. I made sure to keep preservation seals on because I didn't want to come back to pictures were still lying face down on the dresser. I sighed softly. The bathroom door clicked and Hope exited looking fresher. Her wet hair was tied up and was wearing some of the clothes she left her after our weekend sleepovers. You still have my clothes? She half stated and half asked. I gave her a small laugh. I was still a bit angry that she didn't discuss jumping into Malivore with me, but I decided to leave it be. She was back now and that's all that mattered. I do, yes. I paused when I felt the bed dip. Your room is still the same, I forced Rick, not let anyone use it. I took her hand in mine and interlocked our fingers. In case you came back. How did you know that I would come back? How did you remember in the first place? I didn't, but I kept hoping that you would. I pulled her up and exited the room. As to how I remembered. Your aunt, and I think it's because I'm from a different dimension altogether. She stopped walking. You spoke to my aunt. Which one? Freya. I smiled in amusement. I met Cole and Rebecca too. I must say the Mikaelson genes are amazing. Your Aunt Rebecca would make any man very happy. I said with a small smile. I felt another punch to my arm. It didn't hurt, but I missed teasing her. I missed every little thing about her. Please don't tell me you flirted with her. There was some anger and jealousy in that question. I continued our walk to Alaric's office as I spoke. Define flirting. She narrowed her eyes and scoffed. I'm kidding, princess. Besides, I'm completely in love with you that I couldn't even think of another, I said in a slight exaggerated tone. Was all she said. I sighed inwardly and squeezed her hand and kissed her cheek softly. I love you and only you. I love you too. I smiled and entered Alaric's office. I took a seat on the sofa. Hope sat next to me while Alaric sat at his desk. So Hope, mind telling us what happened? I watched and leaned back in my seat as Hope started to tell us what happened when she jumped into Malivore. When I first jumped in there, I took Ryan with me. That's Landon's brother. First I was floating in an empty void. I'm not too sure how long, but then it was just me and my thoughts. She paused. I squeezed her hand, smiled and continued. Then I met Ryan again. He taunted me a bit before he told me my sacrifice was meaningless because I wasn't a full tribrid. I have the blood of a vampire running through my veins, but I haven't gone through transition yet, so me being there was causing Malivore some discomfort and not stopping him from rising. What happened then? Because as far I can remember, the Hobbit's brother was the one who wanted to raise his muddy dad. I asked. Hope nodded slightly. She explained how she told him she didn't trust him and then thought about his offer, because he knew where the monsters spawned from. As we were walking to the place, he said he never willingly wanted to raise his dad, and me bringing him with me into Malivore broke the connection he had with his father. After a while I started to ask more questions because some things didn't make sense. Malivore had all 3 keys and me being in there didn't stop him, so why didn't he rise? She stood up, pacing the office floor. Alaric was intrigued by the story while I sighed. I saw the nerves and tension in her shoulders. I figured it out after a while. Malivore needed a host body to roam Earth, and that's why Ryan brought Landon to the pit outside of town. She stopped and looked to me and Rick. I clenched my hand tightly as I started to realize what Hope was saying. So you're saying he created his children as a vessel? I asked, disgusted by the creature. I shook my head and I felt bad for the Hobbit. So Ryan wasn't enough then? Hope confirmed my thought. No, apparently he didn't have the proper genetic makeup and so he needed another heir. God, this guy is becoming more unlikable by the second. My eyes snapped up to Hope as I processed what she said. About transitioning, I stood to my feet and narrowed my eyes at the girl. Why didn't you come straight to the school when you came out of Malivore, Hope? I asked, trying to remain calm. She looked at me sadly and confirmed my suspicions. I wanted to see you one last time before I became a full tribrid and stopped Malivore for good. A growl built up in my chest. So you were going to just do the same thing again? Without telling me? Alaric looked between the two of us and tried to calm me down. Naruto, calm down. I cut him off. No, Rick, I will not calm down when Hope so clearly decided to jump back into that void of nothingness after she completed her transition. I turned to Hope. There were tears in her eyes, but her resolve didn't break. Instead, even through the tears, she looked like her mind was made up already. Isn't that right, Hope? You thought I wouldn't pick up that someone was watching me. You thought you could just finish what you started without letting me know. Your family, she went to answer, but I cut her off. And how were you going to find another pit? What if another one didn't come or wasn't created? Would you have just hid away for however long it took? My tone was hard, fearful and sad. Yes, I was, and you weren't supposed to remember me. It would have made things easier. I scoffed unbelievably at the comment. Easier for who, Hope? Me or yourself? That was selfish and unfair. How could you not care enough to even tell me or talk to me? Alaric slipped out of his office a minute ago, leaving the two of us alone. I sadly shook my head and turned away from the tribrid. You can't expect me to be okay with this. I lost you once and it was hard enough. I paused, willing myself to control my emotions, and I'll be damned if I lose you again. I'll fight against God if I have to, but I will not be letting you sacrifice yourself for something that we don't even know will work. I said loudly. She refused to back down, and for the first time since I met her, I started to hate that stubborn streak of hers. It's not your choice. It's mine and it's my life. She said, her eyes flashed gold, trying to assert her dominance. My own flashed to the magenta Rinnegan I possessed. So everyone who loves you can just go to hell. Because it's your choice. I didn't wait for her to answer. Then I'm afraid I can't let you make that choice. I finished sadly. The comment was softer and almost a whisper. Wah! Her eyes were wide when I flashed behind her and pressed down on the two pressure point in her neck and felt her body go limp in my arms. She slumped in my arms. I laid her down on the sofa and kissed her forehead. I'm sorry, Hope, it might be selfish, but I can't let you sacrifice yourself again. I took my phone out and dialed a number. I walked over to the cabinet where Rick kept the alcohol and poured me a double of Irish whiskey. I sipped as I heard the phone ringing, followed by a voice. Hello, Naruto, said the voice of the other side of the phone. Hello, Freya, I said quietly. I was about to call you. We figured out the spell, and we were about to use it right now. I sighed in relief. Yeah, just in time too. I looked back to Hope's unconscious body on the sofa. Hope's back. The line went silent for a couple of seconds before I could hear some noise. When we're done, the family and I will be there by tomorrow morning. Keep her safe. Always. I responded before I ended the call. I drank the last of my drink and out the glass down softly, and stared at my tribrid princess. I heard the office door open and saw Rick stand at the door. You knocked her out. I sighed and looked to the man and gave him a short nod and poured to the man one as he stepped into the office. I did. I answered indifferently. She'll hate that you did that. She doesn't seem like the type to forgive easily, he said concerned. I chuckled without any amusement and leaned against the bookshelves. She'd hate me even more when she realizes that her family will be here tomorrow. What, the Mikaelsons are coming here? Why didn't you say anything sooner? Asked Rick, a bit panicked. I laughed softly. Well, yeah, I'm telling you right now, aren't I? He sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Who will be coming? He asked tiredly. I turned away from the man and muttered. I'm sorry I didn't get your muttering, Naruto, he said and narrowed his eyes at me. I sighed softly and repeated what I said. Cole, Rebecca and Freya Mikaelson. I watched him flinch at Cole's name before he could speak. Rick, you really need to get over your dislike for that family. I understand that they caused you and some of the inhabitants of Mystic Falls some issues, but seriously, it's been years without a single incident from what I know, so why don't you concentrate all that rage at Malivore and the Necromancer? I asked with a small smile. He sighed and sat in his chair. You're right, but you know it's just not me who fears the Mikaelson name, right? I know. And they'll see them around town, he continued. I rolled my eyes. Will Damon be a problem? I asked seriously, and Alaric shook his head before he stopped and looked pensive. I'm not sure, but Cole did kind of kill his wife's brother. Jeremy. Isn't he alive though? Yeah, because of the resurrection ring. I sighed and nodded. Well, let them know that the Mikaelsons will be coming to town, and we have too much happening already. We don't need any more problems. Sure, but just for the record. He paused. I raised my brow questionably. This such a dick bro move. I laughed at the man and shook my head before picking up the unconscious tribrid. Your concerns are duly noted, bro, I said before vanishing in a shunshin back to my room and laid down Hope on the bed. Third person Pav. The next morning Naruto woke up. Hope was still unconscious. He put some chakra in his fingers to allow Hope sleep longer than just a couple of hours. He decided to get some breakfast, maybe soften the scolding he was going to get from Hope. He closed the door and went to the cafeteria and got some pancakes and orange juice. I hope she's not too angry, he said under his breath as he continued his journey back to the room. He received a message from Freya saying they were 10 minutes away from put the tray with the breakfast on the bedside table and woke Hope up. Hope felt groggy. She slept amazing, but then she remembered why she slept, or rather was knocked unconscious by her blonde boyfriend. She looked at her surroundings and saw him stand near the door. She sat up, narrowing her eyes immediately before she could speak. He pointed to the bedside table. I got you something to eat. You were asleep for most of yesterday, well into the morning, he said quietly. He folded his arms across his chest as Naruto watched the girl look at the breakfast, then back to him. Just because you brought me breakfast does not mean you're forgiven, she said sternly and started eating her breakfast. Naruto nodded without a smile. I know. And you don't get you knock me out when we're having an argument, she said in between bites. Naruto now raised an eyebrow. We were having an argument. I thought you were simply arbitrarily deciding to end your life. Without knowing whether it would stop Malivore, he said. His voice was soft, but there was anger in his tone as he spoke. Don't do that, she said, pushing away the tray and stood up to her feet and pointed at him. Do what? Be concerned about my girlfriend? Or not be honest? He saw the look on Hope's face as it deflated. He sighed and shook his head sadly. He heard 3 pairs of footsteps coming to his room. The breakfast was to make sure you were feeling up to guests, he said and opened the door. What? Hope stopped mid-sentence when she saw her family in the doorway. Well, there's our darling niece, said Cole, and he stepped into the room. Rebecca and Freya ran over to the girl and hugged her tightly, whispering soft apologies for forgetting her and not coming sooner. How do you all remember me? Hope asked, looking between her aunts and uncle. Rebecca gave her a small smile and pointed to the blonde who was standing at the door. Your boyfriend came to New Orleans looking for Cole for some information, and well, he showed us his memories of you, and we had already been wondering who on earth was this girl who were in family photos and paintings. Once we understood why we couldn't remember you, Davina and Freya worked on a spell that would make us remember you, she said, explaining everything. I helped with the spell, Becca, said Cole. Yes, yes, how could forget, dear brother, she rolled her eyes. So now that we explained how we remember, do you mind telling us what you were thinking jumping in that pit in the first place? Asked Freya as she looked at her young niece. She reminded Freya of Haley and Niklaus like a perfect mixture. Naruto watched the family silently without saying anything. He noticed the look Hope shot him when her aunt asked her the question. I was thinking that it was the only way we could stop Malivore from rising and keeping the people I love safe, she said firmly, not bucking under the heat of her aunt's gaze. Cole barked a laugh. You really are Klaus's daughter, aren't you? Rebecca shook her head and agreed with Cole's comment. You can say that again, but Hope, it was reckless. Hope folded her arms across her chest. Is that why you told my family, Naruto? She looked to the blonde who was standing at the door. I believe when someone wants to make a choice that will affect everyone else in their life and their own badly, an intervention should be called, he said without blinking. I'm not a drug addict, this is unnecessary, she defended herself. Naruto sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. No, Hope, you're not a drug addict, but making a choice without all the information could be even more dangerous and, like Rebecca said, reckless. You don't get to say that when the reason you're here is because you sacrificed yourself for the good of everyone else. She tried to deflect. She saw her boyfriend sadly shake his head. You and I both know it wasn't the same, and I already knew what I did would work, so your point is moot, but I'll let you enjoy the get together. I have to go make sure Jeremy doesn't try and shoot your uncle, he before taking a bottle of whiskey out of the drawer. Try and talk some sense into your niece, please. I swear she's even more stubborn since she came back, he said to the rest. He walked over and gave her a peck on her cheek. I love you, princess, he said, and performed a shunshin and disappeared. The rest of the room stood and stared at the spot where the boy disappeared from. Well, I didn't know he could do that, said Cole with an impressed look on his face. Freya sighed and sat Hope on the bed. Why did you tell him that? About sacrificing himself? She asked curiously. Hope sighed and shook herself from her thoughts. It's not important now, but I do need to go through my transition so that I can stop Malivore, she said. Her aunts looked at her before turning away. Cole, however, sighed. Even if you do, we don't know whether you'll keep your witch powers if you're turned. The two older Mikaelsons gave him a death glare. Hey, I said. If I'm not okay with this any more than you guys are. Besides, I'm afraid Niklaus might actually come back just to dagger me if I let his heir go through with this, he said to the two older Mikaelsons who were staring daggers at him. But Hope, the actual reason it won't work is because you're not a werewolf of the Shadow Pack. He paused, looking to the women on the room. How do you know that, Uncle Cole? Rebecca rolled her eyes. Because he was the vampire who participated in creating this Malivore thing in first place, she answered her niece's question. Now, before you ask any more questions, my favorite niece. I'm your only niece, she quipped. He sighed and nodded. Indeed you are now. As I was saying, dear old Daddy Michael killed off many werewolves, and one of those packs included the Shadow Pack. Meaning, there is no way to stop him from being raised, she breathed out in realization. Exactly, that's why we made those keys so random. I didn't think it would have been so easily found, but I suppose after a century or two our muddy friend started getting smart, he said in voicing out his own thoughts. So what do we do? She looked to her family with a grim expression. We face this as a family and fight like you're never alone, said Freya, squeezing her hand gave her the signature Mikaelson smirk. Besides, you've got your own blonde prince ready to battle anyone for you, Rebecca added helpfully while Hope fought off a blush. Yeah, Becca's right, and I rarely agree with my temperamental sister, he chuckled. I approve as well, and I know your mom and dad would too. Well, maybe your dad would put him through the ringer first, but he seems like a good fit, said Freya. Hope laughed softly. I missed you guys so much and I'm glad you're here. How long will you be staying? Well, we were thinking of getting the house ready we have in Mystic Falls so that we would be nearby if anything happens, said Rebecca. What about the baby? And Keelan and Davina? My wife will be joining us. We always need a great witch, but I think it's best if Keelan stays with baby Nick in New Orleans, said Cole. Hope nodded. Just don't cause trouble with the locals, Uncle Cole, warned Hope. Cole gasped, mocking offense. I would never. He paused, adopting a thinking pose. But if Jeremy wants another go, who am I to deny him? He smirked. I'm sure Davina will have something to say about that. You've been rather tame since you married brother, quipped Rebecca. Hope watched her family banter with each other with a smile. She was happy they were here and rather disappointed that they weren't able to stop Malivore, but they would face whatever would come as a family. Always and forever. Naruto Pav. Once I left my room, I went to see Rick. He gave me a look before he left the office and muttering that he would rather inform Damon and Elena in person that the Mikaelsons we in town visiting. I did not want to be a fly on the wall for that conversation. No thank you, sir. Since he decided to go into town, I made use of his office to figure what else in the scroll that was left with Cole. I was pretty sure it was just going to be some of the forbidden jutsu of the Uzumaki clan. It would make sense since I wasn't able to find any important jutsu, only the dragon summoning contract. Also, knowing more about this demon would be great, I thought with a sigh. Alright Oji-san, let's see what we've got, I said to myself and took out the letter. I poured some chakra into the seal and watched as 3 other scrolls popped out. I bit my finger and smeared some blood across the first seal. Click. Jigen Janpu no Jutsu. This jutsu was blessed and taught to the Uzumaki clan by Asura Otsutsuki, ancestor of both Uzumaki and Senju Jutsu, was gifted and only mastered by the first Uzukage. It requires large pools of chakra and could drain the life force of the user if the chakra pool is deemed insufficient. The chakra allows the user to teleport to a place they've never been, however they need to have a clear image of said place in mind. Wow, this looks awesome, but from the sounds of it the Uzukage reserves were probably a couple of taels worth, I said to myself as read the scroll. I kept it, never knew when it would be necessary. My eyes went over another scroll. It looked new, probably preservation seals, I thought, and started to read it. Tengoku no Fuin. Tengoku no Fuin is a seal that was created to seal a demon. It was used by Asura Otsutsuki that had roamed the elemental nations after the tailed beasts were separated. By his seal is almost impossible to break, however requires much concentration. Requirements. Master in seals. Large chakra reserves. Caution. Can only be used by the royal Uzumaki line, in other words close descendants of Asura Otsutsuki. I whistled softly. If I didn't meet the sage of the 6 paths I definitely would have been wondering whether or not to test this. I said to myself it was impressive. Thankfully I came from the royal Uzumaki line. Sadly my clan was gone. Maybe I should start rebuilding it with hope. I chuckled at my thoughts. I'm pretty sure I would get a very severe beating if I were to mention that to her right about now. These jutsus would have been worth a fortune if it was found by some other villages when the Third Ninja War happened. I sighed and eyed the third scroll. It looked like a storage seal. I poured myself a drink and poured some chakra into the seal, and watched something pop out. It was a white ankle-length coat with a high collar, seemed similar to the one I had back in the elemental nations. The edges were trimmed with purple. I picked it up and looked at the kanji down on the back. It read, Uzukage, finished with the Uzumaki swirl. It probably belonged to Kazuma. It felt light. I looked and felt the material. It was laced with triple-layered protection seals, so it was clear that Kazuma used this in battle too. Well, thanks Oji-san. It's definitely more intact than my one I came here with. Man, I really need to stop talking about myself. I heard the door open as I finished my sentence. Talking to yourself is the first sign of madness, or so I've heard from various therapists. I chuckled softly at the voice. Is that so? I asked lightly, turning to the blonde twin. Yup, I have it on good authority, especially with me and the voices in my head. You, my darling, are not crazy, I've told you this, I said seriously as I looked at the downcast look on her face. Something was clearly bothering her. What's wrong, Elizabeth? Usually I would hear you insulting my overgrown hair, I said, pointing to my head for emphasis. She looked at me and I sighed before gesturing her over to take a seat on the sofa. I sealed the scrolls back up that were on the desk and the jacket. So talk to me, what's bothering you? She didn't answer. I sighed inwardly. Is it still about the golem dating Josie? She gave a soft laugh and leaned her head on my shoulder. No, I'm working up quite the phone bill talking to my therapist about that particular can of worms, but I chuckled a bit at that part and stayed quiet as she tried to gather her thoughts. Is it a twin thing you're not supposed to tell me about, but well, because it could possibly be dangerous? Lizzie looked up at me with wide eyes. How did you know that? I smiled a bit before relaxing more into the sofa. Eli, you and Josie are loyal to each other, but sometimes you have to protect the one from the other. I paused before turning to face Lizzie. And since I got back, Josie hasn't come to see me, so I can only assume she's still obsessing about the curse and it's driving her insane. I finished softly, so tell me and I'll try my best make sure she doesn't get hurt. Okay, but if you say you heard this from me, I'll hurt you very badly. She narrowed her eyes, trying to make sure I take the threat seriously. I nodded. Okay, so there's this ascendant and apparently it's got someone locked inside that can tell us more about the curse, but Josie found out the ascendant can only be accessed by a Bennett witch and she seems quiet now since she realized she wasn't able to open it by herself and our dad is being tight-lipped about everything. It's so frustrating, like it feels like he doesn't trust us. I mean, me, I can understand I'm the reckless twin and you know the crazy one, but he's not even listening or talking about it to Joe. All he says is that the person in the ascendant can't help us. It honestly surprised me that she could say that all without taking a breath, but I could understand her worry, and Rick wasn't doing anyone any favors by keeping more secrets. I didn't know what was in this ascendant, but I was sure Rick had his reasons, but he was just pushing his daughters to find answers on their own and it could end being a disaster. What's this person's name that's in the ascendant, do you know? I asked curiously. Yeah, Kai something. I nodded. Alright, I'll look into it and try and keep your sister from doing anything reckless. Meanwhile, we have a lot of shit to deal with, she nodded. I know I was the one who found that creepy looking pit, remember? She asked in a duh tone. I remember, Eli. And you did a good job. Just imagine if you weren't grossed out by Josie and Landon, it never would have happened, I said in a joking tone. Ha, don't remind me of that. I need to bleach my eyes. I wanted to say something before she sighed dramatically. But I would get blind and I can't be blind and a bitch, it just doesn't work. I was amused at how quickly she changed gears. She was just now worried about her twin and now she was disgusted by her twin's boyfriend. This girl was special. I laughed. Yes, of course, blind and being a bitch just doesn't go well together, I mocked. She raised an eyebrow at my teasing. I know you're being sarcastic, but I'd like to inform you that no one likes a sarcastic ninja. She narrowed her eyes, smiling smugly, clearly happy with her retort. Hey, that trumps an emo ninja any day, so I'll be a sarcastic one. Thank you very much, I said proudly. I heard her gasp. You get emo ninja. I chuckled, thinking about Sasuke, even though I understood why he acted like that, but he was just too much. You do, but come on, it's nearly lunch and I am starving, I said as I stood from the sofa. You always are. Hey, I'm a growing boy, I need my protein. Growing. What are you, 14? I rolled my eyes and didn't respond as we left the office and went down to the cafeteria. If you grow any taller, Mount Everest might run out of climbers and people would start climbing you instead, she said. I laughed at the double entendre she clearly missed. Now you see, I could say something very perverted, but I see you as a little sister, so I'll refrain from such crude commentary. You should count yourself lucky, I said in a sagely tone. Oh God, you really could, and I'm very thankful that you didn't, best brother ever, she said in a slightly exaggerated tone. I'm seeing a carbon copy of a high school Caroline right now, said Rebecca from behind us. Lizzie jumped and hung onto my arm in fright. Now Rebecca, it's not nice scaring young girls, you should know better, being's more 1,000 years old and so, quipped Cole from beside her. I laughed and felt Lizzie relax as she looked between the two originals. Rebecca. Cole, I nodded toward them, and even though she might be more than 1,000 years old, she doesn't look a day over 18 inches, I said honestly. I felt a punch to my arm. Stop flirting with the original, she said to me before I could defend myself. Hi, I'm Elizabeth Jenna Saltzman and Caroline is actually my mom, she said proudly, holding her hand out to the blonde original. I rolled my eyes and looked around for how, but I didn't see her. You're lucky she isn't her mate, she might have just given you a brain aneurysm for flirting with her aunt, said Cole with a teasing tone. I was not flirting and simply being honest. Besides, I don't need to have her even more pissed at me right now, I said, shrugging slightly. I'm afraid she might just hit me where it really hurts, I said, grimacing at the image of Hope kicking me between the legs. Ooh yeah, good that she isn't here then. Where is she then? I asked curiously. Freya suggested we have the school remember her, so they're busy rewriting the spell. I nodded. Good idea. I'd rather not everyone ask me a million questions about the appearance of our tribrid princess, I said quietly. I watched Lizzie and Rebecca get on like a house on since Alaric told me there was a bit of a feud between Caroline and the blonde original. I motioned first Cole to follow me as the other two were immersed in their own conversation about the latest fashion. I didn't know and I didn't particularly care about the subject. Cole, do you know anyone by the name of Kai? I asked as we stood in the empty hallway. The dark-haired original looked like he was thinking. Rings a bell. Malachi, I think his name was. He became a hybrid of witch and vampire. I thought witches lost their powers if they turned. I asked confusingly. Normally that's the case, yes, but he was a siphoner, so he didn't have his own magic to begin with. But when he changed to a vampire, he could use magic by drawing on his vampirism, since becoming a vampire is technically magic as well. I nodded. The other two seemed to be finishing their conversation. Why the sudden interest in him? Asked Cole curiously. Apparently he knows information about the Gemini Coven, and well, I don't really think it's a good idea for the twins to open that can of worms if I don't know whether he can be trusted or not. The twins important to you? He asked somewhat suspiciously, probably because he knew I was with Hope. Yeah, I see them like little sisters, really. I shrugged. He seemed happy with the answer. Naruto, why didn't you tell me you knew the Mikaelson family? Asked Lizzie, affronted. I met them recently. Elizabeth, calm down, your fangirl is showing. I chuckled. Considering your dad's not particularly fond of them, I thought you would share his thoughts. I said honestly because I really did think she would be opposed to it. No, come on, those things happened ages ago, way before my time. Besides, my dad's always had a bad tendency to carry grudges, she said nonchalantly. Cole barked out a laugh while I chuckled a bit. Yeah, I told him the same thing too. Let bygones be bygones, I smiled. Now I did say I was hungry and I could definitely eat. I said before the four of us went to the cafeteria making small talk and enjoying was funny. I enjoyed his humor and Rebecca was snarky and sassy and it suited her pretty well. Lunch went on like that until we all went our separate ways. Rebecca and Cole decided to get the house set up for their stay in Mystic Falls, and Lizzie decided to keep an eye of Josie. After lunch I made my way to the deck to have a training session. I created a couple of clones and started sparring. I felt eyes on me and killed my last clone. You can come out, Hope, I said, looking toward the trees. It was nearly 5. I hadn't realized I'd been out here for such a long time. Hey you. She smiled softly and walked over to me. I put on my vest and unwrapped the tape around my hands. Hey, you calmed down yet? I asked, stuffing my training gear in my duffel bag. I haven't. I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have brought up your past like that. I smiled, accepting the apology. It's okay, but I might punish you, I said, wiggling my eyebrows. You would? And what exactly would you do? Ooh, this wasn't new, but normally she would blush and call me a pervert. I stepped closer to her and leaned down, ghosting her neck with my lips, and moved up to her ear. Well, I could tie you up. I paused as I inhaled her scent. God, she smelled delicious. Or I could deny you my kisses, I teased, moving away from her neck up her jaw, ghosting her lips with mine. You wouldn't last either, babe. She tried sound confident, but it came out as a whisper instead. You say that? I trailed off, our lips we inches apart from each other. I didn't lean in any further and waited her to give in. I wrapped my arms around her waist. My fingers went underneath her t-shirt, touching her milky skin. You're even more beautiful than I remember, princess. Perfect, stubborn, brave and powerful. I whispered. My eyes never left hers as I spoke. After a second she gave in and closed the gap between us. The kiss was wild, a clash of teeth and tongue. I was already sweaty from training, but I picked Hope up and pushed her against a tree, her legs wrapped around my waist. She moaned in my mouth as we kissed. I moved my lips from her mouth into her neck, sucking on her pulse point, while grinding my groin into her. God, I've missed you so much, baby. I heard her pant. I slowed down my track on her neck and pulled slightly away. She whined when she felt me stopping. Why are you stopping? Because I don't want our reunion to happen against the trees where everyone could see us. She realized where we were and blushed. No matter how hot it would be, I teased. Is your family gone? I asked. She nodded and I kept holding her and grabbed my duffel bag. Hold on and close your eyes, I said before teleporting us to my room. Our clothes were off immediately. My lips traveled across her body, up her legs, inside her thighs, like I was mapping out my favorite travel destinations. I moved my lips down to where she needed me most, and she was dripping already. She moaned and whined for me to stop teasing. And I did. I dove into her pussy, sucking her clit hard, and unforgiving. I felt her squirm and move her hips, but I kept them down with one hand and used the other, inserting 2 fingers between her folds. I lifted my face and watched her eyes clench tightly as I thrusted my fingers in and out of her. Yes, more, was what I heard, and goddamn was it music to my ears. Open your eyes, Hope. Tell me what you want, I said to her firmly, Her eyes went open and I saw her light blue eyes darken a shade full of lust and passion. I want you to take me, she said. I smiled. Patience, princess, I will in due time. When I finished my sentence, I picked the pace up and curled my fingers, hitting her G-spot. She moaned loudly when I did and begged for more. I felt her juices hit my fingers as she orgasmed. I watched her face contort in ecstasy. Simply gorgeous, princess. I smiled lightly, let her breath for a second before I lined myself up with her slit. I looked down into her eyes. Ready? She nodded and wrapped her arms around me. I held myself up on my elbows as I slid into her warm folds slowly. She hissed and I let her adjust before slamming into her roughly. I grunted in her neck. God, you feel so good wrapped around me, I murmured in her ear. She clawed at my back. I thrusted in and out of her. I moved up to sit on my knees and moved my hands towards her breasts and squeezed them. They bounced as I moved inside her. Her hair was fanned out on the pillow. God, I'm almost there. Yes. Yes, she said between breaths. I doubled my efforts and watched her back arch off the bed as she screamed my name loud enough for the school to hear. Well, thanked Kami, I put up silence jutsus in my room, otherwise we definitely would have had visitors. I continued to pound away at her as I felt my own climax build in the base of my dick. Hope looked worn out already and I couldn't help but feel proud when she moaned and climaxed once more as I painted her insides white with my own climax. I pulled out of her slowly and took out some wipes from the bedside drawer to clean up her messy thighs and threw it into the trash. Well, I see you definitely missed me, I smirked smugly. Was all I heard from the tired girl. There was a satisfied smile on her face. I pulled the covers over her. Too tired for another round? I joked. Maybe later, now I just want to lay in your arms, baby. I haven't felt them for so long. She managed to get out a sentence. I nodded and pulled her up to lay on my chest. Her bare breasts felt amazing against me. I gently ran my fingers through her hair as I heard her breath even out and she fell asleep. I wish this peace could last forever. I didn't know it then, but those were definitely not the best words to say. Naruto Pav. The next morning, about 6 p.m. Usually I would be doing my morning training already, but since this was the first time for the past 3 months that Hope was back in my bed that I felt at peace, I decided to linger in it a bit longer. I ran my fingers through her hair absently whilst looking at the ceiling, thinking about the last few weeks. Meeting the Mikaelson family, destroying a part of Triad, another pit opening, and Hope coming back. You're thinking very loud, babe, I heard from the girl on my chest. Am I? I replied. I said absently. Yeah, you are. Mind telling me what's going on in that mind of yours? I sighed and kissed her head softly as she moved off my chest. The usual. Monsters, and thinking that I need to get rid of that necromancer. I paused, also making sure the twins don't get into too much trouble, considering they've been, or rather Josie has been, very obsessed with finding information about this curse, I said, sitting up against the headboard. That sounds about right, but aren't you usually training about now? I would, but I decided to spend some time in bed, my princess, before I go and face reality, I said with a heavy sigh. We can't hide away forever, she said softly, laying her head against my shoulder. We can try, I quipped. She shook her head and laughed softly. You wouldn't even if we could. You're a good guy, Naru. I raised an eyebrow at the comment. A good guy? Does that make you a bad girl? I teased lightly. Why do you have to make it perverted? She asked with a huff. I got out of the bed naked and shrugged before gathering some clothes and ran into the bathroom. You weren't complaining about my perverted nature last night, I joked and closed the door as she threw a pillow. So violent. I laughed and turned the shower on and stood underneath as the water sprayed my body. It felt amazing. I heard the bathroom door open, followed by the voice of my princess. Can I join you? You know, to save water and all. I smiled. Oh, of course, to save water and all that. Then sure, I wouldn't want there to be a crisis, I replied, playing along. She got inside with a giggle and stood in front of me and used the soap and lathered her body. My hands roamed her body, taking this as an opportunity to massage her breasts. You know, these might just be my favorite part of you, I whispered near her ear. Wow, really? I wouldn't have thought, she replied sarcastically. You might not want to be so sarcastic, princess. I've got you trapped in the shower with nowhere to go, I threatened playfully. She pushed herself against my front, grinding her ass into my dick. Maybe that's exactly what I want, she said, lowering her voice, and I think it's safe to say that the goal of saving water was not met, since the shower we took together seemed to have wasted more than saving it. Let's say if there was a water shortage in future, I would probably do the same thing again. I was getting my training gear ready and Hope was tying up her hair in a bun. She was still in her underwear. Are you going to join me for a spar? I think we sparred plenty in the shower, don't you think? She said with a bit of mischief in her eyes. I chuckled and grabbed my medical tape. Yet I constantly get labeled as a pervert. I rolled my eyes playfully and ducked, dodging the wet towel being thrown at me. You need to stop throwing things at me, woman, I said as I finished wrapping my hands. And will you be joining me or do you have plans with your family? I do. Yes, my aunt wants to use the spell on the school, so she's going to channel my Aunt Becca and Uncle Cole while I help her. I nodded. Good idea, I said, grabbing my training bag and picked her lips softly. All right then, I'll be at the lake if you or Rick need me, okay? She nodded and said her byes. I left the room in a shunshin and started my stretches and created 5 clones. I took out a blindfold. I was going to try and use my senses only to defend myself. Okay guys, I want you to try and cloak your chakra so that I can't sense you. Instead, I'll rely on my hearing only. Sure, boss. My clones replied and cracked their knuckles. Like I said before, I'm sure they were getting consciousness of their own, and wanted to pay me back for all those menial tasks I let them take on. I sighed before taking off my t-shirt and put the blindfold on my eyes. I took a deep breath and got into my taijutsu stance. The fight was intense and I struggled. My clones were relentless. I heard more footsteps, however no one else participated. I got a nasty blow to the chest that sent me skidding across the lake for not paying attention. They must really be pissed at me, I muttered. I ran across the lake in a blur and killed their clones quickly by sending a rapid barrage of punches and kicks. The last one muttered Rasengan and I didn't want to take it head on. I created my own Rasengan and reinforced in with Yuki. It was a blue and red ball, smaller than the normal Rasengan, but definitely more dangerous. Rasengan. I clashed with my clone, pushing our Rasengans together, and I pushed through and killed him too. Well, that was an interesting attack. How about fighting against someone other than yourself? Asked a cocky voice, and I knew it was Cole. I smirked and took off my blindfold and looked toward the voice. You're implying my clones were going easy on me? Pointing at the bruises on my body for emphasis. He shrugged and gave me a lopsided smile, trying to bait me into fighting him. It would be a great training session too. Well, they are you. So. He left it hanging. I sighed and saw Hope and Rebecca watching. Hope gave me a smile and a thumbs chuckled at the scene. I shrugged and gestured for him to come on. Weapons? I asked. He shrugged. I went to pick up 2 bow staffs and threw one over to him. Ready when you are, Mikaelson. He chuckled and used his vamp speed. There was an entire 5 minutes of dodging and evading each other's strikes until the staffs broke. We threw it to the side and went at it hand to hand, executing a roundhouse kick that sent him into a tree, which consequently broke it. That must have stung, I commented. We're just getting started, mate, he said, flashing his vampire face at me. It was faster and I managed to keep up by using my senses. He punched my gut that probably fractured a rib. You feeling all right there? He taunted. I chuckled and spat some blood from my mouth and wiped my mouth. Bloody perfect, I said, amused at my unintentional pun. We battered each other for a few moments until I decided to pick it up a bit. It's been fun, Cole, I said, and activated my Rinnegan and held my palm out to him. But let's see you handle this. Shinra Tensei, I said softly and watched as the gravity push propelled him back into the trees. What was da? I cut him off by flipping through signs quickly. K's no Yeba, was all I said, and watched Cole being attacked by 100 tiny wind blades. His rapid healing wasn't able to keep up with the speed of the blades. He sank down to a knee. I was about to finish him off when I looked to the woods and saw the trees wilting. I heard a hiss and prayed to every god that Orochimaru's snakes didn't follow me to this dimension, because that would be a kick in the ass. Cole, I'm afraid we have to continue this another time. We have company, I said, pointing to the trees. I helped the vampire to his feet as he looked to the woods. It was about 2 in the afternoon, but the weather wasn't too great. It was overcast. The sun was exactly playing ball either. What is it? Asked Hope as she came closer to Cole and I. I'm not sure, but I'm betting you that it's a snake because I heard a hiss, and well, I've got some bad experiences with snakes, I said, grimacing at the memory of fighting the snake Sanin in the Forest of Death. How do you know it's a snake? And why would the trees would be wilting if it's just a snake? Asked Rebecca as she looked at me. I didn't take my eyes away from the woods and answered her question. I don't know, Rebecca, it Mig. I was cut off rudely by Cole. What the hell is that? He pointed to a nearly 50-foot snake, with green skin slithering out of the woods, killing off everything in a 5-foot radius. Could it be from Malivore? Asked Hope as she readied herself. Maybe. But we would have heard from Bonnie she put a barrier around it, I said and heard another pair of feet run towards us. It was Landon. Ah. He breathed heavily, his hands on his knees as he tried to catch his breath. What is it, Hobbit? We're kinda in the middle of something. He held up a finger indicating he needed a second. Drive Saltzman, said Bonnie called. Cole chuckled dryly. Let me guess, she told you the barrier was broken. He guessed sarcastically. Yeah, how did you know? He asked stupidly. I really didn't need to deal with this idiot right now. I simply pointed to the creature, who had its gaze away from us. I heard him breath in a sharp breath. Oh my god, that's a basilisk. He paused and went in nerd mode. Explains some of the characteristics before finishing. I've seen this in Harry Potter but never thought it existed. You know, it kills the vegetation around it, and most importantly, now I don't know what exactly prompted the basilisk to look at the Hobbit that time. Perhaps he heard his name being called, or maybe he found him just as irritating as I did, but when he did, Landon just fell limply to the ground. Is he dead? Asked Hope softly. He was a phoenix, so he would come back, and I wasn't worried too much about him but more about letting this creature get further into the school than it already was. I wondered how it got here unnoticed by people too, probably the fucking necromancers doing. That guy was aching to be eradicated. He is, but I'm guessing the Hobbit was leading up to don't stare at his eyes because it could kill you, I said, not looking at the creature. I remember it from the movie, but I wonder if we kill it the same way. I wondered out loud. I made 2 clones and sent them to distract the snake while I strategized with the 3 Mikaelsons. Cole gaze snapped to me as well as Relay and Hope. You watched Harry Potter? Asked Cole. I sighed and narrowed my eyes at him. What? It's a good movie. Besides, I was forced by Alaric for bro night, I said defensively. You have bro night? Asked Cole again. How can we kill him, Naru? Asked Hope at the same time as her uncle's question. I ignored Cole's question and answered Hope. Well, in Harry Potter they used a mirror. I paused. Do we have one big enough that will scare this bastard? I asked to the group. Hope shook her head. Well, where can we get one then? I asked and Cole rolled his eyes. At the mirror store. He deadpanned. I didn't pick it up on his sarcasm immediately since I was trying to formulate my own plan. We have one of those. I looked to the guy and saw his smirk. Before I could retort, my clones were destroyed. Damn it, come on, we don't have time for this. Hope, I need to try and use a fire spell. I paused, took out a scroll and poured some chakra into it and out 2 katanas and handed them to Rebecca and Cole. Will you be able to use it? I asked them and they nodded. Brilliant, I might just make you my bro too, Cole joked. I couldn't help but laugh at the vampire's timing. Come on, don't look into its eyes as Landon has so clearly demonstrated. I pointed to the dead body. You seem not to care about his death. Asked Rebecca before I could answer. Hope did. That's because he's a phoenix and pretty much will come back, and Naru doesn't like him because he kissed me. She smirked at the last bit. Okay, firstly, I'm offended that you think I'm jealous of the Hobbit, and secondly, I pushed her out of the way from the snake who destroyed my clones and slithered towards us. I'm amazing, you're lucky to have me. I winked and went to attack the large snake, though it barely scratched the creature. This continued for another 10 minutes before Cole screamed frustratingly. It's not bloody working. Any other ideas, mate? I scoffed and blasted a tailed beast bomb into the side of the creature. A mirror, Cole. We need a fucking mirror. I said back, slightly winded since most of our attacks were useless, but the Yuki-infused attacks I blasted the basilisk with seemed to work. Well, we don't have one, so what else? I sighed and created 20 clones reinforced with Yuki in them to try and destroy him from the inside. Alright guys, I need you to be eaten by that snake, I said, pointing to the 50-foot snake. It looked irritated and angry. His eyes were yellow from the memories I received from my now 2 dead clones. Why don't you get eaten? Said one of my clones with some attitude, but whining was heard from the rest. I scoffed incredulously. Firstly, I'm the original here, and secondly, I'm getting the feeling that we've had this exact same conversation before, I said with a pensive look. Because we have, chorused my clones, and I couldn't believe I was arguing with them. And from my memory it worked, so let's go. Victory stands on the back of sacrifice, guys, and your sacrifice will be celebrated, I said, pushing them along. They groaned but ran, eyes closed, straight into the creature's path. As it opened its large jaws, the teeth were sharp. I thought the basilisk would at least chew his meal, but instead practically inhaled them, though I wouldn't complain, I needed them while in his stomach anyway. What good will that do? Asked Cole, standing beside me now, who witnessed the entire conversation I had with my clones. From the corner of my eye he was rather amused too. Wait a second. I said, breathing in, and heard the last clone curse me as it was being swallowed. Bunchen Debakua. I muttered with a one sign. A split second my 20 clones exploded in the stomach of the monster. Cole and I were standing too close to the blast site and felt the basilisk blood spray against us, followed by guts. You know, usually I wouldn't mind swimming in the blood of my victims, but those were human, deadpanned Cole. I looked at him. We covered in blood from head to toe, and it wasn't a pretty sight at all. At least we got rid of that reptilian bastard, I said helpfully. Cole sighed and wiped his face a bit. He looked pissed off but happy that the snake was dealt with. I suppose you're right. By the way, where are the girls? I'll be very pissed off if Rebecca missed the blood rain. I looked to the side and saw the girls. They had splatters on their clothing but nothing intense. Well, Cole, you've always been a messy eater, she told the brown-haired original, who rolled his eyes. Hardy ha, Becca, fantastic. You've missed the show then. I watched and saw Hope grimace while looking at me. What? Hope, do you not like my new look? She scoffed and I came closer to her, wanting to hug her. I swear to God, if you come closer to me, Naru, I will cut you off, she said, not noticing that her uncle and aunt were no looking at her. Eyes slightly widened. She realized what she said and tried to backtrack, but decided to remain quiet and divert the questions to me. Relax, Freya might give you more grief than Cole and I will, but do I hope you're using condoms? At least I'm too young to be a great aunt, said Rebecca somewhat jokingly. I, on the other hand, chuckled awkwardly. What are those? I asked. Yeah, I knew what condoms was, but I didn't see the need to use it. Hope had an anti-pregnancy seal, so she wouldn't carry any little ones just yet. Both Hope and Rebecca shouted, "What?" while Cole saw the smirk on my face and laughed. Not that I'm not enjoying this, I said before pointing to Landon, but the hobbit will be coming back to life any minute. I saw Rebecca gasp at the sight of the boy bursting into flames before rising out of the ash a second later, looking confused. I swear everyone keeps interrupting me today, I muttered before turning to Landon. Hobbit, welcome back to the land of the living. Where's Rick? You guys know that there's blood all over you, right? He asked, looking between Cole and myself. Cole rolled his eyes while I replied rather sarcastically, because how in the world would a sane person not notice they're covered in blood? No, I actually haven't. I paused, adopting a thinking pose before looking to Cole. Have you, Cole? Noticed we're covered in blood, that is? Cole smirked and chuckled, though his smirk looked more like a menacing and murderous look considering our current appearance. Not the faintest clue. Hope interrupted us before we could continue. All right, enough, guys, she said, sending a glare to me and her uncle. I had a feeling Cole and I would get on pretty well. Now, Landon, where is Dr. Saltzman? And the twins, usually they'd be here, she asked. I realized now that everyone remembered Hope. They probably done the spell this morning, after I came for training. Well, Dr. Saltzman said he had something to take care of and Lizzie was with him, but he found me and told me to go find Naruto to tell him about the barrier being broken, and well, you know, probably from there, he said, referring to the large reptile we had to fight a couple of minutes ago. And where was Josie? I asked, looking to the curly-haired boy. His face dropped at the name. We kinda had a falling out this morning and I haven't seen her since, he muttered quietly. About what? I narrowed my eyes at the boy. His gaze turned to Hope and then back to me, but didn't answer, though I didn't need him to. All right, never mind, your longing gazes gave me a clue. Excuse me, I'm going to find my little sister, I said to the group and looked at Cole, muttering under my breath. Cole, later, I'd like to talk you later about something important. I saw the vampire's face change from the smirk to a curious look before he nodded slightly. I knew Rebecca might have heard me, but it involved her too, so it didn't matter much. Hope, can you stay with Landon? I don't want the necromancer or whoever it is that created that pit to get him. She nodded. All right, I'll see you later. Bye, Rebecca, always a pleasure. And Cole, my future Brosidon. I paused and enjoyed the grimace on his face at the name. No, you will never call me that again. I laughed and pouted a bit. And here I thought we bonded, I said, mocking offense. Maybe, but we're definitely not doing pet names, he said with disgust. You'll come to love them, I said before I disappeared in a lightning shunshin to Alaric's office. I appeared and both occupants looked frustrated and in the midst of a rather intense argument. I looked to the blonde twin and back to Alaric and saw the serious look on Alaric's face and the distraught look on Lizzie's face. What happened and what did I interrupt? They both looked at my appearance. Lizzie grimaced in disgust. Alaric didn't care much. Another monster. He guessed. I nodded. Yeah, Basilisk, but the Mikaelsons and I took care of it. I paused. Now tell me what happened. Josie went into the Ascendant to find answers by trying to contact Kai, he said grimly. I nodded. The hybrid. Siphoner and vampire, right? I asked. Alaric didn't look surprised and pinched the bridge of his nose. That's right, but his full name is Malachi Parker. I nodded and listened. The twin brother of Gisette, biological mother of the twins and my fiancé. He took a shaky breath and continued. I knew his fiancé died on their wedding day, but I didn't know how. But nothing could have prepared me for the pang of horror I felt when Alaric finished. He is also the one that killed my fiancé on our wedding day, he finished sadly. Lizzie looked heartbroken at the confession and I clenched my fist tightly. Alaric closed his eyes and looked me dead in the eye. And now Josie is in there with a psychopathic murderer that at times makes Klaus Mikaelson look like an angel. So a bit late with this chapter, hopefully another will be following. A bit of Landon bashing, not really a fan of him anyway, so sorry Landon fans. I enjoyed writing this one though and I hope you enjoyed it too. Naruto Pav. I stood in the office still covered in blood. My clothes were sticking to my skin, it felt awful, but there were more important things to be handled than my personal hygiene, like Josie being stuck inside an ascendant with a psycho. I still had no clue what an ascendant is though. How do we get her out? And follow-up question, what exactly is this ascendant? I asked Rick, though I'm sure he was more than worried about his daughter at the moment, but I couldn't help it, I needed to know exactly what we were up against. Both of us couldn't be overcome with emotion. I loved Josie and Lizzie like sisters, but they both made irrational decisions when they were overwhelmed, and this must have been a first for Josie, yet it was quite a way to start her rebellious streak. Well, the Ascendant originally was created by the Gemini Coven, but this one specifically was created by Bonnie Bennett and the twins. It can harness the power of a celestial event, like an eclipse or something, and transport people to the prison dimension. That's where Kai was imprisoned, said Alaric, and the last part was said through gritted teeth. I nodded along. Okay, so now that I somewhat understood what this thing did, why didn't you just get rid of Kai completely when you had the chance instead of sending him to this prison world? I asked, but Rick gave me a look and didn't want to answer. I sighed inwardly. How do we get her out of there? And how did she even end up in there in the first place? Josie has been dabbling in black magic and I was affected. She had a Mora Miserium that takes away the after effects of black magic. She paused a bit. We decided to send the Mora Miserium to the prison world, but 2 days ago Josie has been saying she needed to get it back, and next thing I knew she decided to make the trip, said Lizzie, and looked after to her father to continue. To get her out of there we have to wait for a celestial event to occur. I furrowed my eyebrows. Where is the Ascendant anyway? He pointed to the broken pieces on his table of said object laying on the table. Okay, so it's broken. Can we fix it? I asked to the two others in the room. Yeah, we need a stronger witch, though every spell I tried didn't work long, it just breaks apart after a few seconds, said Lizzie with a sad look. I'm going to try and see whether I can ask Freya or Hope to help. She's been babysitting the Hobbit to make sure he doesn't get into trouble or wander off. Yeah, thanks, said Alaric as he sunk into his seat. I flashed to my room to take a quick shower, removing the blood from my body. I thought about the events, everything seemed so carefully planned, and maybe it was just me being a ninja and always caring about seeing the underneath from the underneath, speaking, but it seemed to fall into place carefully. I felt like I was being yanked by the strings, all according to someone else's plan, and it was not a feeling I was fond of. I put aside my more troubling thoughts for now and dressed myself in a simple jeans and t-shirt with some boots. I grabbed my jacket and dialed Freya's number. Naruto, what can I do for you? She answered the phone. It was Clear Cole, and Rebecca told her about the Basilisk. I need you help on a magical problem. Can I come over to your place? I asked, walking down the halls in search of the Hobbit and Hope. Sure, I'll be happy to help, and Davina got here this morning too. Great, thanks Freya, I'll see you in a few. I ended the call and was about to knock on the door of the library where I saw Hope trying to read a book and the Hobbit telling her something with a concentrated look on his face. I decided to listen in before I made my presence known. And then all of a sudden you come back and I remember you, and it just brings all these feelings back that I felt for you, Hope, he said in a somewhat desperate tone. I stood away from the door and leaning against it with my back, listening to the Hobbit confess his undying love for my princess. And I know you're going to say you're with Naruto, but Hope, is he really the guy for you? He just kills people and doesn't seem affected by it, and I heard that he killed MG's mom. Come on Hope, is that really what you want? Hobbit had a point. I did kill people, and I would again if it meant keeping the people I care about. Didn't answer for a while before I decided to make my presence known and stop eavesdropping on their conversation. Knock. I stood leaning against the door as the two occupants turned to look at me. I gave Hope a small smile. Hey, so I'm going over to your family home right now, want to join? I asked her. Sure, give a second, she said, grabbing her jacket before she paused and looked to the hobbit now watching her. What about Landon? Who's on watch for him? I looked to him and sighed. MG and Caleb were training all day today. Lizzie was with her father and Raphael was dealing with the pack before school officially started, so everyone else was busy. I rolled my eyes inwardly. Sure, the hobbit can come, everyone else that I trust to watch him is busy, I said shortly. She nodded and the chair he was in made an awful screeching sound against the wood on the floor as he stood up. My poor ears. I gave him a small glare before turning away. Hope fell into stride at my side while he walked behind us. I felt his stare burn into my back, probably because I disturbed his heartfelt confession when his girlfriend was stuck in a prison world with a psycho. Okay, granted, maybe he didn't know. Though it still made me angry that he would even do it while he was still with her. He was less of a man in my eyes. I was distracted by my inner monologue when I heard Hope ask me a question. We just exited the school and made our way over to the garage where my black Mustang was parked. What did you need from my aunt? She asked when I popped open the passenger door for her. Oh, I said distractedly and registered the question. I'll explain when we get there. I don't feel like explaining the same thing over again, I said and closed the door. The hobbit got in the back seat as I walked over to the driver's side and started the car. Backing up from the garage and driving outside the gates inward, still thinking about Josie and whether she was okay in there with Kai Parker. I felt a hand slip into mine. Just turn up left here, it's the last house and trust me you'll know which one, she said, giving me directions to their family home. I nodded and followed the directions. The drive was silent, other than the radio playing some music softly. I looked in the rear view mirror to catch Landon giving longing gazes to Hope, who had been looking out the window and tracing patterns on my hand that was on her thigh. I saw the house Hope was referring to. It was big, smaller than the abattoir but much larger than most of the houses in Mystic Falls. Your family really has a thing for big homes, don't they? I asked softly. Hope gave an amused chuckle. I suppose they've lived for over 1,000 of years and accumulated lots of money, so I guess they like spending it. She paused and I looked to her eyes to see a nostalgic look when she continued, but my dad was the one who renovated the property a couple of years ago when he returned to Mystic Falls. I squeezed her thigh. She always looked sad when she talked about him, no matter how much she tried to hide it. I sighed inwardly. It just solidified that I was making the right decision when I thought of my idea. Well, my father-in-law had an eye for the finer things, clearly, I said with a small smile on my face. Her gaze snapped back to me, and I'm assuming Landon's did too because he nearly broke his neck by the sound it made. Father-in-law? What, no ring? No romantic proposal? She asked, amused, and well, I expected her to get scared at the prospect of marriage since she tried so hard to push me away in the first place. I pulled up in the driveway and opened her door. Well, I would think that me remembering you when you jumped into Malivore was a token granted to me because of my undying love for you. Was me not remembering you in a world who thought you never existed enough? I joked with a mischievous glint in my eye. Landon must have felt very awkward as he trailed after us, but I didn't really care anyway because I heard a scoff from him but ignored it. Only because you're not from this world, she retorted. I waved her off before knocking on the door. Yeah, still though, any lesser man with lesser love would go mad while I triumphed. Thank you very much, I said with a smug smile and knocked of the large double doors of the Mikaelson home. Still though, I don't recall agreeing to take your hand in marriage, she said, looking thoroughly amused by my comment. You say that now, but just wait, you'll be the one proposing to me, I teased when the door opened and Cole heard my last comment and looked to his niece. Talking about marriage so soon? He teased his niece, who now had flushed cheeks. I laughed before turning to the vampire. Cole, lovely to see you've cleaned yourself off from the lovely bloodstains you were wearing. Thank God he did. I nearly thought he massacred a small village, said a woman's voice from behind him. There stood a girl who was about 5'3", light tanned skin, blue eyes and long brown hair that hung over her shoulders. She was a beautiful woman. I smiled politely when we were ushered inside. I don't think we've met. She nodded and gave me a small smile. No, we haven't, in Divina Claire Mikaelson this one's. She pointed to Cole, who smiled. Wife. I shook her hand and introduced myself. Pleasure to meet you, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, Namikaze boyfriend to the princess, I motioned to Hope. And the curly-haired emo boy is Frodo Bag. I was cut off when I felt an elbow to my gut. I looked to Hope, who shot me a glare before hugging her aunt. Hey, what was that for? Cole started laughing while Landon stood awkwardly shuffling his feet. You know why, and stop introducing Landon as Frodo. She turned to her aunt. I've missed you, Davina. Sorry about Naru there. He doesn't like Landon very much. Cole stood next to me and whispered, what were you going to say his name was? He asked, highly amused by it. I gave him a grin and replied quietly, oh, Frodo Baggins, the Hobbit from the Shire. When I finished, the Cole laughed more before we were heard what Davina asked Hope. The same Landon Kirby you had a crush on? The waiter. I rolled my eyes. Yeah, I'm him, answered the Hobbit full of confidence, probably because Hope mentioned him to her family. Where is Freya? I asked Cole, and he pointed to the stairs where the blonde was now descending from. Naruto, you're here, so what is it that you need my help with? She asked. I sighed a bit before following the group to the sitting area. Cole poured 2 drinks and handed one to me. It was nearly 7 p.m. now. I hadn't eaten, but I definitely needed a drink after the day I had. Thanks, Cole, I said with a nod and turned to the blonde original witch. What do you know about ascendants? I asked her. Hope was sitting next to me while Landon sat a bit away from her. Cole was standing at his wife's side with a drink in hand while his wife was sitting on a single chair. And Freya was sitting in the sofa opposite me, legs crossed, as she answered my question. Well, I know that they were originally created by the Gemini Coven, who has dwindled in size over the centuries. Also, they give you access to the prison world. She said simply. I nodded and dipped my drink before fixing my mouth into a thin line. Do you how to fix a broken ascendant? She nodded slightly. Yes, but it takes a lot of concentration and strong magic. It can only be fixed by the person who created it in the first place. She paused before looking at my expression. But why the interest in it all of a sudden? I sighed and leaned back in the pillows of the sofa. Because Josie Saltzman is stuck in one with Malachi Parker, a hybrid of witch and vampire, the same Kai Parker who killed his sister on her wedding day. Josie's biological mother. I breathed out. Landon spat. What? While Hope gasped and the rest looked curious but felt pity probably. On the bright side, you can't die inside a prison world, said Cole, trying to help, and I nodded because it was a good thing, but Landon clearly didn't agree. What do you mean bright side? Even if she can't die, the guy that killed her real mom, he said, standing to his feet. I ignored Landon and focused on the task at hand. Rick said that the twins and Bonnie created the Ascendant, so they needed to call Bonnie. Why would she go in the Ascendant in the first place? Asked Davina curiously. I looked to the witch and replied. Apparently she needed to get the Mora Miserium that they sent in their back, but Lizzie didn't want to do it. By the time she went to tell her dad, she found the Ascendant broken and Josie in it. I explained. Hope tensed up next to me, and I wasn't the only one who caught it. Freya looked to her niece with an eyebrow raised. Where did she get one of those? I know our family has one, said Cole as he finished off his drink. I shrugged. I gave it to her, said Hope softly. Before you lecture me, she was struggling with after effects of black magic, and I might have taken it from our home in New Orleans to help her. She defended herself. Hope, that artifact is dangerous if it gets in the wrong hands. She shook her head slightly. I can't believe that you had taken it without telling me, chided Freya lightly. I watched Hope sink into her seat. Well, it was kind of my fault she started using black magic in the first place. What do you mean, Hope? Asked the Hobbit, and I was curious to what his reaction was going to be. When you first stole the knife, we couldn't track you, so I used a black magic spell and blackmailed Josie in helping me so that we could find you, she said quickly. It's like seeing Niklaus in a female form, quipped Cole. I watched Hope smile a bit before Landon spoiled it. So it's your fault that Josie is gone. I was getting tired of the boys' plain black and white view of things. Listen, Hobbit, I don't really care why she started in the first place. Besides, we have your daddy dearest to thank for you stealing the knife in the first place, and secondly, I'd like to know why Josie wanted the Mora Miserium in the first place, that she would seek help from a psycho, I said firmly, and he muttered. Like you're one to talk about psychos, I heard, and snapped my gaze up to the Hobbit with a brow raised. Do you have something to say, Landon? The rest of the Mikaelsons just watched silently, though I'm sure Cole was waiting for something exciting to happen from the amused glint in his eye. Yes, I do actually. He standing up to his feet. He was a few feet away from me, but I assume he liked the feeling of looking down at me. Because I was sitting way, I waited for the Hobbit to speak. Yeah, if Josie means so much to you, why do you seem so calm? Hush, she's stuck in a prison world with a psycho and you're so composed and making jokes. Perhaps he had a point. I was calm. But that was because I learned from an early age to control my emotions, because getting worked up and overwhelmed by anger or despair wouldn't help the situation if I wasn't able to think with a clear mind. I was about to answer, but Hope spoke up. Landon, calm down, Josie is like a sister to him, so of course he cut her off by scoffing and folding his arms across his chest. Feels. I don't think so, maybe that's how he killed one of his friend's mother without blinking. Your friend and mine hope so, I don't think your boyfriend feels anything, he said angrily. I stared at the boy with an impassive face. You're right, I didn't feel sorry for killing MG's mother, I said simply. The room was quiet and you could hear a pin drop. Landon pointed to me as if I just made his point for him. See? I continued, ignoring his finger pointing at my chest. As I stood to my feet and stared at the curly-haired boy, because if she was left alive she would have killed every student at the Salvatore school, I paused and shrugged. So yes, I didn't feel bad for killing her, and as to why I'm not angry or overwhelmed is simply because she already has a father who is worried sick and won't be much help in this situation, so if I lost it too I wouldn't be able to think clearly. Landon, I said to the boy and flashed behind him. Knocking him out, I watched as he dropped to the floor with a thud and turned to the Mikaelsons. Now where were we? I asked. Cole chuckled and gave me a thumbs up. Hope didn't say much other than squeeze my hand as I took my seat and turned to Freya. Well, Bonnie and Lizzie would be able to fix the Ascendant, though they might need so more power to get her out since we don't have any specific celestial event scheduled, said Freya. I nodded and checked the time. Alright, that's great, just give me a second, I said, holding up a finger and dialing Bonnie's number I had saved. Bonnie, listen, I need your help, she chuckled into the phone. Already? I sighed softly. Yeah, it's about the twins and the Ascendant. Long story short, Josie went in there to find something. Her crazy uncle is in there and Rick and Lizzie are worried. The Ascendant is broken and I spoke to Freya. She said you would be able to fix it with the help of Lizzie. I heard her gasp and hum, acknowledging what I was saying. Alright, I can be there in 15 minutes, but we're going to channel a lot more power. I know you will be channeling me, I said, and listened to the witch tell me it should work before ending the call. Hope, do you mind helping Bonnie with the spell? I looked to the girl when I put my phone away. Sure. Are you sure about channeling you though? I nodded. I would have to create a clone though, since I had other plans, but I didn't want Hope to know what I was doing unless it was successful. Yeah, it'll be fine, I said, and Davina said she would help too. Cole, can I talk to you and Freya in private for a minute? I asked the two originals. Cole knew I wanted to speak to him, so he nodded while Freya looked confused. Hope watched me, narrowing her eyes at me, probably worried about what I was going to talk to them about. I simply kissed her cheek and told her to catch up with Davina. I followed Cole and Freya to the room. Was large. There were paintings inside on the walls and some on canvases. I saw Klaus's signature. I assumed he used this room the most out of all his siblings. The door closed and Freya sat in the armchair, while Cole leaned against the bookshelf with his arms folded. Why did you want to talk to us away from everyone? Asked Freya. Before I spoke, I put up a privacy and silencing seal. What was that? Asked Cole curiously. So that no one can hear what I'm about to say, especially Hope. Both of them had worried expressions on their faces. What's so important that you would hide it away from her? Asked Cole as he watched me carefully. I looked to all the books and painting in the office before fixing my gaze in the two siblings. I'm not sure whether it will go according to plan, since it will be the first time I even attempt it. I paused and took a breath. My Rinnegan flashed involuntarily. I want to bring Nicholas, Elijah and Haley back from the dead, I said without breaking eye contact. Third person Pav. Naruto stood with his arms at his side waiting for the reaction from the Mikaelson siblings. They both looked at him wide-eyed. You want to do what? Said Cole. He recovered before his older sister, who still looked like she was processing exactly what Naruto had just sprung on them. Naruto turned and looked at Cole. He leaned against the desk in the office and he repeated what he told them. I said I want to bring Hope's parents back from the other side, he said simply. Freya finally recovered from her shock enough to form a sentence. Nicholas and Elijah was killed by the white oak stake. I don't think it's possible, she said. He smiled and shook his head. Yeah, they did, however, with my dojutsu. He paused when he looked to the confused faces of the two Mikaelsons. He pointed to his eyes. It's called a bloodline back in my world. There are a couple of others, but the Rinnegan was known as the most powerful one because of the abilities it granted. It dwindled over time, however I was able to activate it by experiencing a traumatic event. He said even though Hope was back, it was still difficult, talking about how she jumped into Malivore and disappearing for nearly 3 months. When Hope jumped into Malivore, the stress of seeing her sacrifice her life like that was enough to get me to activate these eyes. He sighed before turning back to Freya, who now looked pensive, and Cole, who was even more intrigued. Well, I don't think there would be an issue with being Elijah and Haley back, but if we bring back Klaus, wouldn't the hollow come with it? asked Freya. She was shocked by the young blonde's idea initially and even more curious whether it would work, but it was worth a try. The only concerning issue was the hollow. It tore their family apart the first time. She was sure it would succeed if given a second chance. I heard about this evil spirit and that's why I'm talking to the two of you, he said before pacing a bit. I'll bring Haley and Elijah back first. He paused and looked to Freya. I need you to create a barrier or boundary spell that would keep us in it without letting Klaus escape. He turned to Cole. And you and Elijah would have to hold Nicholas down while I remove the evil spirit and seal it away so that it won't be an issue or concern for this family again. Freya smiled a bit at that. She wanted her family reunited. They were fractured and far apart. She realized that when Nicholas died he was the one holding them together. Rebecca was always traveling and Cole was with his wife. Sure, they had their own lives, but they weren't there for Hope as they promised they would be. Why are you doing this? What do you get out of it? Asked Cole finally. He liked the young blonde. Though in his life he knew his family was hated amongst others for the atrocities they committed and enemies they made over the years. So for someone to just offer to reunite their family without anything in exchange was suspicious. He saw the blonde give him a small smile. Put a good word in for me with Klaus? He asked half joking and half seriously. Oh no mate, you need much more than just a good word if you're taking away his princess, joked Cole back. He relaxed when he saw no malice in the boy's eyes and he looked to Freya. He was sure she felt the same. But seriously, I'm aware your family has enemies and you don't trust outsiders easily, so I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me. However, the only thing I want is to see Hope happy, he breathed out honestly. She tries to hide it, but the pain and guilt of her parents' sacrifice weighs heavily on her, so bringing them back would absolve her of said guilt, he said honestly, and both Cole and Freya nodded. But you sure you want to bring Nick back? Asked Cole jokingly. Freya shot him a glare while Naruto chuckled and nodded his head. I do. I don't think he'll have time to dagger you. I'm sure he'll spend most of his time plotting my death, for defiling his daughter, he said. You what? Freya asked. Naruto looked to the woman and grimaced before he swiftly changed the subject. Never mind that. More importantly, I have a bad feeling that we might need a few heavy hitters if we want to destroy whoever is behind this whole thing. It's Malivore, right? Asked Freya confusingly. She was sure that it was. Perhaps, however, there are too many variables right now and without all the information we can't draw any conclusions. But I'd like to be ready for every possible scenario should the shit hit the fan, I believe the expression is, said the young blonde. Alright, when do you want to do this? I mean, Hope and Davina should be getting back to the school to help Bonnie with the Ascendant, said Freya. And by the way, so should you since they're channeling you, added Cole skeptically. We'll do it tonight and I'll send a reinforced clone to last the ritual. Naruto concentrated and poured 20% of his chakra mixed with Yuki into a shadow clone. Poof. What you need, boss? Said the clone. I need you to accompany Hope, Davina and the Hobbit back to school to help with the ritual to get Josie out of the Ascendant and keep Hope in the dark. I don't need her coming here, okay? The clone mock saluted. I will never not be weirded out by that, said Freya and Cole at the same time. You get used to it, both clone and the real Naruto said at the same time. Freaky, said Freya as she stood up. I'll stay until my clone and Hope leaves. I'll be in here meditating, he said when Cole and Freya nodded. They opened the study and left with the clone. Flashback. Naruto just received his Rinnegan and trained with Kurama on how to use it. He needed to know whether Hope was alive or not, and one of the abilities of the Rinnegan was to bring people back from the dead. He was worried about it first until his father figure explained to him that now since he was immortal and would live for eternity he wouldn't die using the technique. However, he would be somewhat weak and take a day to regain his strength depending on the scale. He took a deep breath and activated his magenta Rinnegan, Rinne Tensai. Eyes slightly darkened as he summoned the King of Hell. He felt his consciousness being dragged into the other side. Hope, he said, shouted, but there was no reply. He was about to turn back when someone called out to him. He turned to look at a woman who resembled his lover. You're not Hope, he said, narrowing his eyes at the woman. He stared at the woman and her features. She was about 5'7", slim build with brown hair that flowed over her shoulders. I'm not Hope, but I'm Haley Marshall, she said, smiling a bit. You're Hope's mother. She nodded and smiled before her face fell. Hope didn't come here, so she's not dead, fortunately, she said. He nodded. I know, I'm glad, but that doesn't mean I'll be able to get her back from wherever that pit leads to, he said, his face grim. He knew the chances of Hope were slim, but he wouldn't give up. The woman smiled at him before she turned away and spoke once more before she disappeared. Hope's lucky to have you. Please find my daughter and keep her safe, she said, disappearing. Naruto stopped the jutsu and opened his eyes as he watched the King of Hell fade. Always. Flashback over. Naruto came out of his thoughts when he heard the door to the study open and Cole stood in the doorway. They're gone and Rebecca is here too. We've explained as best as we could what you will be doing, he said. Naruto opened his eyes, his Rinnegan flashing a bit darker than before. His face was set in a firm line. That's fine. Listen, like I've said, I don't want you all to get your hopes up. I'll try my best, but I'm not giving any guarantees, he said as he walked out of the study and followed Cole to the ballroom, which would provide them with the space necessary to complete the jutsu. Rebecca walked in and stood next to Freya and watched the young blonde explain to Cole that he didn't want to get their hopes up. She realized that this must have been the first time that someone had offered to help their family for nothing in return or because of a decided to speak up. You don't have to worry about that. Trust is hard for our family, however, if Hope trusts you, that says a lot. After all, she is the daughter our brother Nick, so even if it doesn't work, we're sure you would have tried your best. She tried to reassure the blonde. She saw him flash her a nod in return. Alright folks, let's get this started. Salvatore with the clone. Clone Naruto was sitting in the common room, with Davina, Hope, Bonnie and Lizzie while Alaric paced the room. This should work, right? He asked nervously to the witches and blonde ninja. Yeah, it should. Rick, just calm down, the witches are trying to concentrate, said Clone Naruto to the nervous man. The man nodded and sat down on the couch as he watched the witches speak in Latin. They were all in sync. The broken pieces of the ascendant in the middle of the circle started piecing itself together. He clenched his jaw as he watched it assemble. It's done. Now comes the difficult part, said Bonnie to her fellow witches. She was a bit skeptical about the Mikaelson, daughter and wife of Cole Mikaelson, but decided to put aside her worries and concentrate on bringing Caroline's daughter back. She knew firsthand how crazy Kai was and didn't need to girl to be scarred for life. That was easy. Wow, I really don't want to be you right now, Naruto, said Lizzie. She looked to her blonde brother figure. His face was set in a firm line, probably worried about Josie, and she couldn't blame him because she was too, especially after her father explained why he didn't want to tell them in the first place about this uncle of theirs. She suppressed a shiver of disgust when she thought of how he killed the love of her father's life on their wedding day, nearly killing them too. Hey, don't worry, you won't need much of my chakra, since it's denser than magic. It'll give you the boost you need to bring Josie back, he said with a small smile. Hope looked at him curiously. Something felt off, but she didn't want to address it until after they've completed their goal. Alright Naruto, your hands, said Bonnie, and he held his palms out. Bonnie taught Davina the spell and she would be leading with her while Hope and Lizzie would provide support. She started the incantation. Vocamus, olim in potestate est ut id quod est revertitor et perdidit eas usque ad realum mundi, was said, and they repeated it all. Their eyes were closed. The candles that were lit in the common room started flickering wildly. The chandeliers rattled. There was a heavy wind that blew the candles out before it was lit again as the incantation got louder and louder. Thud was heard before Alaric went to put the lights on. On the floor laid two people, one being Josie and the other someone else no one recognized except Alaric. Before a word could be uttered, Clone Naruto checked Josie's pulse and sighed in relief. She was just unconscious. He felt weak. His chakra was about to disappear. He looked to Hope and faded out of existence. What, we killed Naruto? Screeched Lizzie as she looked to the spot where her brother figure disappeared from. No. Hope gritted her teeth and looked to her aunt, who was just as lost as Lizzie. That was a clone, she said. She took her aunt's hand and left the room. Running out of the school, they got into the car. Hope, why are you so angry? Asked Davina as she watched his niece-in-law drive wildly out of the gates. Because he said he would never lie to me, and that clone being there was a lie, so I'm gonna kill him, she said angrily. After I find out why he lied, she said, focusing on dark road back to the Mikaelson home. Moments earlier, Naruto summoned the King of Hell and felt his consciousness being dragged out once again. He knew what to expect and immediately went on his search. He found Haley relatively easy. You're back. He smiled at the brunette hybrid. I am, but I don't have much time. Where's Elijah? He asked to the woman. Haley looked at the blonde and motioned him to follow. Other side was basically a carbon copy of New Orleans, and hadn't he visited a week ago, he would have gotten lost. They found Elijah near the square where artists would showcase their works. Elijah, said Haley softly. The man dressed elegantly in a navy suit and tie. He turned to face Haley with a soft smile on his face. And turned to the strange blonde with a brow raised. And who is this? Haley chuckled. Hope's boyfriend. Naruto smiled and shook the man's hand. Nice to meet you. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I'm here to bring you back to the world of the living. Now everything will be answered once we're done. He said to the original and hybrid. He put his hands on their shoulders and closed his eyes and concentrated on the ballroom of the Mikaelson home. The original vampire looked startled and stood in their home in Mikaelson home. He turned to see his two sisters, and Cole watched him carefully. Elijah, said Rebecca softly before she ran and hugged her older brother. You guys, I still need to get Klaus, so where is he? Asked Naruto as he watched the Mikaelsons pause their reunion. He's in the abattoir. Hope's room. He never hollow tries to take over but is fighting it as much as he can, said Elijah, surprising the others. Naruto nodded. Before he closed his eyes he told Cole to explain to Elijah. When I return with Klaus, Cole and Elijah, I need you to hold him down as I pull the spirit out of him. Once it's done I want everyone else out, and Freya, you will put up your strongest barrier. No one, and I mean no one, gets in, okay? He said sternly. The original witch nodded while Cole explained to Elijah what happened. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes and muttered, Geto, Rinne Tensai no Jutsu. He opened his eyes and he was standing in the middle of the abattoir in New Orleans. He looked to the stairs and ran up. He saw the door to Hope's room partly open. On the bed sat Niklaus Mikaelson. He looked worse for wear. It was clear he was fighting the hollow against taking control of his mind. Klaus's gaze snapped up to the intruder. He saw the blonde stand at the door. Who are you? He said in a gravelly tone. He hadn't used his voice much since he died, thinking the hollow would die with him. His mind was a mess. The only thing keeping him sane was his daughter. He hadn't seen her in so long. All he had was pictures, and now there was an intruder in his daughter's room. Before he could ask once more, Naruto grabbed his shoulder and closed his eyes, flashing back to the ballroom on New Orleans. Cole, Elijah now, said Naruto as he dispelled the king of hell. What is the meaning of this, brother? Shouted Niklaus angrily as he fought against the hold. Elijah and Cole had him in. I'm sorry, Klaus, but this is going to hurt. Naruto put his palm to Klaus's forehead and concentrated. He found the hollow trying to control his begun to purge the spirit and pull it from Klaus. The man screamed in agony. A-A-A-A-A-A-R-R-R-R-R-G-G-G-H-H-H. He screamed, his voice altered a bit from the influence of the hollow as he threatened the blonde who was causing him so much agony. I will kill you. Perhaps it was more of Klaus than he realized. The hollow was out before he could chain it down with his chains. He heard Hope's voice, which distracted him a split second. Dad, Mom, she questioned, looking at her parents. In that split second the hollow found it a new host inside Naruto. Naruto fell to his knees holding his head. He spoke loudly and clearly to the occupants who were watching the scene unfold before them. Cole, get Klaus away. Freya, barrier now. He said loudly and listened to the witch speak a different language. Hope looked to her parents and her uncle Elijah, confused. How could they have been here? She didn't know what exactly was happening, but when she heard her boyfriend shout she realized he was sealing himself up. How? What's going on? She asked her mom as she was being hugged by the woman. He brought us back, but when he was pulling the hollow from your dad, it went into him, said Haley quickly. Then why don't you help him? She asked to the rest. Her father was laying there unconscious, while her uncles gave her a shake of the head. We can't. Hope it's up to him now, said Cole softly, without his usual snark. Meanwhile Naruto held his head, panting heavily. Bringing 3 people back had sapped some of his energy, and now this hollow was trying to be a vindictive bitch on top of it. He laughed at the situation. If this hollow thought it was going to take over mind, she would have another thing coming. He was the former container to the 9-tailed fox. She wouldn't stand a chance, he thought. He created a shadow clone. Once I pull her out, seal her up in a blood seal, he told the clone. The clone nodded and pulled out a sealing scroll. All right, bitch, it's time for you to go back to sleep, he muttered, gritting his teeth. He elongated his claws and pushed it against his chest. His eyes were blazing. His claws pierced his skin as he poured chakra through his fingertips and pulled at the spirit. A blue translucent specter followed as he slammed it into the sealing scroll that was prepared. Now, he muttered to his clone. Barato Shirufuan, said his clone as the scroll closed up. His clone dispelled itself. His chest was healing slowly. However, he lost some chakra and needed a day to replenish. Hollow wreaked havoc in his system. There were some traces of it left. He coughed and spat black blood on the wooden floors. God, that's disgusting, he muttered before he looked towards his spectators. There were various faces of disbelief. Freya let down the barrier. As soon as she did, Hope ran over to him. Serper. Slap. Hey, what th? Before he felt a weight crash into him, he looked over his shoulder to the other Mikaelsons, though they were just as lost as he was. Tsunere. he thought with a chuckle and held the girl back. He felt his shoulder getting wet. Hope you okay? He asked softly. The rest of the family gave them space while Elijah carried Niklaus upstairs. You lied, she muttered in his shoulder. He sighed out softly. I did. You promised you never would. That's true, I did. He was confused as to where this conversation was going until he felt lips crash into his. He took a second to kiss back. Their tongues clashed against each other when Hope pulled back, her eyes filled with tears. Thank you for bringing my family back. He grinned a foxy grin and shrugged easily. What did I tell you? Hope sat between his legs and gave him an amused smile. Her tears were still present, but her smile was breathtaking. I don't know what, she asked, raised an eyebrow. I'm the world's #1 unpredictable ninja, he said, the grin never leaving his face. In a dark cavern, the moonlight providing the only light, stood a man in a long coat and shirt, his teeth a mixture of black and white, his face knitted together by heard footsteps near the entrance of the cavern. He was gazing at the black pit bubbling, ready to spawn another monster to get what he wanted. I see you've made it without any trouble, said the gray-skinned man and turned to the figure lingering at the entryway. The figure threw an object that resembled an hourglass towards the gray-skinned man with a smirk. I've delivered my end of the deal, now it's time to deliver yours, said the figure. A menacing chuckle rung through the empty expanse of the cavern. Oh, I'll deliver all right. Good, I'd hate to have to kill you, he said with a glint in his eye. The man stepped into the light and there stood a man about 6'0", slim build, dark brown hair with blue-gray eyes. That won't be needed. Soon you'll get what you want, and you have my word, Malachi Parker. Third person POV. An hour passed. It was midnight. Our blonde hero sat in the lounge with a drink in hand, staring at the fire raging in the fireplace as he thought about the day's events. Hope was reconnecting with her mother. Freya and Davina were working on some spell while Elijah and Rebecca went to procure some blood. Was out and sleeping. Freya said he'd be sleeping right into tomorrow, which was good since his body needed the rest. He heard footsteps accompanied by a voice. You look awfully glum for someone who just reunited a family, said Cole as he poured himself a chuckle dryly at the comment. Or is it that you're wondering what you got yourself into? With Hope or with women in general? None of the above, Cole. He smiling at the original. But I will say being slapped then kissed does sends a mixed message, he said with amusement. I agree, that looked like a doozy there, he joked. Silence fell over the vampire and ninja as they both continued to sip on their drink. Cole looked at the blonde. His eyes were look relatable. He knew he had that same look when he was wondering whether he was part of Always and Forever, the Mikaelson motto. I know I'm not Alaric your bro, but I've been told I'm a very good listener. He paused. The blonde raised an eyebrow. And attentive lover, he added with a grin. No doubt your wife who gave you that bit of information, but you could have stopped at a good listener, he said. Well, said Cole as he put the bottle of whiskey on the small table between them. Naruto filled his glass up once more and turned his to the orange flame, as he started to speak. It's nothing much really, just that I've never had a family like this. I had important people to me, but I met them and protected them and in the end sacrificed my life so that they could live in peace. He said indifferently. His mask he wore was on. You're lucky, replied Cole after a bit of silence. Some people are born into families, and for a while I too felt like I didn't fit the Mikaelson name, but when you find people who are important to you, they become your family regardless of whether you share the same blood. And if you ever tell him I said this, I will find a way to kill you. He threatened the blonde ninja. Naruto looked over to the original and nodded with a smile. But Nick made me feel wanted and loved, so after a while I found where I belonged. He finished, though he loathed to admit it. Nick was the one who told him he was a part of Always and Forever. It's quite late, you need to get some rest, and let Alaric know you'll be spending the evening off campus, said Cole with smile before he got up and went to his room where his darling wife would be waiting for him. Naruto stared at the spot where Cole disappeared from and smiled. Even though he put up a mask, he was quite sensitive. I suppose I'll be scheduling 2 separate bro nights for a while, he thought with an amused chuckle. He looked to his shirt. It was full of blood and he needed a change of clothes. He guessed Hope would too, so he flashed into his room getting some new clothes before flashing back to the area he was sitting in. Damn it, I should have gone to see Rick too. Oh well, guess I'll call, he said with a sigh and sank into the seat. He took out his phone and looked at the wallpaper. It was Hope. She just turned around when he took it without her knowledge. He thought she looked perfect. The sun hit her at the right angle. He unlocked his phone and went to Rick's contact information and dialed out. Hey, what's up? It's late. Where are you? Asked Rick. He was concerned. His daughter was still unconscious, as was Jade the vampire who came with his daughter. I'll be sleeping off campus tonight, since the weekend will be starting. Hope will too, he said to the man as he finished his drink with a sigh. Okay, you sound tired. What's drained you? I'll explain when I see you later. He paused and thought for a bit before he added, and let me know what Josie says when she wakes up if someone tricked her into getting the Mora Miserium. We need to know who, he said seriously and rubbed the bridge of his nose. I will get some rest. I'll see you tomorrow, said Alaric as he thought about what Naruto said, and mentally agreed, but he would have to deal with it tomorrow. He was tired because of everything that happened today. Naruto closed his eyes and started to fall asleep. His chakra network was working to regulate itself once more after the interruption it had. Guest room. So how long have you been dating blonde downstairs? Asked Haley with a smirk at the flush on her daughter's face. Come on mom, it's past midnight, you need to get rest and so do I. She tried to evade talking about her boyfriend. She loved him dearly, but talking about it to her mom was embarrassing because her mother would ask every question. Oh come on Hope, you know I met him before today, said Haley honestly. She would check in on Hope but would only get glimpses. Though she was referring to when he used that same technique the first time and looked for Hope, but she saw him instead and said Hope didn't come to the other side, meaning she was alive. She didn't exactly know where or what happened, but she was sure by tomorrow they would get an explanation why the whole family was in Mystic Falls instead of New Orleans. Really, when? Asked Hope, because Naruto didn't mention it, given she herself only got back a few days ago, so she didn't think he was keeping it a secret. Probably slipped his mind with everything happening. No, you're right, we need rest, so I'm going to go to one of the other guest rooms while you sneak your boyfriend up here, said Haley knowingly. Her guess was confirmed when she was the red blush on Hope's face. Moom, she whined, as she heard her mother laughter echo softly down the hall. She shook her head and went to go see whether she could find her blonde ninja. Words could not describe the joy she felt when she saw her mother and father back from the dead, though her father was still unconscious due to the hollow's influence, but Freya told her he would wake up tomorrow. She sincerely hoped her father would be welcoming towards her blonde boyfriend. She knew he could be very difficult. She walked down the stairs and saw her blonde boyfriend asleep in the chair he was sitting in. He must have really been tired. She shook his shoulder gently. Baby, wake up. She watched him open his eyes, and a lazy smile spread across his face. Hope. What time is it? Just after 1 a.m. Come on, let's get you some rest in a bed, you'll hurt your neck sleeping like this, she said, grabbing his bag at his feet. I'm a ninja princess, I've slept in more uncomfortable spots. He yawned. But a bed sounds good, he chuckled. Tough guy, she said, pulling his hand and leading the room they would have spending the night in. Hope went through her nightly routine in the bathroom. She came out to see Naruto in a loose sweatpants, bare-chested, and some clothes laying out for her, which consisted wear her pajama bottoms and matching top. She smiled at how sweet he was. She wanted to thank him but saw he was already back to sleep, so she put her head on his chest and his automatically went around her waist as they fell asleep. Next morning, Klaus woke up, springing up to his feet as he looked at his surroundings. It's been years since he was back in his home in Mystic Falls. He looked to the bedside table. There laid 2 blood bags. He drank them quickly when he realized he no longer heard the whispers from the hollow, but now his mind was flooded with so many questions. The most important was where his daughter was. He exited the room and heard a giggle that sounded familiar. He walked toward the sound, swung the door open. In all his years of killing people, he never wanted to hurt someone as much as the blonde who was on top of his daughter with his chest bare. His instincts were screaming at him to remove the blonde from his daughter, and he did so rather violently. What do you think you're doing to my daughter? He said, his vampire face flashing as he threw the blonde out the door. And picked him up by the neck and threw him down. He ignored the calls of his daughter and focused on the blonde who was now standing up, cracking his neck. Naruto allowed himself to be thrown like a rag doll by what he could only assume was a father protecting his daughter. However, the second time he threw him down the stairs, which hurt his neck, he put a hand to his neck and cracked eyes stared at the original hybrid who threw him off. Hope. Well, this is a first, he muttered. He stood bare-chested with a pair of gray sweatpants on and bare feet as he watched the hybrid's anger only grow. I asked you a question. What do you think you're doing to my daughter? Klaus sped over and delivered a punch that had Naruto sailing into the glass cabinet in the dining room. The noise woke the entire house and footsteps were heard on the stairs. Naruto lifted himself out of the cabinet. He felt glass embed into his back, and stared into the hybrid's eyes, kissing her. He asked with a groan and grunt when he felt himself step into hybrid, sped over delivering another punch, but this time Naruto turned and kicked the man across the room. He tried to speak. Look, I get. He was cut off when Klaus sped over, punching as he dived and evaded the punches, sending some of his own. Dad, stop. Naruto thought Klaus would listen until he felt a hand thrust violently into his chest. He felt the hybrid's fingers around his beating heart. Of course he knew wasn't going to die if his heart was removed, but it still hurt like a bitch. Arrrgh. He felt his mouth fill with blood. You have about 5 seconds to explain what you want with my family before I rip your heart from your chest, threatened Klaus with a sneer firmly on his features. He heard Hope tell Elijah to stop him. Dad, please. He wasn't even fighting back, she said, her eyes filling up with tears. Naruto hated seeing the tears in her eyes. His gaze turned to her. He was struggling to breathe a bit. Don't cry, princess, I'm fine, he said with a smile that was marred with blood as he gave the girl a thumbs up and wink. Klaus saw the action. He squeezed harder till he heard the boy cough blood. Klaus felt a sharp pain to his head and looked toward Hope, who was now muttering a spell. He sank down, removing his hand from the boy's chest. Arrg, stop, Hope, he said when he felt the pain subside. He saw his daughter at the blonde's side. I'm fine. Cough. Princess, you worry too much. Cough. He tried to sit up. Against the wounds were healing, though the cuts on his back still kept bleeding because of the glass in the skin. Well, nothing says welcome back like a murder, doesn't it, Nick? Quipped Cole from his spot. He was woken up the noise of glass breaking and when he came down to see Nick nearly murdering his new blonde friend. You've taken quite the beating there, mate. Why didn't you fight back? Asked Cole curiously. Naruto chuckled from his position. Hope was concentrating on removing the glass shards from his back. I didn't see any point to fight my girlfriend's father. He felt a slap to the head. Hey. Next time fight back. My father nearly ripped your heart out, she said softly and looked to her dad, who was watching the scene confusingly. Will someone explain what bloody happened? Said Nick loudly, frustrated at the entire guessing game. Long story short, the blonde over there brought you, Elijah and me back from the dead and you repay him by nearly murdering him. Not a great start, Klaus, said Haley from the side of Elijah. She worried about her daughter, but her daughter looked like she was giving all her attention to the boyfriend at the moment. And what about that bloody hollow? Asked Nick. Sealed away in the dragon's realm, said Naruto from his spot. Dragons. Do not take me for a fool, I'll finish you off and not even my daughter would stop me, said Niklaus angrily. There's a lot that you missed, Dad, said Hope, finishing Naruto back before going over to her father and hugging him tightly. I've missed you, but I'm angry that you nearly killed my boyfriend. Hope, you're way too young for a boyfriend, he said as he hugged his heir. He missed her more than words could express. He kissed her hard and heard a scoff. His gaze landed on Cole, who was handing the blonde he beat up a glass of whiskey. Dad, I'm 18, I'm not a little girl anymore, she said into his chest. She was overwhelmed with emotion. She was angry, but she missed her father and he boyfriend was durable. You'll always be my little girl, he said, cupping her cheeks, taking a good look at how beautiful she's gotten. He smiled a real smile. You've grown, my littlest wolf, and I've missed so much, he said, kissing her forehead. I'll make sure I don't miss any more, okay? She shook her head and smiled with tears in her eyes. You can start by apologizing to Naruto, Dad, she said softly. Klaus grimaced at the request but decided to compromise. He could at least attempt to be civil. How about we have a family dinner and he's invited? He asked softly, and the girl hugged him tightly before thanking him. We have to catch up, darling, she nodded. We will. There's a lot that you need to know, Dad, but we can talk after dinner, okay? He sighed and nodded, irritated that he had to wait longer for information, but nodded instead. Okay, I can be patient, he said. Okay, I'm going to take a shower. Naruto is going back to school to let Alaric know what he did, she said before going up the stairs. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. His daughter was grown. He wondered if she even needed him. He did what he needed to save her, and because of that sacrifice he missed 2 years of changes. You have time, brother, said Elijah from behind him. He smiled a small smile. I know, but everything's different, Elijah. Does she still need me? He asked quietly. Everyone else was doing their own thing. She will always need her father. That's why the young Naruto brought you back and fought the hollow. Are we sure there's no other motive? There's no such thing as a free lunch, brother, said Niklaus, sinking into a chair. Elijah loosened the jacket of his suit and sat in a seat opposite his brother. True, I suspect they needed help, but I don't know with what, said Elijah honestly. I guess we'll find out after family dinner, to which I invited Hope's boyfriend to, he said, grimacing at the last bit. He saw his brother chuckle amusingly. You're really having trouble with that, aren't you? Of course I am. No man on this earth is good enough for her, he said resolutely. Elijah chucked and patted his brother's knee. Of course not. He rolled his eyes before walking away, leaving Klaus with his thoughts. Guest room with Hope and Naruto. So dad invited you to dinner, said Hope as watched Naruto tie his shoes. He wore a jeans, t-shirt and leather jacket. As that so should I expect poison? Or maybe a steak knife through my head? Joked Naruto as he finished his lace. Hope gave him an amused smile. All of the above. She joked back. But you can't be late, it starts at 7 inches, he nodded. Sure, I'll be with Rick most of the day trying to find answers. Hopefully no monsters come and we can have a nice dinner with a side of murder. Hope knew he was joking, but she worried whether he regretted bringing her father back. Do you hate him? She asked softly, picking at her shirt, eyes cast down. Naruto knelt down in front of her and lifted her head with his finger. No, I don't. I'm pretty sure I'd torture our daughter's boyfriend, and then sticking his head on a pike. He grinned before kissing her lips softly. To him, you're his princess and I'm a vile troll or hobbit snatching away his princess. He paused and stared straight into her eyes with a serious expression. But know this, Hope Andrea Mikaelson, I love every part of you that makes you. You. Others see a violent family prone to murder and violence. To me, I see a father making sure every enemy will not be alive to hurt his daughter. He is not the villain in your story and I won't see him as such, so relax, princess. I might never be good enough for you, but I'll try my best to be, he said before leaving a lingering kiss on her lips and disappeared in a shunshin. Haley heard the entire thing and appeared at the doorway of her daughter, who was sitting on the bed with a bright smile on her face. He's the one, isn't he? She asked her daughter softly, referring to what she told Hope before. Hope's gaze snapped up to meet the hazel, green eyes of her hybrid mother. She knew what her mother was referring to. His my epic love mom, she said before her features fell slightly. And I'm afraid, she said honestly. Her mother smiled before sitting next to her and wrapped an arm around her daughter. That's exactly how you know it's love. You're afraid that every bad thing that could go wrong, every bad thing that could happen, but Hope, in the end we can't control fate, but we can fight against it to work in our favor, she said softly and kissed her daughter's head, like you were a miracle and fought against fate to make it possible. Hope's tears fell as sunk into her mother's grip. You know, I asked him whether I could be a mistake and miracle. He just grinned and shrugged his shoulders, giving me the simplest answer and said, you are always a miracle, never a mistake. She chuckled a bit when she thought about the moment though she jumped into Malivore after. It was one of the most romantic things he said to her. Well, his right, Hope, and I approve, and I did when I met him the first time, said Haley with a smile. Now come on, we have mother-daughter bonding to catch up on, she said with a grin and pulled her daughter out of the room. Salvatore School. It around 8 a.m. when our blonde ninja returned to the Salvatore School. The hallways were littered with students making their way to the cafeteria in their casual wear. Almost all the students returned. A few would come later today since classes would start on Monday. Naruto walked to the girls' dormitory to check on the twins. He knocked on the door and it was opened by Lizzie, who gave him a smile and a hug. Hey, I thought we killed you last night, she said. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, I had something to do, so I sent a clone in my place. You'll find out a bit later though. He paused as looked to the sleeping form on Josie. She's still asleep. Lizzie nodded. Bonnie said she siphoned and used much more magic than her body was accustomed to, so it's resting. She said. They were speaking quietly, enough not to wake the sleeping girl. Okay, I just wanted to make sure both of you are okay. It's been a busy couple of days, he said with a small smile. Has the hobbit tried to see her yet? He added. Lizzie chuckled. He's tried, but Dad told him she needed rest, so he left. Naruto gave the girl a nod. Okay, I'll see you later. I have to update your dad on some things and I'm sure it'll be a headache, he said before leaving the room and heading to the office. He walked into Alaric's office and looked like the man was just finishing a phone call. Yeah, I'll check. Thanks for letting me know, Damon. Yeah, I know the town is full of originals. Yeah, okay, bye. He ended the call with a heavy sigh and turned towards the blonde who was lounging in the sofa with his feet up. Do you mind telling me why Damon says that Elena saw Elijah Mikaelson at the hospital last night? Naruto kept his expression blank, his arms folded under his head and glanced at Rick. Because he wanted blood, he joked. He saw the expression on the Mon's face and sighed. Niklaus, Elijah and Haley are back from the dead and they're in Mystic Falls right now, he said, waiting for the reaction of Rick. The man gaped, his eyes widened at the news. Please tell me you had nothing to do with it, said Alaric when he regained his composure and rubbed his temples as he looked over to his blonde friend. Now that would be a lie. I brought them back last night. He paused. Before you go on and tell me about the great evil. I don't need to hear it, Rick. Hope needs her parents and I wanted her to be happy, so I brought them back. He finished firmly. Besides, I think we need a few heavy hitters, and when everything is done, I'm sure they will all return to New Orleans. He said, sitting upright and giving the man a small smile. Since when are you even? He trailed off. After Hope jumped into Malivore, it triggered something that gave me a bloodline, and with it comes some abilities, one bringing back the dead if their soul is on the other side. Alaric inhaled a shaky breath and processed everything the blonde told him. He wondered whether he could bring back his fiancée. His gaze snapped up to Naruto and tried to formulate the question. Can you? He paused, trying to formulate the question. The blonde looked sadly at his friend and shook his head. I'm sorry, Rick, that was something I tried, but when the twins siphoned the magic from her body, they siphoned everything that made her a witch, meaning she wasn't. On the other side, finished the man sadly before he fixed his expression. Naruto walked over to her, giving him a sympathetic pat on his shoulder. You know I would do it in a heartbeat, Rick, but it's not possible. I can't enter that domain. He finished off with a sad look in his eyes. Alaric nodded. He knew Naruto would do it if there was a chance. He sighed and righted himself. He saw the blonde pour him a drink. He looked curiously. It wasn't new, but he could have sworn the blonde was nervous about something. You all right? He said, motioning you the drink in hand. Well, I'm having dinner with Hope's parents, and Klaus already tried to kill me today. He swallowed the liquor in one gulp before pouring another. I'm sure he'll try at least once more before dessert. He chuckled dryly. Ha, good luck with that, laughed Alaric. The tension in the office had disappeared, and he remembered something Josie said when she was drifting in and out of concerned him. Josie said something last night when she was in and out of consciousness. He paused, gaining the blonde's attention. He received a nod to continue. When she spoke to Kai, he said that someone outside wants the Mora Miserium for their own use, something about some kind of deal. Did he say who? No, he was vague, teasing her being all crazy, I suppose, shrugged Alaric with a heavy sigh. This entire thing rubs me the wrong way, Rick. It's got to be all connected. Everything seems too convenient. He slammed his empty glass down, like we're puppets and someone else is moving the strings. I agree, and I hope this show ends so we can see who our puppeteer is, said Alaric with a grim expression. Time skipped to dinner. Naruto knocked on the double doors of the Mikaelson home. He got some flowers for Hope and 2 bottles of dragon wine, from the dragons, to impress his in-laws, even though the elder gave him some grief. The door opened. He saw Hope in a blue dress. Seemed like they went shopping. She looked beautiful. Her hair was in curls down her shoulder. He himself wore a navy blue pants, tan dress shoes, with a white shirt and navy tie. Well, hello, princess, don't you look beautiful? He said with a smile. Perhaps he drank or finished off 2 bottles of whiskey throughout the said it was necessary. Besides, he didn't get drunk easily because of his fast. Leaned down and kissed Hope on the lips and gave her the white primroses. For you, he smiled. Hope smelled her boyfriend. She could smell liquor on his. Didn't look drunk, but it was clear he possibly finished off enough to take the edge off. You smell like alcohol. She deadpanned. He gasped. What, no compliment? He said, gesturing to his clothes as she let him in. No, I hope you're not planning on drinking any more than you already have. She chided him as he followed her to the dining area. But I brought dragon wine, Hope. It's amazing. I think your family will enjoy it, he said. He stopped talking when he saw the glare directed at him from his girlfriend and nodded quickly. Yes, of course, no more drinking tonight, he said quickly as they entered the dining room. There was a large long table, with plates and cutlery on. He saw Hope's mother and smiled politely. Haley, love to see you again, he smiled. You too. The first time I saw you, you barely smiled, she said, looking to the boy who held 2 bottles of wine in his hand. Well, my princess was lost. There wasn't much reason to smile, he explained shortly. He heard a clap and saw Klaus walking down the stairs dressed in a suit. He wondered whether all their dinners required formal wear. Well, it seems our guest has arrived. Let's start dinner then, he said with a smirk, and his gaze landed on his daughter's boyfriend, who gave him a polite smile. He returned it grudgingly. Naruto was sitting at the opposite end at the table, far away from Hope. To his left was Cole and the right sat Davina, with the rest of the spots being filled up by the family. Hope sat to her father's right while her mother to his left. They ate quietly, until Elijah broke the silence. So Naruto, how did you meet our dear Hope here? He cleared his throat. At the Salvatore school, he said, sipping on the water he was provided with courtesy of Hope. You're a student there? Asked Haley. He shook his head. No, a teacher. he said easily. He saw Hope's eyes widen. You're dating your teacher Hope, said Klaus and looked to his daughter who now was trying to catch her breath because he choked on water. Ooh kinky, said Cole grinning. Klaus gave Cole a look that shut him up and turned back to his daughter who was being helped by Freya. No dad, I'm not dating a teacher, she said hoarsely. He just said he was Hope. I might have came back from the dead but I haven't lost my hearing. Naruto on the other hand was dying inside of laughter till he decided to save his princess. Sorry, I'm not a teacher in the traditional sense I suppose, but I do teach Hope and the other students self-defense. So that they do not only rely on their gifts, he said easily. Hope gave him a glare before he added. Besides, I'm only a year older than Hope, he shrugged before drinking the rest of his water. Cole saw his blonde friend drinking water and whispered, why water, mate? Naruto chuckled. Hope thinks I've had too much to drink already, he shrugged. Hope was now talking quietly to her dad while everyone else had their own conversations. Well, I think this wine is fantastic. Where did you get it? From the dragons, Klaus heard and narrowed his eyes at Cole and the blonde. Again with the dragons, what on earth happened while I was dead? He asked exasperatedly to his family. Do you want to share the tale or should I? Naruto asked Hope. She shrugged and then explained to her father what has been happening for the past year and few months. So you fought a hydra. I've thought those were only fairy tales, said Elijah as he listened. Yup, was a bastard to get rid of though, with it regrowing 2 new heads when you cut one off, he said with groan when he remembered how shitty it was when he fought the hydra. So how did you try and stop this Malivore when it got the last key? Asked Klaus looking to his daughter and the blonde. He was intrigued and it seemed that the young blonde was strong but he didn't know exactly what he was. Hope looked to her boyfriend but saw him looking anywhere but her. She sighed and spoke softly. I thought that I could stop Malivore by sacrificing myself, because it was made by a witch, vampire and wolf. So I jumped into Malivore. Klaus's eyes widened. Why would you sacrifice yourself, Hope? It was reckless and you. He pointed to the blonde over the table, which was clear of food and plates. Where was your devotion to my daughter when she jumped into that pit of nothingness? He asked angrily. The glass in Naruto's hand broke into pieces. His gaze snapped up to meet Klaus's heated gaze. His Rinnegan was blazing. His jaw was clenched. His voice changed. Where was my devotion? You ask, well let me show you. When he lost Hope he hated himself for being weak, so when Klaus questioned his devotion and love for Hope it was enough for him to let his beast rage. Memory Kyoyu no Jutsu. He flipped through signs quickly. Everyone present was dragged into his memories, the ones where he tortured men and women alike for answers about Malivore. Memory 1. If none of you can give me the answers I want, I will kill each of you slowly. There was a glint of madness in his eyes, as he stared at the 3 tied-up men. Where is the pit? I'll never give you what you want, screamed the man. Naruto looked to the man who spoke and grinned. Wrong answer, he said and created a chakra chain, rammed it into the mon's stomach. The mon's eyes widened as his mouth filled with blood. Now you'll bleed out slowly, struggling to breath while blood slowly fills your lungs and eventually you'll leave this world as scum, he said. His face never changed from the blank expression he had as he watched the man bleed out. Memory 2. The next man he nailed to the wall with kunai in his palms and legs. Now tell me where I can find the pit. He looked to the man as he moaned in agony. You see, I lost someone very important to me in that pit and the entire world has forgotten her existence but not me. He trailed off, pushing another kunai into the mon's shoulder. No, I'm plagued with memories of her smile, her laugh, her blush. Now the answers you'll give me will decide your fate, he said, playing with the dagger between his fingers. Will you suffer even more or will you be granted a quick death? Your choice. R. Houston. One of the bosses are in Houston, Pasadena, he said, breathing heavily. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Now please kill me. Naruto flicked the kunai and it landed in the man's throat. He watched the life drain from the mon's eyes. Trash, he whispered. Memory 3. I wouldn't move if I were you. This wire is carbon fiber. Do you know what happens when it's wrapped so tightly around I don't know a human body? The memory showed Naruto killing Milton's mother and burning the warehouse to the ground and walking away from the flames raging. Kai. He stood up to his feet and looked at the expressions on everyone's faces were different, but he concentrated on what he was feeling from Hope. She looked at him with tears in her eyes. I didn't. No, she whispered. He gave her a small smile before turning to Klaus. Not for a single moment did I not look for a way to bring her back home safely, and I would have burned the world to do so, he said before he disappeared in a Shushin. Naruto disappeared in Shunshin, leaving the rest of the Mikaelsons and Haley look to where he disappeared from. Well, I suppose that's the end of dinner then, said Cole as he stood up to his feet and left the room followed by his wife. Klaus sat quietly and pondered the words the blonde said and the images he was shown. He saw the look on his daughter's face. Hope, he said quietly. She shook her head and stood up, wiping away her tears. Not now, Dad, please. I'm extremely happy that you're here, but don't assume things about my relationship ever again, she said, staring into his eyes before she turned and grabbed her phone. She walked out of the dining room and the only ones that were left were Haley and Klaus. You shouldn't have said that, Klaus, said Haley as she looked to the man, who sat and watched where his daughter disappeared from. She is my daughter, Haley. Do not tell me what I can and cannot say, he said sternly, standing up from his seat. She is our daughter and that boy has done everything he could and can to make her happy. Isn't that what you want for her? She said, frowning at the father of her child. Klaus turned and narrowed his eyes. Yes. So happy, but she gave up her life without thinking twice. To save people she loved and to keep them safe. You can't fault him for that, Klaus, she said before she started walking away. Just watch her with him and you'll see that he looks at her like she is his entire world, Klaus, she added, and walked up the stairs, leaving Klaus alone with his thoughts. Meanwhile, Hope was outside, trying to dial her boyfriend's number. She held the phone up to her ear when she heard the ringing of a phone nearby. She looked around and then up to the tree branch and saw the blonde sitting up there. Can you come down here, please? She asked, looking up to her boyfriend. Naruto jumped down and landed without a sound in front of her. His shoulders still had tension in them. She hugged him and wrapped her arms around his waist. I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to feel or even remember me, and I'm just so sorry, baby, she said into his chest, arms wrapped around her and held her. Heard Naruto exhale a breath. Don't be. I lost my calm because I don't like remembering losing you, princess. He paused and cupped her face. The only thing that kept me going was knowing that you hadn't left this world, but it was a difficult time. I did things I'm not proud of, but I would do it a million times if it led me to you, he breathed out. His red-orange eyes never left Hope's blue ones. Does knowing I did those things make you love me any less? He asked with a bit uncertainty. Hope chuckled at the question and at how ridiculous it sounded, especially considering how her family acted when threatened. She shook her head slowly and gave a small smile. No, it doesn't, because I would do the same for you, she answered honestly. He smiled, kissing her forehead. Come on, it's cold out. Get you inside. She nodded and slipped her hand into his and walked toward the door. They neared the door when it opened and Klaus stood on the other side. Hope, do you mind if I have a chat with your boyfriend? He asked as politely as he possibly could. His daughter narrowed her eyes in suspicion and looked back to her boyfriend, who gave her a reassuring smile. Go ahead. I'll have a chat with your dad, he said, kissing her forehead. She nodded and kissed her dad's cheek and warned. Be nice, she said before leaving the two men alone. Let's talk in the study. I was told you put some kind of seals in there, asked Klaus as he led the blonde to the study. Oh yeah, it's one of my techniques. I spoke to Cole and Freya. I didn't want Hope to know in case I failed in bringing you and the others back, he said with a shrug. Klaus closed the door behind him and offered a drink, which he accepted. So I've been told that I need to be more accepting, said Klaus as he took a seat. Normally I wouldn't even dare take the advice, but considering you've brought me back from the dead, it's the least I can do, he said, sipping on his drink. The blonde ninja chuckled dryly. I appreciate it, however my outburst earlier was due to my inability to keep her safe, and when she jumped into that pit, his face changed. There was a sadness in his eyes as he looked to the original hybrid. It was possibly the worst moment of my life, and I've had a life filled with bad moments, he said honestly. Tell me then, what are you exactly? You're not a witch, you can do things I've never seen anyone do, so who are you really? Asked Klaus, leaning forward in his seat. Firstly, I'm not from this dimension. He grinned, and trust me, where I'm from I've never met vampires, witches or werewolves, but each dimension or world has differences. Naruto then went on to explain that he was a ninja in the elemental nations. A place that was riddled with wars, whether it be in the shadows or in the light. How old were you when you became a ninja? Asked Klaus as he listened to the blonde's story. I was 12, though I've known about cruelty and the darkness in people's hearts since I was 3 inches, he said, finishing his drink. There was a recognizable look in his eyes when he remembered the beating he received and how much worse those beatings were when it was his birthday. I know that look, said Klaus. He was referring to the emotional damage his father Michael caused him, beating him for being weak or not strong enough, and the list goes on. It was the same look I've had for many years. My father Michael would treat me less than my siblings, he said, trailing off with a shake of his head. I've never had a family, no father or mother. I was born an orphan, but for as long as I can remember I was hated for something I had no control over. He explained about becoming the container of the nine-tailed fox, what his father did, and when it was leaked to the villages he would suffer their wrath. Did you burn it to the ground? Asked Klaus as he clenched his fist. He hated children being abused and mistreated because it reminded him too much of his own past. No. He shook his head with a wry chuckle. Instead, I protected them. I became a ninja for that village and saved them over and over again until the last war one fought and led in. I did a technique that took my life in exchange to save the rest, he said with a sigh. He looked to the monk's expression. You're a hero then, and a much better man than me. I would have destroyed them, chuckled Klaus as he relaxed into the armchair. Hero. I wouldn't call myself one. I just fought to protect people important to me. He paused and stared at Klaus. And if I become the villain in the stories of others, I'll gladly do so to keep those who are dear to me safe, even if it costs me my life. Klaus stood up and poured another drink for the two of them. He raised his eyebrow. Does that include my family then? He asked curiously. Naruto gave the man a grin. You're important to the princess, and I really wouldn't like you to die after all I went through to bring you back to life, joked the blonde lightly. Klaus laughed at the comment and held his glass up toward the blonde. I might just like you yet, even though I still think my daughter could do better, he said with the signature Mikaelson smirk. You and me both, but at least I'm not the Hobbit, he said with a chuckle and an eye roll. I somehow feel like there's a story there, but it's late. I'll let you get some rest. Naruto nodded in thanks. In Hope's room, he said with a smirk. He dodged a glass being thrown at him. On second thought, I might just rip out your heart yet, threatened Klaus with a menacing grin on his face. Sure, I'll take the couch, no biggie, he said before leaving the study. Damn hybrid, he muttered under his breath and heard Klaus's laughter at the comment. He left the study and ran up the stairs to see Hope and say goodnight. He opened the door and saw the girl pacing the room nervously. Did something happen? He asked. Hope stopped pacing and hugged him. You're still alive, that's good, he scoffed amusingly. Well, I am, but I won't be if I'm caught sleeping with you in the room, so I'm going to take the couch, he said, breaking their hug. I'm an adult, I can sleep with my boyfriend if I want, she huffed, crossing her arms. Naruto rolled his eyes. Of course, darling, however, I'd like to keep my heart where it is. Thank you very much. Besides, he leaned down and pecked her lips. We'll be back at school and you'll be back in my bed soon enough, he said with a wink. Hope flushed red and slapped his chest. Pervert, he wiggled his eyebrows. You know it. He gave her one last kiss. Now get to sleep, we'll be sparring in the morning, he said and left the room. Next morning, our blonde hero was in the backyard sparring with one of his clones, in his usual training attire. He heaved a breath and sent a barrage of punches and kicks to his clone, knocking over a tree from the ground, killing the clone in the process. He felt Hope's presence. Are you going to continue watch me or join princess? He said with his back turned and pushed his hand through his blonde locks. He had a layer of sweat covering his body because of the morning heat and the intense sparring session courtesy of the shadow clone. Well, I was enjoying the view, but I guess. She trailed off with a mock pout. Yeah, and you call me a pervert? You're really becoming a world-class hypocrite, princess, he said, turning to face the girl. He gestured with his finger. No magic, and I won't use chakra. Concentrate only on your werewolf abilities. He paused as he watched his love take her stance. He nodded and stepped closer to her. Just like your magic, it's part of you. He paused and watched as his lover's eyes flashed and stayed gold. Good, your wolf is you and you are the wolf princess. Now come at me with the intent to kill. She launched her punches and kicks that reached him, but he evaded, picked up something strange with her signature but ignored it, and they sparred for 30 minutes when they drew a crowd. Faster, Hope, your enemies will not wait, he said loudly and pushed her back and launched his own combo, while the girl blocked the punches, but the last one caught her and wrapped his hands in the position to snap her neck. You're dead, he said before he moved away. You've lost your speed, he said plainly. He unwrapped his hands. Well, excuse me, I didn't think to train while in Malivore, she said without thinking. Naruto sighed and turned away. It shows, he said before grabbing his phone out of his bag and look at the time. He wanted to go to the Fox's realm to get some more seals. I'll be gone most of the day, probably back by tonight, he told her. Where are you going? Summoning realm. I'll let Akane stay with you, she'll let me know immediately if you need me, he an out on a t-shirt and some shoes. Kuchio's no jutsu, he muttered biting his finger. Naruto-sama, she said to him before turning to Hope and jumping up in the girl's arms. Heim, grinned the fox rubbing herself against the Mikaelson. Hey, I've missed you little one, said Hope. Naruto smiled and gave Hope a peck on her cheek. Aka Chan, keep her safe, he said sternly as the fox nodded. And I'll see you later, princess. He flipped through signs and reverse summoned him to the summoning realm. Hope looked to her mother, Rebecca, and father, who had been watching the sparring session. Hey, why are you all out here? She asked them while all three of them were staring at the small talking fox cuddling her chest. Well, we were evaluating your session, but then a talking fox came and now we're going to address that, said her Haley somewhat sarcastically. Hope rolled her eyes. This is one of Naru's summons. He has a contract for foxes and dragons. She paused when she saw the go-smacked look on her aunt and mother's face. Her father hid his surprise rather well. What next? His a lost prince? Asked Rebecca sarcastically when Hope chuckled and smiled. Who knows, maybe he is, shrugged Hope with a smile. In a cavern sat two men. The necromancer and Kai Parker, who recently just came out of the prison world. So when will you get me what I want? I've waited for a while now, he whined with a pout on his face, that made him look like a kid not getting his way instead of a sociopath. It's only been 36 hours, deadpanned the necromancer. The heretic was irritating, however the more miserium was necessary for his plans, so he put up with his whining. 36 hours too long, quipped the brown-haired psycho, and 36 hours without spilling blood, he added. Yes, you'll get what you want within this week, he said and added. Now will you please shut your mouth, said the necromancer irately. Oh, God. I'm that guy, right? That guy that won't shut up, he said with laugh, and then his face changed to a frown when he realized what he said. Oh, I hate that guy. Trust me, you're not alone with that, said the necromancer as he threw the Mora Miserium inside Malivore and grinned. It won't be long now, he chuckled inwardly. The school week started smoothly. No monster attacks, no necromancer, and no Malivore. It was quiet, too quiet, and it had our favorite blonde on edge. We find our blonde hero standing in Alaric's office on a Friday afternoon with a single malt whiskey in his hand, listening to man speak with his eyebrow raised. And so I think it's necessary that we have some sense of normality and have the tradition continue of having the decade dance tonight, said Alaric without blinking. Naruto stared at the man with an unreadable expression on his face. Rick, you know you're my bro, but I don't even think the school should be open. He paused, finishing his drink, but before he continued, Alaric furrowed his eyebrows. Well, it isn't. It's been quiet. There hasn't been any attacks. He tried making his point. Naruto shook his head. Exactly. Quiet, Rick. Too quiet. I have a bad feeling about all this. He turned and walked toward the window of the office and looked out, staring at the quiet woods like he was searching for something. It's like our enemies are lying in wait, patiently waiting for us to slip up and catch us with our pants down, he sighed, turning to face the man, who now was massaging his temples. He knew Naruto was right, he felt it too, but his daughters begged him, even had the students sign a petition. The girls really want this, and they've got a signed petition saying that the other students want it too. He let out a breath. How about we have some of the Mikaelsons chaperone? Asked the headmaster. Maybe, I wonder. Naruto adopted a thinking pose. He was going to see Klaus later today, so he might as well ask. I'll be meeting Klaus later today at Mystic Grill. I've wanted to ask him about the knife I told you about. Alaric nodded and smirked. Getting close with the father-in-law, hey? He added with a chuckle. Naruto outright laughed at the Mon's comment. Well, we're at a point where he no longer wants to rip my heart out, so it's progress, he said with a smile and a wink before exiting. The was true. Klaus and him had a similar past in common, and one thing that bound them, which was their shared love for the tribrid, at this moment was walking down the hallway toward him. Princess. He smiled and kissed her cheek. Naru, aren't you supposed to be meeting my dad today? He nodded with a small smile on his face. I am, though. I wanted to talk to Rick about this decade dance, he said with a sigh. So I'll see you tonight and save me a dance, okay? He gave a kiss on the lips, which she returned. Always, babe, said Hope with a whisper. Love you, he said before vanishing in a shunshin. Love you too, she said to the empty space and shook her head, heading off to her last class of the. Hadn't told Naruto, but she'd been feeling ill for the last couple of was already on edge because of how quiet it had been since they got Josie back. She didn't need him to worry about her having a stomach bug too. She walked into her next class with a small smile on her face when she thought about the decade dance. It would be their first dance as a couple. Hey Lizzie and Josie, she said, sitting down to the blonde twin. There was still some tension between Josie and her because of Landon, who apparently still had feelings for her since everyone now remembered her thanks to her aunt's spell. Hey Hope, smiled Lizzie, and Josie just gave a nod. Lizzie frowned at her sister's cold demeanor. She realized why his sister was being that way with Hope, but still it was Hope's fault that Frodo had feelings for her. Now Josie, I said this before, and to be honest I really hate saying it again, which says a lot about me considering that I love talking, but I digress. The point is you need to get over the fact that the Hobbit has feelings for Hope. It's not her fault. She paused, staring into her sister's brown eyes. If anything, it's Frodo that you should be angry at, especially considering I've heard you talking about. She tried to get it out of her mouth without gagging, but to Lizzie it was impossible. Oh my god, I can't even say it without gagging. Josie's eyes widened while Hope had an amused smile on her face. Then don't, said Josie, slamming her palms on the table, causing everyone to stop and stare at her while she flushed red and ducked embarrassingly. She sighed. You're right, Lizzie, and ignored the blonde's huff and flick of hair. I'm sorry, Hope, I know it's not your fault. She sighed, putting her hands in her head. We're trying to fix things, and Hope cut her off with a wave of a hand. Don't worry, Josie, I understand, but just know that I'm very happy with my blonde, especially after everything that happened recently, she said with a smile before Lizzie spoke up. That's right, your parents are back from the dead, she said loudly, stopping the lesson and having the teacher look at the three girls with a glare. If you girls would rather be having a conversation than taking part of the lesson, you could do it in the headmaster's office. All three girls shook their heads and gave an apology. Great, now where was I? Oh yes, this is about the history of the original witch Esther Mikaelson. Hope ignored the rest of the lesson because who else would know more about her crazy grandmother besides her family? Tonight can't come fast enough, she thought with a groan. Mystic Grill. Naruto walked into Mystic Grill. The bell at the door let off a ring. He looked at the tables but didn't spot, turned his gaze to the bar and saw the man sitting there with a drink in hand, grinning at a raven-haired gentleman, wearing a leather jacket and jeans. He heard bits of their conversation. The restaurant was busy and there was a lot of noise to filter through. He neared Klaus and the raven-haired man. So why are you here, Klaus? I heard the rumors, but I didn't want to believe that the scary original hybrid is back from the dead. He paused and narrowed his eyes at the hybrid, who was smiling amusingly at his questions. So how did you do it? Naruto realized that from the description this must have been Damon Salvatore, brother to the deceased Stefan Salvatore and husband of the doppelganger. Well now Damon, you know what they say, a magician never reveals his secrets. He grinned with and sipped his drink. Naruto chuckled inwardly and decided to announce his presence. Klaus, it looks like I've disturbed a rather fun conversation, he said sarcastically and looked between the two men. Yeah, now how about you turn around and leave? Damon tried compelling the blonde, who stared at him with a smile on his face and tilted his head. You know you've got a weird thing happening with your eyes right now. He paused, feigning concern. You should let a doctor check that. He turned to Klaus, who was smiling behind his glass. Now Damon, I believe my company has arrived and I'd really love to continue this conversation some other time. His tone was thick with sarcasm as he dismissed the raven-haired scoffed, hiding his surprise that the blonde couldn't be compelled, and chalked it up to the vervain that was put in the town's water supply courtesy of Matt Donovan. He ignored the blonde and turned to face the original hybrid with a sneer on his face. You better not come after my wife again, he said, and watched Klaus roll his eyes. I have no interest in your dear Elena, mate. Besides, isn't she a vampire now? He saw the man nod. Then she's useless to me now, if you'll excuse us, Damon. You better watch your back with him. He's an evil bastard, said Damon to Naruto, who gave him a bored look. Oh, I know what and who he is, Damon, but from what I've read in your brother's diaries you aren't the angel either, he said, and fixed the man with a hard expression. And trust me, I don't care whether you're a friend of Rick's if you come after any of the Mikaelsons with your petty revenge plots. You'll think why Klaus made you go through was child's play when I'm done with you, he said without blinking, and turned away from the vampire and now heard the doorbell ringing, indicating that Damon left. Klaus stared at the blonde with an eyebrow raised. Child's play. He chuckled. You talk a big game. Naruto shrugged. I've dealt with far worse, and trust me, I've seen true evil, Klaus, and you're not that evil, he shrugged with a smile. I see, well, you've got to tell me the story sometime, I might get some tips, he joked. Naruto laughed. Perhaps. He sat in his seat and ordered a drink. I wanted to know whether you've ever encountered a charmed knife in your travels, he said as he sipped on the drink the bar lady gave him with a wink. He didn't pay attention, instead his attention was on Klaus. Well, I've encountered many in my travels and used quite a few as you know, but you have to be more specific, said Klaus, leaning a bit back in his seat. Naruto took out a folded paper from his jacket pocket and unfolded it and put it on the bar and slid it over to Klaus. Well, anything like this. He tapped his finger on the page and saw a flash of recognition on the mon's face. The blade resembled a white bone blade wrapped with cloth at the handle. This is a dagger that originally belonged to the Hollow, paused Niklas and fixed the blonde with a serious expression. It's a dark object that has a lot of power. Why are you looking for it? Naruto ordered another drink and sighed. The necromancer gained his powers by using this dagger as a medium, and now considering what you've told me about the power, I assume that why he used it. He sipped his drink and thought about how they trouble interrogating or even hurting the necromancer. He seems infallible, however this blade is what can kill him. Do you know where I can find it? Asked Naruto. Klaus realized what the blonde was saying and knew where exactly to find the blade. In fact, I do. He paused and made his decision swiftly. It's in my possession and is stored away safely in the compound in New Orleans. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks, Kami. I really want to kill the guy more than I've ever wanted to kill anyone. The blonde clenched his jaw when he remembered how easily the necromancer used the dead as his playthings, torturing the minds of the ones he cared about. How he used Hope's guilt for her part in her father's death against her. Forced his two surrogate sisters to end their mother's suffering. You seem to hold a lot of anger towards this necromancer, asked Klaus with a brow raised, curious his fellow blonde's expression. Naruto shook his head, coming out of his thoughts, and sighed heavily, whilst looking in the liquid in his glass. He toyed with Hope and used your death in his plans. It's not something I can forgive easily. He turned to face Klaus, his mouth set in a firm line. So yes, I hold a lot of anger towards the necromancer, and I look forward to the day I can get rid of him. Klaus's eyes widened when he heard about what he did to his daughter and nodded. When will we go and get the dagger then? Naruto smirked. Fancy a ride on a mythical creature then? He grinned and watched Klaus's expression change. What would that be? He raised his eyebrow in question. Naruto finished his drink. Well, a dragon, of course. The trip to and back from New Orleans took about 3 hours in total, and now our blonde ninja was walking into the Mikaelson home with Klaus beside him and the newly acquired dagger, which would be able to kill the necromancer for good. I haven't been pleasantly surprised by many things in my long life, but I have to say riding on top a dragon was definitely an experience, said Klaus honestly. To be honest, he wasn't afraid but understandably cautious when he approached the large beast. He realized that this new blonde who had been introduced to their family would show them plenty of new things, and this was just the beginning, and maybe, just maybe, he was slight getting used to the idea of his daughter having a boyfriend, but he wouldn't say it out loud either. Yeah, I know, I was like that the first time too, agreed Naruto with a nod. They entered the dining room and heard Cole's voice. As the world coming to an end, because if Nick is smiling I must be trapped in a twilight zone, quipped Cole from his position in the room. Naruto chuckled while Klaus rolled his eyes at his brother's remark. I'll have you know, brother, I've smiled many times. In fact, I believe I even graced you with one, he said while pouring him a glass on bourbon and gestured to Naruto, who nodded in acceptance. Ah, I see. Well, I'm glad you're getting along with my friend Naruto here. He grinned. I'd hate to lose him after I just discovered the fun of friendship, he said. Nice to know you appreciate me, Cole, he said, taking the glass from Klaus. So Alaric is having the decade dance and wants to know whether any of you would be interested in chaperoning, he said as he sank into his chair. I'm sure Rebecca would love to. She's always loved those things when she posed as a high school student, said Klaus. Well, I need another volunteer. Even though I'm against this entire thing, I don't want our guards to be down when an enemy strikes. He sighed, but Rick thinks it'd be good for the students to have done normality with everything happening. Well, he's not wrong. A dance can help ease the students, said Elijah as he entered the room. What about you, Elijah? Fancy watching a bunch of teenagers grind their partners? Asked Cole while smiling, and was amused by the grimace on his brother's face. No thank you, I have business to attend to, he said, not even bothering to decline politely. Klaus laughed at his brother's refusal and threw in his own comment. I'm not too sure whether Alaric would appreciate me there, considering what I did when I attended the last one they hosted. His smile never left his face. Okay, you've twisted my arm. I'll join, and my wife can too, said Cole as he stood to his feet. Well, I'm pleased to hear you're so open to volunteering, Cole, said Naruto as he stood up to his feet as well and finished his drink. I've got a date to prepare for, so I'll see you later at the dance, he said with a salute and vanished in a shunshin. I want to learn how to do that, said Cole somewhat enviously. Klaus raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Of course you do, you've always liked shiny toys, said Niklaus as he retired to the study for the afternoon to work on his paintings. Is it just me or have they gotten closer? Asked Cole to Elijah. Elijah fixed his cufflinks and smiled. It seems that our brother has accepted the fact that his daughter won't be a little girl forever, he said before leaving Cole by himself. Damn it, Nick got to ride a dragon before me. Salvatore School. Naruto was sifting through his closet to find something appropriate for the decade dance. He had no idea what people wore in the 80s either. Why can't I just wear a suit? He sighed, groaning at his thoughts. He heard a knock on his door and went to open. Stood there in a light blue denim jean and with t-shirt and his hair messed up, that eerily resembled Bed smirked. Oh wow, is this the 80s? He asked with a chuckle. Ha ha ha, very funny. Now then, have you got it out of your system? Naruto shook his head. No, hold on, your hair looks like that sparkly guy. He snapped his fingers trying to get to the name of the movie Hope had him watch. Alaric narrowed his eyes at his blonde friend who looked like he just came out of the shower. Who? He asked, somewhat confused by the reference. Ah yes, fuckward, oh sorry, I mean Edward from Twilight. He laughed at his joke while the man gave him a deadpan expression. Now that you've made fun at my expense, bro. He paused, waiting for the blonde to stop laughing. The dance will be starting in 30 minutes and the witches set up a barrier to alert us if we get any surprises, he said seriously. Naruto, who now has sobered up from his laughing his throat. That's great. Cole and Rebecca will be chaperoning, he said and opened the door wide enough for Alaric to see the clothing lying on the bed. But what's not great is that I don't how one would dress in the 80s. Just wear a leather jacket and slick your hair back, you'll be good, he said with a shrug. Naruto rolled his eyes. Helpful, and I'll see you at the dance, he said as the man closed his door and looked to the mess of clothes, gel and a leather jacket. I can do that, he said with a sigh and got ready. 20 minutes passed. He stared at his reflection. His hair was gelled back with a one strand curling on his forehead. He wore a light blue denim jeans, white t-shirt and boots, not much different from his usual attire other than his hairstyle, which he usually just wore as it. Well, I do look great if I do have to say so myself. He grabbed his leather jacket and sling it over his shoulders and exited the room and left to follow the music to the grand hall. He entered and saw the strobe lights in the hall, with students in very colorful clothing, neon if he had to guess from the way they were practically glowing in the dark. He spied Hope talking to Davina. His girlfriend was wearing a very appealing short skirt, and a crop top with her hair styled in a ponytail which was skew. He shrugged and made his way over and slid his hands around her waist. Hello, Davina. He smiled and the witch gave him a smile in return and then walked off, leaving the couple alone. Naruto leaned and whispered near her ear, I must say, princess, you look absolutely delicious in this skirt. He grinned next her ear. Good enough to eat. He chuckled at the blush tinting her cheeks. Even in the dark it was bright enough. Stop. My aunts and uncle is here. I don't really think you want to start something you have to wait for ages to finish. He sighed exaggeratedly and pulled away, turning the girl to face him. I guess you're right. Of course I am. I'm a Mikaelson. She smirked. You know, you say that like it explains everything, he chuckled. You've met my family, we have pretty big egos. She shrugged. It was true they had big egos, but the difference was they had the skills to back up their egos. I see that now. Come on, let's go get a drink. They went to drink punch and enjoyed the music. They danced and talked. Naruto found MG standing over at the drinks table. He was happy for the boy. He finally managed to ask Lizzie out. Hey MG, you alright, man? He asked the boy and he poured him more punch. He was dancing with Hope and even with Rebecca and Davina. So far they were an hour into the dance with no incidents. Yeah, I'm good, thanks, Captain. He smiled. He got over the loss of his mother when he discussed it with Caleb, and they both agreed that his mother wasn't the best person considering the atrocities she was willing to commit, all in her belief that humans should be on top of the food chain. I'm glad I've seen you finally had the nerve to ask Lizzie out, he said, leaning against the table and watching the dance floor. MG blushed, scratching his head impishly. Yeah, even for a vampire, life is short. Gotta grab hold of what's important while we have the chance, he said somewhat sagely. Naruto laughed and agreed. You're right, the people who are important to us make life worth living, whether it's an eternity or just a few years, he said, staring at his tribrid princess who was laughing at something her Uncle Cole said. Yeah. He trailed off, looking around. Looking for someone? He asked. Which reminds me, I haven't seen The Hobbit and Josie, he said. MG chuckled awkwardly. Well, apparently Lizzie went to stop her sister from making a mistake that includes Landon. he said, shivering at the image Lizzie so easily provided him with. How long ago was that? Asked Naruto with someone concern. However, if he knew what Lizzie was doing, he definitely did not want to even think about it long enough for him to get a picture of it. MG looked at his watch on his wrist. About 30 minutes ago, he said, furrowing his eyebrows. I'm going to go check on them to make sure she hasn't used a transformation spell on Landon or something, he said. Naruto nodded. Let me know if they're okay, he said before the vampire disappeared. He was stuck in his thoughts when he felt a tap on his shoulder. He looked to the side and it was his princess staring at with him, a concerned look on her face. You okay? You kinda zoned out. He gave her a soft smile. Yeah, I'm good, just had a weird conversation with MG, that's all, but I'm sure everything is okay, he said, banishing the worried thoughts he had. Besides, the barrier the witches cast would alert them if something happened. Never mind that, are you enjoying yourself? She nodded with a bright smile and leaned into Naruto. I haven't been this happy in a long time, even with this whole Malivore thing. She breathed out honestly. He grinned and wrapped his arm around his girlfriend, drawing circles on his hip. Well, I'm happy that you're happy, princess. He paused and kissed her head. It's all I've Eve. He was cut off by a frantic vampire appearing before him. What happened? He asked, looking to the panicking vampire. I went to Lizzie and Josie's room and found broken glass on the floor with the curtains torn, he said, and breathed out a shaky breath. I think they've been taken, he said, blinking away the tears in his eyes. Naruto's grip tightened around Hope. Show me, he said, and turned to Hope. Stay here and let Alaric know. Have him shut down the dance and no one exits the hall, Hope. His mouth was in a firm expression. And I mean no one, Hope, he said before he left his girlfriend standing there frozen for a few seconds. She looked around and found Alaric speaking to Ms. Tig. Dr. Saltzman. She paused, gaining the Mont's attention, who now saw the expression on Hope's face. What is it, Hope? The twins' room was broken into and MG couldn't find them anywhere in the school. The man shook his head, willing Hope not to finish the sentence. There. No, they were just here 30 minutes ago, he said, looking around the dance floor but couldn't see his daughters. Drive Saltzman. Rick, said both Hope and Emma at the same time. Where's Naruto? He asked quickly. He went to see whether he could find anything in their room, she said, and he said no one should leave the hall, and the dance should be shut down, she said to the man sadly. Okay. Alaric clenched his jaw and went to do exactly what he was told. The music shut off and he turned to the students, explaining that an incident occurred and for everyone's safety they should remain in the hall. So don't panic, we'll sort this out as soon as we can, he said. The doors to the hall opened and there stood Naruto, giving the man a look which confirmed his stepped off the stage and walked over to Naruto. Have you found anything? He asked impatiently. Naruto sighed softly and took out an object from his back pocket. This was found in the room, whoever it was flew over the barrier, Rick. So how did we find them? Well, he was cut off by Emma. Sorry, but the barrier was triggered, said Emma quickly. Hope, MG, Alaric, Cole, Rebecca and Cole exited the hall quickly. Do we know what triggered it? Emma shook her head. When they opened the front doors, they stared ahead and saw a horde of zombies clawing at the barrier. This was definitely the necromancer, said Naruto. He bit his finger. Kuchio's no jutsu, he muttered and summoned Ryu. I'm going to find the twins and bring them home. He turned to face Alaric and ignored the surprised expressions from the Mikaelsons. Rick, stay here and kill that. He pointed to the horde. It's clear that it's just a distraction to give whoever took the twins enough time to finish what they want. He turned to Hope and pecked her lips. Be safe and be careful, okay, he said before jumping on his dragon. Let's go, Ryu, he said as the dragon flapped its wings and took off into the sky quickly. Hope watched her boyfriend disappear into the clouds. You know, I really should stop being surprised at what that guy does, whispered Cole with wide eyes. Now then, what shall we do with the zombies clawing at your gates? Asked Rebecca as she stared at Alaric, who had a grim expression on his features. We let them in. Naruto flew in the skies. He activated his Rinnegan and they were flying over the woods. He sensed 3 signatures. 2 matched the twins and 1 was someone he didn't recognize. Fly lower, Ryu. Hi. Ryu flew lower and Naruto could see a light-skinned man standing before the twins. Alright, Ryu. Once I'm finished here, I'll summon you again if needed, he said, and jumped off the dragon, landing in front of the brunette-haired man who was wearing a jeans and t-shirt. Naruto looked and saw the twins chained to 2 trees, they were crying with gags in their mouths. His face hardened as he turned to face their kidnapper. Now wait a minute. Paused Kai, adopting a thinking pose as he stared at the blonde before him. This was a party of 3, you were not invited. Naruto stared at the monk's expression. He might have been hiding surprise of his face very well, but his emotions said otherwise. Hey, my invitation must have gotten lost in the mail then, he quipped and readied himself for an attack. Kai gave the blonde a mock pout. I don't think I would extend an invitation to someone who isn't family unless. He trailed off with a finger tapping his chin. It was Alaric, he grinned playfully. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the man when his mind realized who he was up against. You're Malachi Parker, he said with distaste. The same guy who killed his twin sister on her wedding day, he said while he slid into his taijutsu stance. Well, it was the most important day of her life, so I had to give her. Naruto punched his jaw and watched the heretic skid back but hopped up and rubbed his jaw. That was rude, he said, rubbing his jaw. I was mid-sentence. I really don't like people cutting me off, he emphasized by flicking his fingers. Ah, Shalana, he muttered. Naruto felt some pain to his head. His healing regeneration was on par of original vampire and his pain threshold was higher than most. He tilted his head and raised an eyebrow. I'm sorry, is that supposed to hurt? He asked. He sped toward the heretic and punched and kicked, but Kai was able to dodge his punches and return some of his own. They fought back and forth for a couple of minutes. He reinforced his fist with chakra and landed a punch to the heretic chest and had him sailing backwards into a tree. Isendia, muttered Kai and started a fire around the twins. He grinned. Oh, now what to do, save Linda and Joni or fight me? Such a tough choice, he mock pouted. Naruto heard muffled screams behind the wall of fire he created. 2 shadow clones. Save the twins, I'll take out the trash, he told his clones before went shunching behind Kai. He grabbed the back of his neck and threw him against the tree hard enough to break the tree in half. He heard his clones do a sweeten jutsu while he concentrated on the heretic bastard. He cracked his neck and watched the heretic struggling to stand up. You see, I don't hate many things. He paused, sneering at the heretic, his eyes blazing with anger. But do you know what I hate more than anything else? He didn't wait for the heretic to respond as he watched Kai pop his dislocated shoulder back into the socket. I hate it when someone hurts people I love, he said, launching an uppercut on Kai's chin and had him lifted up in the air. Naruto jumped up and roundhouse kicked the man back to the ground. Kai groaned. He realized he had internal bleeding and his vampire healing was struggling to keep up with the amount of damage he was receiving. He staggered to his feet and spat a glob of blood from his wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Ha, well, you know one thing. He stood up straight. What I like about being a sociopath. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the heretic. I don't know, humor me. I'm not burdened by things like love or guilt. Naruto clenched his fists and shunshined and slammed 3 successive punches to his gut while holding him by his neck. And that's exactly why you'll lose, said Naruto. Kai grinned, his white teeth were covered in blood. He lifted his hand slowly to the hand that was choking him and started siphoning what he thought was magic. I never lose, he chuckled. Naruto grip slackened a bit. Kai kicked the blonde to his chest. Ha, wow, this is much more magic that I'll ever get in the merge, he said, his eyes widening at all the power he felt surging through his veins. The power didn't stop. He felt invincible until he looked to his hands and watched his veins felt like the blood was boiling beneath his skin. Gripping his head. Arg, what is this? He said between gritted teeth. He fell to his knees at the excruciating pain he was experiencing. Naruto walked towards the kneeling heretic and lowered himself so that he could be at eye level with the sociopath. He grabbed his face between his fingers and held tight. There was a smirk on his face as he watched the heretic get poisoned by the yuki he absorbed. You know what's funny? He asked with a menacing glint in his eye. You'll be destroyed by the thing you want most. Kai's mouth filled with blood and he struggled to breath and he coughed it up. He. Power. Naruto grinned and pushed his other hand through the heretic's chest. But you see, I'm not someone who revels in the pain of others. So I'll do you a favor, he said, wrapping his hand around Kai's erratic heart. I'll give you mercy, which is much more than you deserve, he said, and ripped his heart from his chest, holding it in his hand as the heretic slumped forward dead. He let the heart drop from his hand and flipped through signs for a quick fire jutsu, burning the corpse. He watched until the body was only ashes and went to find his clones. He neared his clones and saw both Josie and Lizzie unconscious. Use a Hirishin to the school and put them to sleep in Alaric's room. The clones nodded and disappeared with the twins. He used it as well and appeared at the front gates of the school. The ground was littered with undead bodies. He saw Alaric shoot an arrow in the on of the few that remained but was taken out by Cole and Rebecca. He trudged through the bodies with a small shake of the head. This necromancer really reminded him of when Obito used the reanimation jutsu. His t-shirt was torn and splattered with blood, mostly Kai's and some of his. His left hand was stained in blood from when he ripped the Mon's heart from his chest. Well, I see everything is all clear here, he said, getting the attention of Hope and the rest. Hope looked him over and was sutty discoed that he wasn't badly hurt but looked like he had a good fight. Where's the twins? She asked. In Alaric's room, sleeping. They had a rough night, they need some rest. Who had them? Asked Alaric. Naruto pushed his right hand through his hair and replied to Alaric's question. Their uncle. He sighed. He won't be a threat to anyone else again, especially the twins. Well, you look like you've had some fun, mate. Snacking on people now, joked Cole. Naruto smirked and shook his head. If there's anything I'd be snacking on, it definitely wouldn't be a sociopath. So is everyone else accounted for? He asked, looking to the others. We have to do a head count of the students to be sure, but I think everyone should be here. Naruto nodded. What about all this mess? Asked Rebecca, grimacing at her now filthy clothing. I'll handle it, thanks for backing them up, said Naruto with a smile. Well, it was a fun night and Nick will be kissed. He missed out on some fun. Naruto laughed and created a couple of clones. Do a fire jutsu, then a wind one to blow away the ashes, he told his 15 clones, who nodded and got to work. Naruto slid his hand in Hope's and walked inside the school. They didn't talk, but Naruto had a feeling that this was far from over. You're thinking out loud, said Hope as they walked to his room. He opened the door and let Hope walk in first. This isn't over. The twins was part of a plan, but it looked like Kai had his own agenda. What exactly did the necromancer accomplish by sending all those zombies here? I don't know, baby, but I'm glad everyone is safe for now. The twins are back and Josie seems to be fixing things with Landon. Naruto's eyes widened as he removed his shirt. The Hobbit. Did you see him while you were fighting? She shook her head. No, she couldn't finish because he lover ran out of the room without a shirt. Naruto ran out of the room and to the hall. He looked around to the students. He saw Raphael looking around as well. Mutt, where's the Hobbit? He said over the noise. Raphael looked around. I don't know, he went with Josie and he didn't come back, he said. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He realized there were eyes on him because he wasn't wearing a shirt. He ignored it and found Alaric. Where's Landon? Alaric shook his head after he went through the list of students. Everyone besides him is accounted for. Fuck. That's what he wanted, everything else was a distraction. Rick. They got the one thing that would let Malivore rise. Alaric's eyes widened. His vessel. The same night the twins disappeared and were returned by our blonde hero, was the same night that the necromancer managed to fool and distract everyone at the Salvatore school and get exactly what was needed to have Malivore rise. Naruto sat in library listening to the squabbling between Alaric and the teachers. The super squad were present. The only ones missing was Josie and Lizzie, who needed to rest after the evening's ordeal. We send the students home, he said, voicing his opinion. For the first time since the meeting, entire room looked at him. Their parents will wonder why, and considering that we were not forthcoming with the details last year, I can only imagine what the reaction would be, voiced one nameless magic teacher that Naruto forgot the name of. The blonde raised an eyebrow at the comment. The school should be facing something that has the power to absorb dragons, gargoyles, hydras and plenty more. Not only will the school become a battlefield, but the entire town will be dragged into it too. He paused and looked to everyone in the room. There is no time to care about what their parents will think. I'm rather concerned about what you will say if they are killed. How will you look their parents in the eyes then? The teacher that voiced his opinion looked thoroughly admonished by the young blonde's logic. He said and exited the library and went to his room. He was followed out by Hope calling his name. Naru, stop. She shouted in the hallway. He turned to face her. His facial expression was blank as he stared at her. Hope took a step towards him and cupping his face between her hands. Why are you so worked up? Talk to me. What's going through your mind right now? She tried. He sighed before he removed her hands from his face. Plans, strategy, and those people in there are wasting time. It's been hours since Landon went missing or was taken. He paused and turned away, continuing his journey to his room. And I don't know how long we have to prepare either. So yes, Hope, I'm worked up because for the past few months we've been reacting and we've been lucky enough not lose people, but I'm afraid that luck will run out soon, and when it does I want us to be prepared, he said, taking out his scrolls from his drawers and poured chakra into them. Each popping out sets of kunai, shuriken, sealing tags, and his Hiraishin kunai. He unsealed his 2 katanas and then his clothes. He dressed in a black cargo pants that had many pockets where he could store his kunai, steel-tipped black boots and a black tight-fit turtleneck. He strapped the katanas to his back. Where are you going with all of this? She asked, crossing her arms as she watched her boyfriend arm himself with weapons, like he was off to battle. To find and destroy Malivore before he can cause more destruction, he said as he finished arming himself. You're going alone. No, she said, shaking her head. I'll call my dad and he can help and I can go. You have my family too, Naru, don't do this by yourself. Her lip trembled as she spoke. He gave Hope a small smile and stepped closer to the girl. Don't worry, I won't be doing it alone, he said, hugging the girl. He put some chakra in his finger and pushed it into her neck. Whaa. She slumped into his arms. He put her in the bed and kissed her forehead, turned and grabbed the remaining scrolls in his pocket and walked out the door. He stopped when he heard a voice from a figure standing in the shadows of the empty hallway. You know she's going to start to hate you if you keep lying to her, said the voice. He gave a humorless chuckle. I'd rather have her hate me than live a life where she isn't there at all. He paused and stared at the figure. Wouldn't you do the same, Klaus? Klaus smiled with a nod. In a heartbeat, he said honestly. Naruto smiled and nodded. You're ready? He asked his hybrid companion. I am, and what will you do when she awakens and finds out that you've left? I'm hoping Haley will be able to hold her back from looking until we've ended Malivore, he said as they exited the school, walking towards the black Mustang that was parked in the garage. How about on your end, was your siblings okay with our rather reckless, not thought out plan? He asked with a small smirk. Klaus's looked over the hood of the black Mustang with a grin. I'm Niklaus Mikaelson, the original hybrid. He shrugged. That should be reason enough, I would have thought. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. I see now where the princess gets her ego from, he said and got into the car. Where are we going? Naruto started the car and proceeded to drive out of the gates. He sighed inwardly as he looked into the rear view mirror. The old tomb, where those vampires were desiccated in. I am hoping we can find both our targets there. Klaus nodded and looked out of the window. While Naruto and Klaus continued their journey to the tomb to find Malivore and the necromancer, a new barrier was being set up by the witches. Davina and Freya helped strengthen the barrier by using older magic. Inside Alaric's office stood Elijah and Haley. They looked to the man who was holding his head in his hands. Why didn't they take anyone else with them? Asked Alaric. He just now heard the news that his blonde friend had left with Klaus Mikaelson to confront Malivore before anyone else could stop them. You should realize why he left immediately, Alaric, and the reason our family is here is to protect the rest of the students should Malivore manage to beat both Klaus and Naruto. This is reckless, and what if he gets killed? And how is Hope okay with this? He questioned, bewildered that Hope would even agree to such a reckless plan. Haley sighed heavily and looked to Elijah, who gave her a small nod. She doesn't know, actually no one did until Klaus left this evening after Rebecca and Cole returned home. Who'll be the one that gets to tell her that her father and boyfriend went off to stop a war from happening? We'll deal with that when she wakes up, because right now she's asleep in his room, with no knowledge of this happening. Near the woods of the tomb. You know, if I knew we were hiking I would have brought some hiking shoes, he said irritably. Naruto grinned as he traipsed through the woods in the dark with no flashlights, just using the moonlight and the eyes to guide them. Well, if you weren't opposed to me carrying you I would have been jumping through the trees instead, he said with an amused chuckle. The hybrid gave him a deadpan look. I'm no princess, Naruto, he said before they stopped and Naruto held his hand up. I need you to hold on to my shoulder, said the blonde ninja under his breath. Klaus raised an eyebrow but did it anyway, and Naruto flashed through signs and covered them in a camouflage jutsu. Alright, don't let go, he said as they continued to walk. As they heard voices, it was a mixture of voices between Landon and Malivore, he was assuming. You've taken long enough to raise me, servant, he said distastefully. Yes, of course, Malivore, I apologize, but I ran into some snags on the way, said Necromancer while bowing slightly to his master. These snags from my vessel's memories. He was a blonde who killed all the monsters I sent to procure my vessel, is that correct? Asked Malivore, and the Necromancer nodded to his question. And I can find this man at the school where my vessel was living. Once again the Necromancer nodded. Well then we must make haste. I do not want anything to stand in my way when I remove every supernatural creature from the face of the planet, he chuckled with sick grin. Naruto and Klaus heard the entire conversation and decided to reveal themselves. No need for that, my muddy friend, I'm already here, he said, stepping out from the shadows, alerting both the necromancer and Malivore. Well, I joined too, smiled Klaus, looking over to the two figures. Now what were you saying about removing me? Questioned Naruto, adopting thinking pose. Klaus, you've got Frankenstein over there. I do, and I'm assuming you'll handle our muddy friend. Naruto grinned, his Rinnegan blazed with pleasure. Bansho 10. He muttered and pulled Malivore toward him. He activated Sage mode, his eyelids with red, the Rinnegan remained the same, instead the color became even more vivid. His canines dropped and resembled vampire fangs. Malivore was pulled towards him by the technique, and he charged up a Rasengan that was swirling with natural chakra. Much larger than usual Rasengan too. Udama Rasengan. He pushed the Rasengan in Malivore midsection. The blast sent him flying through 3 trees. Naruto ran to where the creature landed, but just saw a crater. He sensed something to his side. He felt a heavy fist that sent him against the tree. This body isn't as strong as I thought, but at least it's durable. Naruto jumped up off his back and laughed. Is that so? Well, I always thought the hobbit was a loser. He held his palm facing outwards. Shinra Tensai. He took out 4 kunai, gripped it between his fingers and threw it toward the Malivore. The kunai was attached to ninja wire, and he maneuvered it into the shoulders of Malivore and on in each thigh. The kunai pierced Malivore and penetrated his flesh, digging it into the tree that he was pinned to. Erg, groaned Malivore as he stared at his opponent, who had the upper hand. Tisk tisk, 2 souls in one body, and from the looks of it the hobbit is fighting for control. Well, let's release him, shall we? Said, and pushed his right palm against Malivore's head. Now when I kill you, he paused and grinned at the man. And I will kill you, you'll be gone for good, he said, creating a sealess shadow clone. Prepare the soul stasis seal. The clone nodded. Hi. Now come out, Landon, and let me kill your papa. He pulled Landon's soul out and put into the seal as the clone finished the signs for the seal. Now where were we? Grinned Naruto. You know this is pointless, I cannot die, said the necromancer. Klaus smiled amusingly and humored him. Really? That's not what I heard, he quipped. The dagger was behind his back as he watched the necromancer stare at him full of confidence. He heard the menacing chuckle and rolled his eyes. For I am the almighty necromancer, and there is no weapon on earth that could destroy me. Klaus chuckled and let his vampire face show. He heard the battle nearing its climax with Naruto and Malivore. While he was standing here close to an hour listening to the man go on and on about being immortal, but something he did say interested Klaus very much. So why does the necromancer work for nothing but a glorified mud pie? He asked with his hands behind his back as they circled one another. I do not work for Malivore, he's simply a means to an end, he said distastefully. Oh, is that so? Klaus raised his eyebrow at the man's slip. So what, you're in charge then? And what you doing all his bidding was for? He left the question hanging. The necromancer scoffed. I know what you're doing and it won't work, he said with a scowl, but I will say this, everything so far. He gave Klaus a menacing grin, showing his blackened teeth. Is going all according to plan, he said, and Klaus used his hybrid speed and pushed the dagger into his heart. He saw the necromancer's eyes widen as he recognized the dagger that he was being pierced with. He wrapped his hands around Klaus's, trying to stop the bone blade from reaching his black dead heart. However, it was no use, the hybrid was stronger. He fell to his knees and felt the tip of the blade penetrate his heart. Now what was that about being unkillable? Grinned Klaus. It's not over. Cough. Once your little blonde friend kills Malivore, he will be released fully, he said, struggling to breath. His body was disintegrating into ashes that were swept away by the wind, but the victorious smile on his face remained. The dagger disintegrated with his body. Klaus's eyes widened and sped over to where Naruto was fighting Malivore. When he stopped and saw the trees as broken in half, the ground was filled with small craters, and in the middle of it all stood the blonde. His hair was messed up, his black turtleneck torn with claw marks across his chest. His katana was pierced through a body who laid limply. He's dead? Asked Klaus as he fingers surveying the scene. Naruto's voice was different yet sounded more beast-like. He is, he said, and removed the sword from the body, who was now turning into a normal pile of brown mud. The necromancer? He asked, looking toward Klaus. His dead, however something he told me bothers me. Naruto sighed heavily, with grim expression on his face. I know Malivore was not the real threat, only a puppet, and the puppeteer has already been released before we got here, he said tonelessly. Klaus now walked closer to the boy, who was bathed in the morning light of the sun. Naruto looked up to the sky, Because before I killed Malivore he told me his name through Malivore. Who is he? The reason Malivore was created in the first place. Asmodus. He paused and looked to Klaus with his eyes hardened, a grim smile on his face. And in a week he'll come and destroy me. He finished, running his hand through his blonde hair which had some blood in it. Klaus stared at the boy and his demeanor. He looked calm even though he had just been through battle. Then why are you so calm of someone if planning to destroy you? Naruto shrugged and looked down to the body who now regenerated with no soul occupying it. Calm? He asked as he unsealed the scroll that housed Landon's soul. I'm never calm. If you could feel my emotions right now it would make you sick, but there's something more important to me and that's keeping the people I care and love safe, and that's what I'll do. He said, muttering under his breath as he restored Landon's soul into his body. The boy was still unconscious but alive. He picked him up and put him over his shoulder. With that being said, the school will be my battlefield and I want you to take Hope to New Orleans, he said as he carried the hobbit on his shoulder. You realize my daughter is as stubborn as me. She will not let you fight this alone. He trailed off. Naruto looked at him sadly. I know, he said, knowing he had to break up with Hope, to leave her and send her off to New Orleans to heal. They walked in silence as the new day washed over, threw Landon in the back seat and handed the keys over to Klaus. The drive was silent until Klaus broke it. He saw the sad look on the blonde's face and realized what he was going to do. You're gonna break up with her, aren't you? Naruto didn't look at him. I am, he said quietly. And you don't plan on telling her about this threat either? He shook his head. No, I don't. Klaus looked over to the boy's heartbroken expression. What if you lose her forever? It's a risk I'm willing to take. And if it keeps her safe, alive, and over time she'll get over me and find someone else and be happy. That's all I want. Klaus chuckled unbelievably. You really like playing the hero, don't you? He said as they entered the saw Hope standing near the entrance with her mother. Her face was set into an angry expression. You realize as her father I'm obligated to hate you for wanting to break my daughter's heart? He asked the blonde seriously as he parked the car. Naruto gave the man a smile. As you should, he answered. Klaus sighed and looked out the driver's side window and watched his daughter and family approach the got out, as did Naruto, and opened the back door to take out the unconscious hobbit and sling him over his shoulder. He started to walk away and gave Klaus a salute. Thank you for what it's worth. I think you'd make a great father-in-law. Klaus stared at the blonde's expression. And I think I'd be lucky enough to have you as a son-in-law, so thank you for everything you've done for my family. Naruto gave him a nod. He saw Hope looking at him, but he turned his face and handed Landon over to Raphael. He's just unconscious. He turned to Alaric. May I speak to you in private, Dr. Saltzman? He said with his expression blank. Alaric didn't know what to make of it. He stared at the blonde's facial expression. It gave nothing away. His posture was rigid, even though he looked like he had a very difficult fight. His clothes were ripped. Sure, Naruto, you sure you don't want to talk to Hope first? He shook his head. No, this doesn't concern Miss Mikaelson. He said firmly and walked past the girl whose expression had shifted from anger to sadness. I see, then let's talk in my office, he said to the boy. They walked quietly side by side to the office. Without they entered the office, he applied privacy seals and silencing seals. What's going on? Asked Alaric as he stared at the boy's back, who now was leaning against the door. His shoulders dropped and he inhaled a deep breath. Malivore is dead, as is the necromancer, he said with his back turned. That's amazing. The school is safe then, he said joyfully, but his joy soon vanished when he saw the look on the boy's face. That's not all, is it? No, the necromancer, the monsters, and even Malivore was not the biggest problem. Something else pulled the strings, and the puppeteer has already been released. The last thing he needed was for Malivore to inhabit his vessel so he could be free. He paused and stared at the man with a blank expression. Everyone should leave in a week. He'll be coming after me and I will fight. And I will fight alone, so I need you to send the students home under the guise of anything believable. You expect me to leave you here by yourself while you face a demon? Said Alaric loudly and scoffed. However, the blank look didn't change and he was worried about his blonde friend. He never saw him have such an expression on his face. What about Hope? She's already angry at you for this stunt. What's going to happen when you tell her you're doing this? He gestured wildly with his hands. She won't know about it because we'll be broken up and she'll go back to New Orleans with all the Mikaelsons, he said firmly. Alaric shook his head. I'll evacuate the school, but I will not be leaving you here to fight alone. Naruto sighed inwardly. If you're worried about what it'll cost to replace the school, I'll give you access to my accounts. There will be more than enough to rebuild the school 40 times over, he said and went to pour him a drink. Don't you dare belittle me, Naruto. It's not about the damn school. It's just as your life we're talking about. And I will not stand by and watch you sacrifice yourself again. Naruto stared at the man and gave him a real smile. I'm lucky to have you as a friend. He paused as polished his drink off. But your daughters need their father, so please, Alaric, I'm begging you. Don't make me force you to leave, he said before leaving the office. He knew if it came to it he would have Klaus compel Alaric. He walked out of the office and fixed his expression to an emotionless one. He found Hope sitting with her family. He gave Klaus a nod before he turned to his tribrid princess. She won't be mine for much longer. Hope, can I speak to you for a minute alone? He asked. He hated doing this, but in his mind it was right. It was the most important thing. He needed to keep her safe no matter the cost. Hope looked at her boyfriend. She was angry at him unbelievably so, however, her father hadn't said what happened while they were gone. They were gone for the entire night and returned at dawn. With Landon and no other news, just that he was unconscious. She didn't know what to think, so she stood up to her feet and followed him into the library that were devoid of students given the hour. He closed the doors behind her. They stood in silence for a minute. He stepped closer, but she took a step back away from his reach. He sighed and let his hand drop to his sides. What is this about, Naru? Are you going to tell me what exactly you were thinking? Going to fight Malivore off on your own? She paused and watched his expression, however, he looked at her with indifference. You can't make these decisions by yourself. You criticized me for jumping into Malivore, yet you're going to step face first into danger and not even considering what I think. We can't work if there's no honesty between us. He said nothing but continued to listen. Say something. She screamed at him. He stared at Hope's face, committing it to memory. You're right, he said softly and stared into Hope's eyes. Which part? Because I said a lot of things, so what am I right about? You're right about everything. I head first into danger without considering your feelings. I criticized your choice when you jumped into Malivore, yet just hours ago I went to face him. He exhaled a breath. And you're right, we can't work if there's no honesty between us, he said without blinking. It took everything not to wipe away the tears that fell down her cheeks. Wah, what are you saying? She asked, fearing the answer. I'm agreeing with you, we won't work. And so, Hope shook her head, not even bothering to wipe away her, wrapped her arms around her and felt her magic go out of control. The lights flickered and books flew off the bookshelves. Each word Naruto was saying, it felt like a knife being twisted in his heart. He was lying, he never wanted to lie, but it was better this way. Safer this way. For it was all for her, he couldn't let his resolve crack now. He held his ground as some of the books hit his back. So Hope, I'm letting you go. You deserve to be with someone who will not lie to you over and over again. He fought his inner emotions. It was raging. His beast was oddly quiet, like he knew this was for the safety of their mate. You're leaving me, she stuttered through her tears. He nodded. I am. She looked at him with the most heartbreaking expression he ever saw her have, even worse than when she jumped into Malivore. He said nothing. The doors to the library opened. She left without giving him another look. As he heard the doors close and he was alone, tears made their way down his cheeks. His fists clenched. He picked up a chair and threw it across the room with a growl echoed in his throat. Damn it, get yourself together, you did it for her. It's always for her. He muttered to himself and wiped away his tears. He headed for the doors of the library and opened it. He saw Klaus leaning against the opposite wall, with an unreadable expression on his face. It's done then. It is, it's better this way, he said somberly. For her or both of you? He asked with a brow raised. I told you, Niklaus, I'm no hero. And if I have to take on the role of the villain to protect those I love, I'll do it in a heartbeat. Monday morning, Alaric gathered the students in the grand hall for an blonde ninja was standing off to the side with his arms folded across his chest as he listened to the man speak. And so we have decided that as long as there is a threat, the school will be closed until it can be eradicated. He paused, looking over the different reactions on the students' faces. He looked to the back and saw his blonde friend give him a nod. I realize you've just returned from summer vacation, however, this is about your lives and the teachers, and I feel the same. We cannot allow you to risk it. Your parents have been notified, and whether you share this information with them, it's up to you. That is all. Thank you and enjoy your extended break. He said and stepped away from the podium. Dismissing the students, got up and returned to their dorm rooms to go and pack their clothes. A few remained. The super squad, Naruto moved away from the exits and watched when the super squad gather around, could hear the questions from where he was standing. However, something distracted him, and that was a chakra signature he sensed in Hope. She shouldn't have chakra unless his own thoughts trailed with the reasons why, and only one thing was plausible. Hope was carrying his child, or was happy, more than happy, and wanted to run over to her and do nothing more than kiss her until reality set in and he realized that he and Hope were no longer together, so he couldn't go over and kiss. Decided to tune in to listen to the conversation Rick was having with the super squad that included his daughters. Dad, if Landon is here then Malivore was beaten, right? I mean, Naruto did bring him back? Asked Josie before Rick could answer. Lizzie cut in. Yeah, so why are you closing the school? It makes no sense, she said frustratingly. Naruto looked at Rick's expression. He probably didn't want to lie to his daughters any more than he already has, so he decided to speak up. I saved the Hobbit, yes, but it seems his muddy papa had some other plans, and is somewhere else. However, he will be showing up soon. So the school is being closed because Rick and I will be going on a hunting trip joined by a few friends of mine. He paused and looked at the expressions of the twins. Hope didn't look at him as he spoke, but he let his gaze linger a bit longer before he turned his face to the rest. Besides, the necromancer is still an issue and the students will just get in the way, he said bluntly. Hope clenched her fists and stared straight at her ex-boyfriend. She spoke through gritted teeth. So you're saying we'll be a burden? Naruto gave her an indifferent expression. Yes, he answered shortly. What about all the training you gave us? What was all that about? Asked MG, and Caleb agreed with a nod. You were good, but unfortunately this is reality that we're facing, and I for one will not be babysitting any of you, he said, and pointed to the twins and Landon for emphasis. Just yesterday I had to save the twins because they weren't prepared or kept the guard up like I told them to. He pointed to Landon, and the Hobbit is just plain useless, he said without giving anything away. He ignored the offended hey from the boy and continued to speak. There is no use arguing about it. The decision has been made and you all will be going home and the school will be closed, he said. His tone brokered no argument. He saw the betrayed look on Hope's face and the knife twisted even deeper into his gut. He turned to Alaric. How long will it take for everyone to leave? Alaric was surprised by how blunt Naruto was, and especially to the twins and Hope. However, he then realized that this threat that his blonde friend would take on in a week is a serious one and there wasn't any place for dilly-dallying. Most of the students will be gone by this evening. The rest, he looked to the twins and Hope, should be gone by tomorrow afternoon, he said. Good, he said with a nod and left the grand hall without a goodbye to Hope or the twins. Josie and Lizzie looked at the disappearing form of the brother figure and turned to their dad. What's wrong with Naruto? He seems different, asked Lizzie, and Josie agreed with her sister. Alaric looked at Hope and saw her still watching the spot Naruto disappeared from. He looked at Hope and he could see the red eyes that indicated he probably broke up with her already. He exhaled a deep breath and gave his best fake smile to his daughters. He's fine, just fine and worried like the rest of us. Don't worry about it. He wrapped his arms around his daughters. Your mom will be here by tomorrow morning to get you okay? The girls begrudgingly nodded. He walked away, stuck in his own thoughts, leaving the teenagers back in the grand hall. Well, I can't exactly go home, said MG sullenly. That's all right, man, you can come with me. My family wouldn't mind an extra head, said Caleb, comforting his fellow vampire. What about you, Hope? Is your family going back to New Orleans? Asked Lizzie. She didn't know what was happening with Naruto and Hope, but she probably guessed they had a fight. Nah, that's not it. She's going to stay here with her boyfriend, teased Caleb, but he stopped once he saw the look on Hope's face. Her eyes filled up with tears and she gave him a shaky smile. Actually, we broke up Saturday morning when he got back with my dad, she said, holding back her tears. Lizzie looked shocked, as did Josie, and Lizzie hugged the sad girl. I'm sorry, Hope. Why though? You guys were amazing together, she asked softly. Hope hugged her back and wiped away her tears. We were arguing because before he left he knocked me out and went to find Landon without letting anyone know, and I said we can't work without honesty, and he just stood there, she explained, fixing her face. He just stood there with no expression on his face and said that he was letting me go and be with someone else, she said, shaking her head, thinking about how sudden it was. That sounds weird, said Josie, but Hope cut her off with a shake of her head. I don't care, it's over and I don't want to talk about it anymore, she said, walking away from the group. The boys were quiet, however Landon saw the need to talk. He wasn't good for her anyway, he said, voicing his opinion. Josie and Lizzie's gaze snapped to him. What? He looked confused by the twins' glares which were being directed at him. Come on guys, he kills people. He killed MG's mom. He defended himself. Josie and Lizzie shook their heads. Yeah, because my mom was trying to kill every student that attends this school, said MG before he turned away from Landon and left the hall. You really don't know when to keep your mouth shut, but I suppose you've been waiting for this, haven't you? Even though you're with Josie, you wanted Hope. She paused, giving an apologetic look to her sister. God, just go back to the Shire. Naruto was right, you're useless, she said in huff and disappeared. Not even Raphael defended him. Joe, he was cut off by a shake of her head. No, Landon, we're done. You're not the same guy the first liked, she said, walking away to go and pack her clothes. Landon stood there gaping. His foster brother lifted his jaw. Come on, Lan, you can come with me, he said quietly. A couple of hours later, Naruto was sitting in his room, checking his inventory of weapons he had before he sealed them away. He heard a knock on the door and stood up to his feet and went to open it. It was Haley and Rebecca, both giving him glares. How can I help you? He asked politely. My daughter says most of her clothes are here since she spent most of her time in here. Naruto gave a nod and ushered the two women inside. The room was tidy. There were multiple pictures of the two of them on the bedside tables. Take as long as you need. Her clothes are in the right side of the closet, he said, standing with his arms folded across his chest. Haley and Rebecca got to work. Haley stopped when she saw the pictures on the desk and bedside, saw where she was looking, and spoke softly. You can take them too. Haley looked at the blonde's expression. His face gave nothing away, but his eyes were swirling with emotion, the biggest one being sadness. She said she didn't want the pictures, just her clothes, said Haley as she watched the blonde's expression carefully. He gave a humorless chuckle. Of course she did. I wouldn't want them either if I was her. He was about to leave the room when he heard Rebecca speak. Why did you leave her? And break her heart? She asked, narrowing her gaze at the blonde boy. It's better this way, he said without giving much away, but Rebecca pressed on, undeterred by the short answer. For who? You or her? She stopped packing up Hope's belongings. Because if you say it's for her, then she'll hate you. I'm aware, and I'm ready to carry her hate as long as I can keep her safe. Nothing else matters, he said before walking out. Lock up when you're done, he said before leaving the hybrid and the original vampire by themselves. He loves her, said Haley softly. I don't know why he suddenly ended it, but he still loves her, Becca, she said, and put one framed picture into the duffel bag because she was sure even though her daughter said she didn't want any reminders, she'd probably lied to remain strong. I know, and it's a love you don't find very often, she sighed and continued their work in silence. Alaric's office. Naruto was standing in Alaric's office watching parents pick up their kids and pack their belongings and had a drink in his hand when he saw Hope standing by the doors of a black SUV, probably waiting on her aunt, and mind was swirling with thoughts about being a father, even though Hope probably didn't know it yet. He just hoped that she'd keep the children and not get rid of them like so many other women. He sighed inwardly and heard Rick mill around in the office going through books. Rick, what's it like being a father? He asked the man curiously, never removing his gaze from Hope. Alaric was surprised by the sudden question. Why? Nothing, just curious. My real father was dead moments after I was born, and I only had Kurama as a father figure, but he was just learning too, so I was just curious about what it was like, he said easily. Alaric nodded. Well, it's a scary feeling to have the responsibility of such a small little thing in your hands. There are days when you feel like you're doing nothing right, where it feels like they hate you, or maybe you're just failing, he said honestly. But the years you protect, cherish and nourish them is possibly the best feeling in the world, he said with a smile, thinking about his twin daughters. Naruto smiled at the explanation and drank the remainder of his whiskey. I see, so being a father is to protect them even if they don't know you are? He asked with a raised brow. I suppose you could put it like that, he said absently. Naruto turned his gaze and watched as Hope got into the back of the SUV. Then at least I'm doing one thing right, he muttered under his breath. Did you say something? Asked Alaric, and Naruto shook his head with a small smile. Just that I wonder whether I'd ever be able to experience that, he said. The man looked sadly at him. I'm sure you will. Naruto went to pour himself another drink and sighed before sitting in the sofa. Perhaps. He smiled before his face hardened. In a few days this school will be empty and I'll fight Asmodus. He paused. Since you won't be joining the twins, where will you be going? He asked Alaric. I'll stay in town, he answered before Naruto could speak. He cut him off. because I'll let the sheriff know that something dangerous is coming and that he needs to alert the town folk. Well, it's not like you can say a demon is coming. Naruto stared confusingly at Alaric, but the man smirked. But you can tell them there's been a tornado or something and have them evacuated to the shelters with emergency supplies. Naruto nodded. Good idea, you're so smart, joked Naruto lightly. They sat in silence until Alaric spoke. Are you afraid? Naruto's gaze snapped up to the man and tilted his head. I mean, do you fear this demon? He asked quietly. They haven't spoken about it much since Naruto told him that it wasn't over. To the outside world it looked like he was calm. Hey, I'll tell you what one of my enemies told me. Be strong, be someone who even demons would fear, he said with a grin. I know I am strong, however I'm not underestimating the power of the demon either. However, what I do know is I won't be able to protect others while I fight him, he said, ending the conversation. Thursday in the abattoir. Hope laid on her bed in her childhood home. She looked around. Not many things had changed in her absence. She laid down on her bed and went through everything. She thought about how Naruto's face looked when he broke up with her. He was just staring at her like he was remembering how her face looked for one last time. She was brought out of her thoughts when her door opened and saw her dad standing in the doorway. What is it, Dad? She asked softly. Since she got back she hardly spoke to her family. She joined them for meals but didn't say much. Her bedroom was where she spent most of her time. You need to get out of your room, Hope, said Klaus as he looked at his daughter. It hurt him that he wasn't able to console her. Nothing he could say would lessen the hurt of heartbreak, especially when he knew anything he would say would just be lies. I don't feel like going out, Dad. I'm fine here, she said stubbornly and laid back on her bed. She heard the door close and the bed dip under her father's weight. I'm sorry you had your heart broken, love, he said softly, but you need to get past it. He was just a boy. He tried, even though that boy was going to fight some demon in a day, he thought, but didn't say that, of course. He wasn't just a silly crush, Dad. I really loved him, she said. Her tears started up again. And I still do so much. I'm sorry, love, but it's better this way. She fell into her father's hold and thought about what he said. Why would it be better? Is this because you didn't like him? I thought you were past that, Dad, she said, moving away from her father's embrace. I do like him, Hope, however he broke your heart, he said, trying to have her forget his slip about being better this way. Then why would you say it's better? She stood up, glaring at her father. He sighed and stood up to leave. Just leave it be, Hope, it's none of your concern, he said, stepping towards the door. He opened it, but Hope shut it with her magic. No, we are not done here. Something else is happening and you're hiding it from me, she said loudly. Klaus rubbed the bridge of his nose at his daughter's stubbornness and sighed. I'm not hiding anything, Hope, he said, trying to open the door again, but it was shut with magic. Fine, if you won't be honest then, she said before she muttered a spell. Dick Mihi, HVA duvet. Don't do it, Hope, said her father between gritted teeth as he fought the spell but wasn't able to succeed. Hope didn't heed her father's warning and tapped into his memories. Niklaus's memories. The reason Malivore was created in the first place. Asmodus. He paused and looked to Klaus with his eyes hardened, a grim smile on his face. And in a week he'll come and destroy me. With that being said, the school will be my battlefield and I want you to take Hope to New Orleans, he said as he carried the hobbit on his shoulder. You realize my daughter is as stubborn as me. She will not let you fight this alone. He trailed off. Naruto looked at him sadly. I know. For her or both of you? He asked with a brow raised. I told you, Niklaus, I'm no hero. And if I have to take on the role of the villain to protect those I love, I'll do it in a heartbeat. Hope watched the memories fade as she came out of her father's mind. Her eyes filled up with more tears. She sat down on her into the looked sadly at his daughter. I told you not to do it, Hope. Why won't you listen to me? He asked frustratedly. She glares at her father. Listen to you. When everything you told me, that he told me, was a lie. That he did this. She broke off and wrapped her arms around herself. Klaus kissed his daughter's forehead. He did all of this to protect the woman he loves. He broke his own heart as he watched. You cannot fault him for that, Hope. Yes, he may have lied, but I would do the same if it meant keeping you safe, he said. Well, he's even crazier than I thought if he thinks I'm going to let him face this by himself. She snapped her fingers. Ad somnum. Sorry, Dad. She watched as Klaus slumped to the ground. She grabbed sewn clothes and threw it in a duffel bag and walked out the bedroom door. She was about to exit the compound when she heard her uncle Elijah's voice. Where are you going, Hope? Do kill my stupid ex-boyfriend, she said angrily. I know he broke your heart, Hope, but do you really want to kill him? Asked Elijah seriously. No, I'm going to kill him because he's probably fighting a demon right now and broke up with me to protect me from it, and my dad knew, she said, grabbing the keys to one of the cars. So if you have a lecture planned, Uncle Elijah, I'm not in the mood for it right now, she said seriously and stared her uncle dead in the eye. Well, I won't be letting you go alone, Hope, he said, fixing his suit, preparing to leave until they were joined by another voice. Now, brother, I hope you won't be having fun by yourself? Asked Cole as he looked to his niece and older brother. I've grown rather fond of our blonde friend, and you know bros look out for one another and all that, so let's take a trip back to Mystic Falls, yeah? He said, grinning, while Hope gave him a small smile and a nod in thanks. Hope followed her uncles to the SUV and got in and started their long drive to Mystic Falls. Friday morning, meanwhile, in Mystic Falls, our blonde watched the sun rise from behind the mountains. It provided him with a peaceful view. The silence was welcoming and enough to allow him to slip in. Battle School was empty. Mystic Falls looked like a ghost town after Alaric managed to convince the sheriff and have Damon compel the mayor to evacuate and have the townspeople safe in shelters. He wore a black cargo pants, long-sleeve black turtleneck, and his white ankle-length coat that had red kanji down the back of it. Are you sure about this? He heard a voice ask behind closed the scrolls he received from his uncle and put it away. He closed his eyes and inhaled a deep breath. I am, and you need to get going, he said, turning around to face his best friend he made when he came to this dimension. I know, I'm doing this against my will, just so you know, said Alaric with a grim smile. Naruto nodded. I know. He stepped forward and hugged the man. Thank you, he said softly. The man nodded. You'll come back, right? You'll make sure you beat him. I will beat him, that's a promise. Alaric packed up his bag and left the office. Naruto picked up his Hittite between his hands and stared at it with a smile. Never thought I'd be wearing this again. Abattoir hours after Hope left. Klaus was woken up from the sleep spell by Freya, who found her brother unconscious in Hope's room with Hope missing. Where is she? He asked as he woke and looked around the room to find it empty. I found you here, Klaus. Haley's looking for Hope too. He clenched his fist in anger and frustration. He really hated that Hope and himself was so much alike. She's gone after Naruto and found out the truth. I have to stop her, he said briskly, walking out of the room with Freya hot on his heels. He nearly walked into Haley on his way outside. Whoa, hey, where are you going, Klaus? She asked, looking at the mon's demeanor. He looked angry and frustrated. After our foolish daughter, come on, I'll explain on the way there, he said, motioning for Haley to follow him. They got into the black sub and drove out of the compound. Klaus then proceeded to explain to Haley what happens and why Naruto broke up with Hope on the first place. This could be dangerous, Klaus, she said, watching the trees zip by them as they were driving. I know that, why I have to stop her before she gets herself killed. When they arrived in Mystic Falls, it was the following morning. The sun rose, illuminating the sky. They drove through the town that resembled a ghost town. Where is everyone? Asked Haley as she looked around to the closed building, shops and empty streets. Klaus shrugged. He knew Alaric or Naruto probably did something to make sure the inhabitants of Mystic Falls remained safe from the aftermath of the battle. I'm not sure, however, let's find our daughter. Meanwhile, Naruto had been mid-battle with a few monsters that were spawned from Malivore before his death and brought her by Asmodus, as he watched and delighted in watching his monsters fight the Uzumaki, heir and descendant of Asura. There were 3 minotaurs headed for Naruto. He created 3 shadow clones and he plowed through the creatures. He already killed the other 3, however Asmodus hasn't moved an inch and watched his servants fight instead. The shadow clones created 3 Recentricans that tore the middles of the minotaurs, killing them in the process. Naruto grinned and looked toward Asmodus, who had taken a somewhat humanoid form, however the ram horns on his head gave him away. Is that all? I thought you were this all-powerful demon, yet you sit and let others fight your battles. He jeered the demon, a smirk curled up on his lips. Or is it that you're afraid of fighting an Uzumaki? He tilted his head. A descendant of Asura Otsutsuki. The demon sneered at the mention of his foe who sealed him away for centuries. Ha, scared of you? I'll show you what true power is. I'll tell you why I was feared amongst your people. Naruto looked around at the creatures littering the entered sage mode and his features changed. Red covered his eyelids and his canines descended and his eyes slanted slightly. Tell me then, why were you so feared? He said, sliding into his taijutsu form. Because I fed on the lust for power, war, hatred, love, money, anything that made humans want things. They listed and they gave me power. I was born because of their lust for wars. He gave Naruto a sick grin, showing yellow sharp teeth. It reminded Naruto of Zabuza's teeth. And that's why I'll never die, said the demon before he laughed and launched rapid blows that had Naruto struggling to keep up. Naruto gritted his teeth. Whatever you say, shark face. He quipped and slammed his fist into the demon's face, but the demon didn't move an inch and returned a kick that had his flying into the gates of the school. He pushed himself out the dent he created and used the Hiroshisen seal he tagged the demon's back. He disappeared from the dent in the gate and teleported directly above Asmodus. Sage art. Massive Rasengan, he said and slammed the ball of energy into the demon, creating a massive crater. Sage arts. Asmodus grinned and picked himself up from the crater. It hurt but not too. Picked up 3 other signatures approaching them. It seems we have guests, he said and watched Naruto's expression. It gave nothing away, but it was also clear that he wasn't aware of them either. Our battle is the thing that should concern you. His eyes lit up. The magenta Rinnegan blazed and he held his palm out toward the demon who was slowly recovering from the damage he just dealt. Shinra Tensei, the gravity propelled Asmodus deeper into the woods and Naruto prepared to launch another assault. He teleported through the woods and muttered, Sage art. Super Odama Rasengan barrage. He watched the barricade of Rasengans rain on the demon. He knew from personal experience that was enough to hold down a tailed beast. Only up till the 4 tails, but still. The woods and trees broke apart. There was huge dust cloud covering the area. His senses were on full alert. He let out a breath. His sage mode would only last for another 10 minutes and he had already used a good amount of chakra to kill those monsters. He sensed movement to his left and felt a wind jutsu follow that cut him deep before he dodged. You think you're the only one who can use jutsu? He heard the demon's voice echo in the forest. Like he was everywhere, at wind jutsu was strong enough to cut through the protection seals he had on his coat and his skin too. Can you find me, little Uzumaki-chan? Taunted the voice. He could practically hear the grin in the demon's eye twitched at the honorific, but he calmed his breathing and closed his eyes. Calm down, Naruto, he wants to rile you up. He calmed his thoughts and felt the trees, the breeze through the trees, and finally recognizing the signature he was looking for. He was glad he had the foresight to put Hiroshisen seals all over the backwoods of the school. He teleported to the spot where he felt the presence. Found you, he muttered under his breath. The 2 opponents fought furiously, exchanging blows evenly before Naruto's sage mode ran out. No more sage mode, I see. He quickened his punches and kicks. They ended up where they started the battle in the first place. Naruto turned when he heard Hope's voice and Asmodus took advantage of his distraction to send a hefty kick to his midsection and had him skidding across the ground. Asmodus recognized the girl from the view he had through the monsters Malivore sent out and knew she was important to the blonde. He gave the blonde a grin and he prepared for what he was about to do. Naruto groaned and spat out a glob of blood from his mouth. He saw Asmodus grin and pick up one of the spears that were lying on the ground and launch it toward Hope. It was being propelled by wind jutsu to hasten it approach to its. He ran or used a shunshin. He wouldn't make it and the girl was staring at him. Hoop. He screamed at her and she turned to see the spear coming at her. Before he knew it, he did a substitution jutsu and took the spear through his fell to his knees and saw Cole and Elijah near Hope since she was now in his place where he landed. He coughed out blood from the spear that was impaled through his chest. Get her away from here, he said while breaking off the blade of the spear and pulling it out from the front of his chest. Aar, he groaned at the sensation. Naru, wait, we can help, please don't do it alone. He heard her beg, fighting the grip her Uncle Cole had on her. He used a shunshin to appear in front of her. Naruto smiled and shook his head. He kissed her forehead. Go, it's a father's duty to protect his children, he said softly, gently rubbing her stomach as her eyes widened. He turned his gaze to Elijah and Cole. Keep them safe. He glanced one more time at Hope and created 4 shadow clones. Barrier seal now. No one exits until he's dead, he muttered to his clones and they got to work. The seal went up, trapping Asmodus and Naruto inside the barrier. His chest was healing as he accessed his Yuki. His features were changing rapidly as he looked at the demon. The smile he had on his face when he spoke to Hope was gone. The only look he had was one of pure and unadulterated anger and rage. He sped at the demon and punched him. You can break my soul. Punch. Beat me. Punch. Hurt me or kill me. He kicked him up in the air and teleported above him, slamming with another kick. But for the love of God, don't you dare touch her, he said with 4 successive punches. When his voice changed, red fox ears appeared on top his head. 9 red tails tipped with white protruded from his tailbone. Orange chakra that resembled flames covered his entire body as everyone outside the barrier stared in amazement at the show of raw strength. You think you're the only demon? Well, think again. He said. He looked at the now battered demon who was struggling to get up. Asmodus' eyes widened and realized he was fighting the Nine Tails. He transformed into his natural form. He was a mix of creatures and had 3 faces, one of donkey, ram, and the face in front was skeleton. It was disgusting to look at. Naruto didn't allow the man to breathe. He attacked immediately. He formed his hands together and brought out his chakra arms, smashing the creature into the ground. Asmodus didn't wait either. Their battle continued in a blur and the vampires outside the barrier could barely follow what was happening or who had the upper hand. The sounds of the battle and cloud of dust that was kicked up in the fight blew away and Naruto was seen kneeling with his one knee to the ground as golden chains were wrapped the creature. You say you'll always get power from the lust of humans, monster or whatever creature roams this earth? Asked Naruto as he held the demon wrapped tightly in his chains and he prepared the technique he learned from the scrolls of his uncle. The demon screeched, "Aar, you'll never beat me, Uzumaki scum." Naruto had a smirk on his face that Asmodus saw. What's so damn funny? He demanded. Naruto chuckled. Well, guess where we're going next? He asked with a taunting grin on his face. Jigen Janpu no Jutsu, he muttered under his breath and closed his eyes, picturing the exact place he wanted to go. Before he knew it, he landed on the place he wanted. He opened his eyes and looked at the flailing demon who attempted to get out of his chains. That jump alone cost him a tail's worth of chakra that would take a year to regenerate fully. He stared at the demon and watched him realize the gravity of the situation. There are no people to draw power from here. You'll be alone and eventually you'll die, he said without remorse and started the signs for the demon sealing jutsu. What are you doing? He asked, masking his nerves, but Naruto could sense his unease. Sealing you away forever this time, scum, he said, flipping through the signs and created 5 shadow clones who were working furiously and quickly in the seal needed. His concentration wasn't even disturbed by the death threats and curses the demon was throwing at him. The final kanji was done and his clones dispelled. Tengoku no Fuin. He slammed his hand together and watched the barrier demon seal wrap around Asmodus as it pulled him into the moon, and created another crater. Naruto stood up to his feet, wobbling slightly, and fell down to his knees. Once was exhausted and he dohas difficultly breathing too. Come on, just another one then you're back home, he said to himself and closed his eyes and focused on the image of the school, the grounds, the town. And vanished off the surface of the moon. He landed outside the barrier and watched his clones dispel. His vision was blurring, signs of chakra exhaustion. The amount of chakra he used was up to 4 taels worth. He saw the silhouette of Hope and her family. He felt someone hug him and speak to him, but he couldn't hear because of the ringing in his mouth filled up with blood and spat it out to the side. Naru. Naru. Hope tried, but there was no response. He coughed up blood to the side. She felt him put his forehead to hers and his right hand cupping her face. Baby, please. Hey, come on, you okay? You won. She tried, but nothing. When he cupped her face, his eyes were barely open, but there was a smile on his face as he spoke to her. Hope. Cough. Yo, you don't have to forgive me. No matter what you decide to do from here on out, just know that I love you. Forever, he finished. His eyes were closed as he slumped into Hope's arms. The tears rolled down her cheeks as she heard him struggle to speak. When he slumped in her arms, she couldn't feel him breathing. She couldn't hear his strong heartbeat either. Mom. Dad. Help him please, she said, holding his limp body. Klaus and Haley sped over to their daughter and laid the blonde on the ground and quickly performing CPR. Hope watched her dad pump the blonde's chest while she held his hands. The look on his face was peaceful, serene, but she needed him and he couldn't leave yet. Come on, baby, you promised me an eternity of tomorrows. Hope we're not getting a heartbeat, said Klaus softly as he stopped his compressions and gave his daughter a look. She shook her head. She didn't accept it. She couldn't accept it. No. No, he's not dead. Dad, he's not. Please do something, anything. Her father shook his head. I'm sore. I said no. She knocked her father away and performed mouth to mouth to her lover, but it didn't seem to help. She felt herself being lifted off her lover's body and held her body tightly to his. Hope, he's gone, he whispered sadly. No, Dad. He said it's a father duty to protect their children. How can he protect them if he's not here? Klaus was surprised, as was Haley, but put that aside and concentrated on comforting their daughter. Hope sobbed into her father's chest and he rubbed comforting circles on her back. Cole was quiet as he stared sadly at his blonde friend who gave up his life to save the rest of the supernatural community. He was taken out of his thought. He heard something and looked around until he heard another thump. He stepped closer to the blonde's body. Thump. Thump. His eyes widened. He's alive. There's a heartbeat, but it's very slow, he said to the rest of his family. Hope immediately lifted her head off her father's chest and kneeled down next to her lover's body. She saw his chest rise and drop slowly. He's alive, she whispered. Thanks for listening to this movie. See y'all on the next one.
I'm fast. I'm your driver tomorrow. I'm driving.
You know this ain't no 10-second race.
I got nothing but time.
Dollars.
Let's go. Wait. I gotta start the song over.
The fuck?
I'll pick up.
Dollars.
Mama had to cater for the coupe that we rode at the school on the way to Popeyes.